Chromosome 6 by Robin Cook. Prologue. March 3, 1997, 3:30 p.m. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Given a PhD in molecular biology from MIT that had been earned in close cooperation with the Massachusetts General Hospital, Kevin Marshall found his squeamishness regarding medical procedures a distinct embarrassment. Although he'd never admitted it to anyone, just having a blood test or a vaccination was an ordeal for him. Needles were his specific bête noire. The sight of them caused his legs to go rubbery and a cold sweat to break out on his broad forehead. Once he'd even fainted in college, after getting a measles shot. At age 34, after many years of postgraduate biomedical research, some of it involving live animals, he'd expected to outgrow his phobia, but it hadn't happened, and it was for that reason he was not in operating room 1A or 1B at the moment. Instead he'd chosen to remain in the intervening scrub room, where he was leaning against the scrub sink, a vantage that allowed him to look through angled windows into both wars until he felt the need to avert his eyes. The two patients had been in their respective rooms for about a quarter hour in preparation for their respective procedures. The two surgical teams were quietly conversing, while standing off to the side. They were gowned and gloved, and ready to commence. There'd been little technical conversation in the hours, except between the anesthesiologist and the two anesthetists as the patients were inducted under general anesthesia. The lone anesthesiologist had slipped back and forth between the two rooms to supervise and to be available at any sign of trouble. But there was no trouble, at least not yet. Nonetheless, Kevin felt anxious. To his surprise, he did not experience the same sense of triumph he had enjoyed during 3 previous comparable procedures, when he'd exulted in the power of science and his own creativity. Instead of jubilation, Kevin felt a mushrooming unease. His discomfort had started almost a week previously, but it was now, watching these patients and contemplating their different prognoses, that Kevin felt the disquietude with disturbing poignancy. The effect was similar to his thinking about needles. Perspiration appeared on his forehead and his legs trembled. He had to grasp the edge of the scrub sink to steady himself. The door to operating room 1A opened suddenly, startling Kevin. He was confronted by a figure whose pale blue eyes were framed by a hood and a face mask. Recognition was rapid. It was Candace Brickman, one of the surgical nurses. "The ives are all started, and the patients are asleep," Candace said. "Are you sure you don't want to come in? You'll be able to see much better." "Thank you, but I'm fine right here," Kevin said. "Suit yourself," Candace said. The door swung shut behind Candace as she returned to one of the surgeries. Kevin watched her scurry across the room and say something to the surgeons. Their response was to turn in Kevin's direction and give him a thumbs-up sign. Kevin self-consciously returned the gesture. The surgeons went back to their conversation, but the effect of the wordless communication with Kevin magnified his sense of complicity. He let go of the scrub sink and took a step backward. His unease was now tinged with fear. What had he done? Spinning on his heels, Kevin fled from the scrub room, and then from the operating suite. A puff of air followed him as he left the mildly positive pressure aseptic or area, and entered his gleaming, futuristic laboratory. He was breathing heavily, as if out of breath from exertion. On any other day, merely walking into his domain would have filled him with anticipation just at the thought of the discoveries awaiting his magic hand. The series of rooms literally bristled with high-tech equipment the likes of which used to be the focus of his fantasies. Now these sophisticated machines were at his beck and call, day and night. Absently he ran his fingers lightly along the stainless steel cowlings, casually brushing the analog dials and digital displays as he headed for his office. He touched the $150,000 DNA sequencer and the $500,000 globular NMR machine that sprouted a tangle of wires like a giant sea anemone. He glanced at the PCRs, whose red lights blinked like distant quasars announcing successive DNA strand doublings. It was an environment that had previously filled Kevin with hope and promise, but now each Eppendorf microcentrifuge tube and each tissue culture flask stood as mute reminders of the building foreboding he was experiencing. Advancing to his desk, Kevin looked down at this gene map of the short arm of chromosome 6. His area of principal interest was outlined in red. It was the major histocompatibility complex. The problem was that the MHC was only a small portion of the short arm of chromosome 6. There were large blank areas that represented millions and millions of base pairs, and hence hundreds of other genes. Kevin did not know what they did. A recent request for information concerning these genes that he'd put out over the internet had resulted in some vague replies.
Several researchers had responded that the short arm of chromosome 6 contained genes that were involved with muscular skeletal development, but that was it. There were no details. Kevin shuddered involuntarily. He raised his eyes to the large picture window above his desk. As usual, it was streaked with moisture from the tropical rain that swept across the view in undulating sheets. The droplets slowly descended until enough had fused to reach a critical mass. Then they raced off the surface like sparks from a grinding wheel. Kevin's eyes focused into the distance. The contrast between the gleaming, air-conditioned interior with the outside world was always a shock. Roiling, gunmetal gray clouds filled the sky despite the fact that the dry season was supposed to have begun 3 weeks previously. The land was dominated by riotous vegetation that was so dark green as to almost appear black. Along the edge of the town it rose up like a gigantic, threatening tidal wave. Kevin's office was in the hospital laboratory complex that was one of the few new structures in the previously decaying and deserted Spanish colonial town of Cago in the little-known African country of Equatorial Guinea. The building was 3 stories tall. Kevin's office was on the top floor, facing southeast. From his window he could see a good portion of the town as it sprawled haphazardly toward the Estuario del Muni and its contributory rivers. Some of the neighboring buildings had been renovated, some were in the process, but most had not been touched. A half-dozen previously handsome haciendas were enveloped by vines and roots of vegetation that had gone wild. Over the whole scene hung the perennial mist of supersaturated warm air. In the immediate foreground Kevin could see beneath the arched arcade of the old town hall. In the shadows were the inevitable handful of Equatoguinean soldiers in combat fatigues, with AK-47s haphazardly slung over their shoulders. As usual they were smoking, arguing, and consuming Cameroonian beer. Finally Kevin let his eyes wander beyond the town. He'd been unconsciously avoiding doing so, but now he focused on the estuary whose rain-lashed surface looked like beaten tin. Directly south he could just make out the forested shoreline of Gabon. Looking to the east he followed the trail of islands that stretched toward the interior of the continent. On the horizon he could see the largest of the islands, Isla Francesca, named by the Portuguese in the 15th century. In contrast to the other islands, Isla Francesca had a jungle-covered limestone escarpment that ran down its center like the backbone of a dinosaur. Kevin's heart skipped a beat. Despite the rain and the mist, he could see what he'd feared he'd see. Just like a week ago there was the unmistakable wisp of smoke lazily undulating toward the leaden sky. Kevin slumped into his desk chair and cradled his head in his hands. He asked himself what he'd done. Having minored in the classics as an undergraduate, he knew about Greek myths. Now he questioned if he'd made a Promethean mistake. Smoke meant fire, and he had to wonder if it was the proverbial fire inadvertently stolen from the gods. 6:45 p.m. Boston, Massachusetts. While a cold March wind rattled the storm windows, Taylor Devonshire Cabot reveled in the security and warmth of his walnut-paneled study in his sprawling Manchester-by-the-Sea home north of Boston, Massachusetts. Harriet Livingston Cabot, Taylor's wife, was in the kitchen supervising the final stages of dinner scheduled to be served at 7:30 sharp. On the arm of Taylor's chair balanced a cut crystal glass of neat, single malt whiskey. A fire crackled in the fireplace as Wagner played on the stereo, the volume turned low. In addition there were 3 built-in televisions tuned respectively to a local news station, CNN, and ESPN. Taylor was the picture of contentment. He'd spent a busy but productive day at the world headquarters of Gensize, a relatively new biotechnology firm he'd started 8 years previously. The company had constructed a new building along the Charles River in Boston to take advantage of the proximity of both Harvard and MIT for recruitment purposes. The evening commute had been easier than usual, and Taylor hadn't had time to finish his scheduled reading. Knowing his employer's habits, Rodney, his driver, had apologized for getting Taylor home so quickly. "I'm sure you'll be able to come up with a significant delay tomorrow night to make up," Taylor had quipped. "I'll do my best," Rodney had responded. So Taylor wasn't listening to the stereo or watching the TVs. Instead he was carefully reading the financial report scheduled to be released at the Gensize stockholders meeting scheduled the following week. But that didn't mean he was unaware of what was going on around him. He was very much aware of the sound of the wind, the spluttering of the fire, the music, and alert to the various reporters' banters on the TVs. So when the name Carlo Franconi was mentioned, Taylor's head snapped up. The first thing Taylor did was lift the remote and turn up the sound of the central television. It was the local news on the CBS affiliate. The anchors were Jack Williams and Liz Walker. Jack Williams had mentioned the name Carlo Franconi, and was going on to say that the station had obtained a videotape of the killing of this known mafia figure who had some association with Boston crime families. This tape is quite graphic, Jack warned. Parental discretion is recommended. You might remember that a few days ago we reported that the ailing Franconi had disappeared after his indictment, and many had feared he'd jumped bail. But then he just reappeared yesterday with the news that he'd struck a deal with the New York City's DA's office to plea bargain and enter the witness protection program. However, this evening while emerging from a favorite restaurant, the indicted racketeer was fatally shot. Taylor was transfixed as he watched an amateur video of an overweight man emerge from a restaurant accompanied by several people who looked like policemen. With a casual wave, the man acknowledged the crowd who'd assembled and then headed to an awaiting limousine. He assiduously ignored questions from any journalists angling to get close to him. Just as he was bending to enter the car, Franconi's body jerked, and he staggered backwards with his hand clasping the base of his neck. As he fell to his right, his body jerked again, before hitting the ground. The men who'd accompanied him had drawn their guns, and were frantically turning in all directions. The pursuing journalists had all hit the deck. "Whoa," Jack commented. "What a scene. Sorta reminds me of the killing of Lee Harvey Oswald. So much for police protection. I wonder what effect this will have on future similar witnesses?" Liz asked. "Not good, I'm sure," Jack said. Taylor's eyes immediately switched to CNN, which was at that moment about to show the same video. He watched the sequence again. It made him wince. At the end of the tape, CNN went live to a reporter outside the office of the chief medical examiner for the city of New York. "The question now is whether there were one or two assailants," the reporter said over the sound of the traffic on First Avenue. "It's our impression that Franconi was shot twice. The police are understandably chagrined over this episode, and have refused to speculate or offer any information whatsoever. We do know that an autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow morning, and we assume that ballistics will answer the question." Taylor turned down the sound on the television, and picked up his drink. Walking to the window, he gazed out at the angry, dark sea. Franconi's death could mean trouble. He looked at his watch. It was almost midnight in West Africa. Snatching up the phone, Taylor called the operator at Gensize, and told him he wanted to speak with Kevin Marshall immediately. Replacing the receiver, Taylor returned his gaze out the window. He'd never felt completely comfortable about this project, although financially it was looking very profitable. He wondered if he should stop it. The phone interrupted his thoughts. Picking the receiver back up, Taylor was told that Mr. Marshall was available. After some static, Kevin's sleepy voice crackled over the line. "Is this really Taylor Cabot?" Kevin asked. "Do you remember Carlo Franconi?" Taylor demanded, ignoring Kevin's question. "Of course," Kevin said. "He's been murdered this afternoon," Taylor said. "There's an autopsy scheduled for the morning in New York City. What I want to know is, could that be a problem?" There was a moment of silence. Taylor was about to question whether the connection had been broken when Kevin spoke up. "Yes, it could be a problem," Kevin said. "Someone could figure out everything from an autopsy?" "It's possible," Kevin said. "I wouldn't say probable, but it is possible." "I don't like possible," Taylor said. He disconnected from Kevin, and called the operator back at Gensize. Taylor said he wanted to speak immediately to Dr. Raymond Leone. He emphasized that it was an emergency. "New York City." "Excuse me," the waiter whispered. He'd approached Dr. Leone from the left side. Having waited for a break in the conversation the doctor was engaged in with his young, blonde assistant and current lover, Darlene Poison. Between his gracefully graying hair and conservative apparel, the good doctor looked like the quintessential soap opera physician. He was in his early 50s, tall, tanned and enviably slender with refined, patrician good looks. "I'm sorry to intrude," the waiter continued, "but there is an emergency call for you. Can I offer you our cordless phone, or would you prefer to use the phone in the hall?" Raymond's blue eyes darted back and forth between Darlene's affable but bland face and the considerate waiter whose impeccable demeanor reflected Oriel's 26 service rating in Zagat's restaurant guide. Raymond did not look happy. "Perhaps I should tell them you are not available," the waiter suggested. "No, I'll take the cordless," Raymond said. He couldn't imagine who could be calling him on an emergency basis. Raymond had not been practicing medicine since he'd lost his medical license after having been convicted of a major Medicare scam he'd been carrying on for a dozen years. "Hello," Raymond said with a degree of trepidation. "This is Taylor Cabot. There's a problem." Raymond visibly stiffened and his brow furrowed. Taylor quickly summarized the Carlo Franconi situation and his call to Kevin Marshall. "This operation is your baby," Taylor concluded irritably. "And let me warn you, it is small potatoes in the grand scheme of things. If there is trouble, I'll scrap the entire enterprise. I don't want bad publicity, so handle it." "But what can I do?" Raymond blurted out. "Frankly, I don't know," Taylor said. "But you'd better think of something, and you'd better do it fast." "Things couldn't be going any better from my end," Raymond interjected. "Just today I made positive contact with a physician in LA who treats a lot of movie stars and wealthy West Coast businessmen. She's interested in setting up a branch in California." "Maybe you didn't hear me," Taylor said. "There isn't going to be a branch anyplace if this Franconi problem isn't resolved. So you'd better get busy. I'd say you have about 12 hours. The resounding click of the disconnection made Raymond's head jerk. He looked at the phone, as if it had been responsible for the precipitate termination of the conversation. The waiter, who'd retreated to an appropriate distance, stepped forward to retrieve the phone before disappearing. "Trouble?" Darlene questioned. "Oh, God," Raymond voiced. Nervously he chewed the quick of his thumb. It was more than trouble. It was potential disaster. With his attempts at retrieving his medical license tied up in the quagmire of the judicial system, his current work situation was all he had, and things had only recently been clicking. It had taken him 5 years to get where he was. He couldn't let it all go down the drain. "What is it?" Darlene asked. She reached out and pulled Raymond's hand away from his mouth. Raymond quickly explained about the upcoming autopsy on Carlo Franconi and repeated Taylor Cabot's threat to scrap the entire enterprise. "But it's finally making big money," Darlene said. "He won't scrap it." Raymond gave a short, mirthless laugh. "It isn't big money to someone like Taylor Cabot and Jen Size," he said. "He'd scrap it for certain. Hell, it was difficult to talk him into it in the first place." "Then you have to tell them not to do the autopsy," Darlene said. Raymond stared at his companion. He knew she meant well, and he'd never been attracted to her for her brain power, so he resisted lashing out. But his reply was sarcastic. "You think I can just call up the medical examiner's office and tell them not to do an autopsy on such a case? Give me a break." "But you know a lot of important people," Darlene persisted. "Ask them to call." "Please, dear," Raymond said condescendingly, but then he paused. He began to think that unwittingly Darlene had a point. An idea began to germinate. "What about Dr. Levitz?" Darlene said. "He was Mr. Franconi's doctor. Maybe he could help." "I was just thinking the same thing," Raymond said. Dr. Daniel Levitz was a Park Avenue physician with a big office, high overhead, and a dwindling patient base, thanks to managed care. He'd been easy to recruit, and had been one of the first doctors to join the venture. On top of that, he'd brought in many clients, some of them in the same business as Carlo Franconi. Raymond stood up, extracted his wallet, and plopped 3 crisp $100 bills on the table. He knew that was more than enough for the tab and a generous tip. "Come on," he said. "We've got to make a house call." "But I haven't finished my entree," Darlene complained. Raymond didn't respond. Instead he whisked Darlene's chair out from the table, forcing her to her feet. The more he thought about Dr. Levitz, the more he thought the man could be the savior. As the personal physician of a number of competing New York crime families, Levitz knew people who could do the impossible. Chapter 1. March 4, 1997, 7:25 a.m. New York City. Jack Stapleton bent over and put more muscle into his pedaling as he sprinted the last block heading east along 30th Street. About 50 yards from First Avenue he sat up and coasted no hands before beginning to brake. The upcoming traffic light was not in his favor, and even Jack wasn't crazy enough to sail out into the mix of cars, buses, and trucks racing uptown. The weather had warmed considerably, and the 5 inches of slush that had fallen 2 days previously was gone, save for a few dirty piles between parked cars. Jack was pleased the roads were clear, since he'd not been able to commute on his bike for several days. The bike was only 3 weeks old. It was a replacement wasn't the one that had been stolen a year previously. Originally, Jack had planned on replacing the bike immediately, but he changed his mind after a terrifyingly close encounter with death made him temporarily conservative about risk. The episode had nothing to do with bike riding in the city, but nonetheless it scared him enough to acknowledge that his riding style had been deliberately reckless. But time dimmed Jack's fears. The final prod came when he lost his watch and wallet in a subway mugging. A day later, Jack bought himself a new Cannondale mountain bike, and as far as his friends were concerned, he was up to his old tricks. In reality, he was no longer tempting fate by squeezing between speeding delivery vans and parked cars. He no longer slalomed down 2nd Avenue, and for the most part he stayed out of Central Park after dark. Jack came to a stop at the corner to wait for the light, and as his foot touched down on the pavement he surveyed the scene. Almost at once he became aware of a bevy of TV vans with extended antennae parked on the east side of 1st Avenue in front of his destination, the office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York, or what some people called simply the morgue. Jack was an associate medical examiner, and he'd been in that position for almost a year and a half, so he'd seen such journalistic congestion on numerous occasions. Generally it meant that there had been a death of a celebrity, or at least someone made momentarily famous by the media. If it wasn't a single death, then it was a mass disaster like an airplane crash or a train wreck. For reasons both personal and public, Jack hoped it was the former. With a green light, Jack pedaled across 1st Avenue and entered the morgue through the receiving dock on 30th Street. He parked his bike in his usual location near the Hart Island coffins used for the unclaimed dead, and took the elevator up to the 1st floor. It was immediately apparent to Jack that the place was in a minor uproar. Several of the day secretaries were busily manning the phones in the communications room. They normally didn't arrive until 8. Their consoles were awash with blinking red lights. Even Sergeant Murphy's cubicle was open and the overhead light was on, and his usual modus operandi was to arrive sometime after 9. With curiosity mounting, Jack entered the idea room and headed directly for the coffee pot. Vinny Amendola, one of the mortuary techs, was hiding behind his newspaper as per usual, but that was the only normal circumstance for that time of the morning. Generally Jack was the first pathologist to arrive, but on this particular day the deputy chief, Dr. Calvin Washington, Dr. Laurie Montgomery, and Dr. Chip McGovern were already there. The three were involved in a deep discussion along with Sergeant Murphy and, to Jack's surprise, Detective Lieutenant Lou Soldano from Homicide. Lou was a frequent visitor to the morgue, but certainly not at 7:30 in the morning. On top of that, he looked like he'd never been to bed, or if he had, he'd slept in his clothes. Jack helped himself to coffee. No one acknowledged his arrival. After adding a dollop of half and half as well as a cube of sugar to his cup, Jack wandered to the door to the lobby. He glanced out, and as he'd expected, the area was filled to overflowing with media people talking among themselves and drinking takeout coffee. What he didn't expect was that many were also smoking cigarettes. Since smoking was strictly taboo, Jack told Vinny to go out there and inform them. "You're closer," Vinny said, without looking up from his newspaper. Jack rolled his eyes at Vinny's lack of respect, but had to admit Vinny was right. So Jack walked over to the locked glass door and opened it. Before he could call out his no-smoking pronouncement, he was literally mobbed. Jack had to push the microphones away that were thrust into his face. The simultaneous questions precluded any real comprehension of what the questions were other than about an anticipated autopsy. Jack shouted at the top of his lungs that there was no smoking, then had to literally peel hands off his arm before he was able to get the door closed. On the other side, the reporters surged forward, pressing colleagues roughly against the glass like tomatoes in a jar of preserves. Disgusted, Jack returned to the idea room. "Will someone clue me into what's going on?" he called out. Everyone turned in Jack's direction, but Laurie was the first to respond. "You haven't heard?" "Now, would I be asking if I'd heard?" Jack said. "It's been all over the TV for Christ's sake," Calvin snapped. "Jack doesn't own a TV," Laurie said. "His neighborhood won't allow it." "Where do you live, son?" Sergeant Murphy asked. "I've never heard of neighbors not allowing each other to have a television." The aging, red-faced, Irish policeman had the pronounced paternal streak. He'd been assigned to the medical examiner's office for more years than he was willing to admit, and thought of all the employees as family. "He lives in Harlem," Chet said. "Actually, his neighbors would love him to get a set, so they could permanently borrow it." "Enough, you guys," Jack said. Fill me in on the excitement. A mafia don was gunned down yesterday late afternoon, Calvin's booming voice announced. It's stirred up a hornet's nest of trouble since he'd agreed to cooperate with the DA's office and was under police protection. He was no mafia don, Lou Soldano said. He was nothing but a mid-level functionary of the Vaquero crime family. Whatever, Calvin said with a wave of his hand. The key point is that he was whacked, while literally boxed in by a number of New York's finest, which doesn't say much about their ability to protect someone in their charge. He was warned not to go to that restaurant, Lou protested. I know that for a fact. And it's almost impossible to protect someone if the individual refuses to follow suggestions. Any chance he could have been killed by the police? Jack asked. One of the roles of a medical examiner was to think of all angles, especially when situations of custody were concerned. He wasn't under arrest, Lou said, guessing what was going through Jack's mind. He'd been arrested and indicted, but he was out on bail. So what's the big deal? Jack asked. The big deal is that the mayor, the district attorney, and the police commissioner are all under a lot of heat, Calvin said. Amen, Lou said. Particularly the police commissioner. That's why I am here. It's turning into one of those public relations nightmares that the media loves to blow way out of proportion. We've got to apprehend the perpetrator or perpetrators as soon as possible, otherwise heads are going to roll. And not to discourage future potential witnesses, Jack said. Yeah, that too, Lou said. I don't know, Lori, Calvin said, getting back to the discussion they'd been having before Jack's interruption. I appreciate you coming in early and offering to do this autopsy, but maybe Bingham might want to do it himself. But why? Lori complained. Look, it's a straightforward case, and I've recently done a lot of gunshot wounds. Besides, with Dr. Bingham's budget meeting this morning at City Hall, he can't be here until almost noon. By then I could have the autopsy done and whatever information I come up with will be in the hands of the police. With their time constraint, it makes the most sense. Calvin looked at Lou. Do you think 5 or 6 hours will make a difference with the investigation? It could, Lou admitted. Hell, the sooner the autopsy is done the better. I mean, just knowing if we're looking for 1 or 2 people will be a big help. Calvin sighed. I hate this kind of decision. He shifted his massive 250-pound muscular bulk from one foot to the other. Trouble is, half the time I can't anticipate Bingham's reaction. But what the hell? Go for it, Lori. The case is yours. Thanks, Calvin, Lori said gleefully. She snatched up the folder from the table. Is it okay if Lou observes? By all means, Calvin said. Come on, Lou. Lori said. She rescued her coat from a chair and started for the door. Let's head downstairs, do a quick external exam, and have the body x-rayed. In the confusion last night it apparently wasn't done. I am right behind you, Lou said. Jack hesitated for a moment then hurried after them. He was mystified why Lori was so interested in doing the autopsy. From his perspective she would have done better to stay clear. Such politically charged cases were always hot potatoes. You couldn't win. Lori was moving quickly, and Jack didn't catch up to her, and Lou until they were beyond communications. Lori stopped abruptly to lean into Janice Jeter's office. Janice was one of the forensic investigators, also called physician's assistants or PAs. Janice ran the graveyard shift and took her job very seriously. She always stayed late. Will you be seeing Bar Arnold before you leave? Lori asked Janice. Bar Arnold was the chief of the PAs. I usually do, Janice said. She was a tiny, dark-haired woman with prominent circles under her eyes. Do me a favor, Lori said. Ask him to call CNN and get a copy of the video of Carlo Franconi's assassination. I'd like to have it as soon as possible. Will do, Janice said cheerfully. Lori and Lou continued on their way. Hey, slow down, you two, Jack said. He had to run a couple of steps to catch up to them. We've got work to do, Lori said without breaking stride. I've never seen you so eager to do an autopsy, Jack said. He and Lou flanked her as she hurried to the autopsy room. What's the attraction? A lot of things, Lori said. She reached the elevator and pressed the button. Give me an example, Jack said. I don't mean to rain on your parade, but this is a politically sensitive case. No matter what you do or say, you'll be irritating someone. I think Calvin was right. This one ought to be done by the chief. You're entitled to your opinion, Lori said. She hit the button again. The back elevator was inordinately slow, but I feel differently. With the work I've been doing on the forensics of gunshot wounds, I'm fascinated to have a case where there is a video of the event to corroborate my reconstruction of what happened. I was planning on writing a paper on gunshot wounds, and this could be the crowning case. Oh, dear, Jack moaned, raising his eyes heavenward, and her motivations were so noble. Then looking back at Lori he said, I think you should reconsider. My intuition tells me you're only going to get yourself into a bureaucratic headache, and there's still time to avoid it. All you have to do is turn around and go back and tell Calvin you've changed your mind. I'm warning you, you're taking a risk. Lori laughed. You are the last person to advise me about risk. She reached out and touched Jack on the end of his nose with her index finger. Everyone who knows you, me included, pleaded with you not to get that new bike. You're risking your life, not a headache. The elevator arrived, and Lori and Lou boarded. Jack hesitated but then squeezed through the doors just before they closed. You are not going to talk me out of this, Lori said, so save your breath. Okay, Jack said, raising his hands in mock surrender. I promise, no more advice. Now, I'm just interested in watching this story unfold. It's a paper day for me today, so if you don't mind, I'll watch. You can do more than that if you want, Lori said. You can help. I'm sensitive about horning in on Lou. His double entendre was intended. Lou laughed. Lori blushed, but the comment went unacknowledged. You implied there were other reasons for your interest in this case, Jack said. If you don't mind my asking, what are they? Lori cast a quick glance at Lou that Jack saw but couldn't interpret. Jack said, I'm getting the feeling there's something going on here that isn't any of my business. Nothing like that, Lou volunteered. It's just an unusual connection. The victim, Carlo Franconi, had taken the place of a mid-level crime hoodlum named Paulie Serino. Serino's position had become vacant after Serino was thrown in the slammer, mostly due to Lori's persistence and hard work. And yours, too, Lori added as the elevator jerked to a stop and the doors opened. Yeah, but mostly yours, Lou said. The three got off on the basement level and headed in the direction of the mortuary office. Did the Serino case involve that series of overdoses you've made reference to? Jack asked Lori. I'm afraid so, Lori said. It was awful. The experience terrified me, and the problem is some of the characters are still around, including Serino, although he's in jail. And not likely to be released for a long time, Lou added. Or so I'd like to believe, Lori said. Anyway, I'm hoping that doing the post on Franconi might provide me with some closure. I still have nightmares occasionally. They sealed her in a pine coffin to abduct her from here, Lou said. She was taken away in one of the mortuary vans. My God. Jack said to Lori. You never told me about that. I try not to think about it, Lori said. Then without missing a beat she added, you guys wait out here. Lori ducked into the mortuary office to get a copy of the list of refrigerator compartments assigned to the cases that had come in the previous night. I can't imagine getting closed in a coffin, Jack said. He shuddered. Heights were his main phobia, but tight, confining spaces came a close second. Nor can I, Lou agreed. But she was able to recover remarkably. An hour or so after being released she had the presence of mind to figure out how to save us both. That was particularly humbling, since I'd gone there to save her. Geez. Jack said with a shake of his head. Up until this minute I thought my getting handcuffed to a sink by a couple of killers who were arguing over who was going to do me in was the worst case scenario. Lori came out of the office waving a sheet of paper. Compartment 111, she said. And I was right. The body wasn't x-rayed. Lori took off like a power walker. Jack and Lou had to hustle to catch up with her. She made a beeline for the proper compartment. Once there she slipped the autopsy folder under her left arm and used her right hand to release the latch. In one smooth, practiced motion, she swung open the door and slid out the tray on its ball bearings. Lori's brow furrowed. That's odd, she remarked. The tray was empty save for a few bloodstains and hardened secretions. Lori slid the tray back in and closed the door. She rechecked the number. There'd been no mistake. It was compartment 111. After looking at the list once again, to make certain she'd not misread the number, she reopened the compartment door, shielded her eyes from the glare of the overhead lights, and peered into the depths of the dark interior. There was no doubt the compartment did not contain Carlo Franconi's remains. What the hell? Lori complained. She slammed the insulated door, and just to be sure there wasn't some stupid logistic error, she opened up all the neighboring compartments one after the other. In those which contained bodies, she checked the names and accession numbers. But it soon became obvious Carlo Franconi was not among them. "I don't believe this," Lori said with angry frustration. "The damn body is gone." A smile had appeared on Jack's face from the moment compartment 111 had proved to be empty. Now, facing Lori's exasperated frown, he couldn't help himself. He laughed heartily. Unfortunately, his laughter further piqued Lori. "I'm sorry," Jack managed. "My intuition told me this case was going to give you a bureaucratic headache. I was wrong. It's going to give the bureaucracy a headache." Chapter 2. March 4, 1997, 1:30 p.m. Cago, Equatorial Guinea. Kevin Marshall put down his pencil and looked out the window above his desk. In contrast to his inner turmoil, the weather outside was rather pleasant with the first patches of blue sky that Kevin had seen for months. The dry season had finally begun. Of course it wasn't dry, it just didn't rain nearly as much as during the wet season. The downside was that the more consistent sun made the temperature soar to oven-like levels. At the moment it hovered at 115 degrees in the shade. Kevin had not worked well that morning, nor had he slept during the night. The anxiety he'd felt the previous day at the commencement of the surgery had not abated. In fact, it had gotten worse, especially after the unexpected call from the Gensi's CEO, Taylor Cabell. Kevin had only spoken with the man on one previous occasion. Most people in the company equated the experience with talking with God. Adding to Kevin's unease was seeing another wisp of smoke snaking its way up into the sky from Isla Francesca. He'd noticed it when he'd first arrived at the lab that morning. As near as he could tell, it was coming from the same location as the day before, the sheer side of the limestone escarpment. The fact that the smoke was no longer apparent failed to comfort him. Giving up on any attempt at further work, Kevin peeled off his white lab coat and draped it over his chair. He wasn't particularly hungry, but he knew his housekeeper, Esmeralda, would have made lunch, so he felt obliged to make an appearance. Kevin descended the 3 flights of stairs in a preoccupied daze. Several co-workers passed him and said hello, but it was as if Kevin did not see them. He was too preoccupied. In the last 24 hours he'd come to realize that he would have to take action. The problem wasn't going to pass as he'd hoped it would the week previously, when he'd first glimpsed the smoke. Unfortunately, he had no idea what to do. He knew he was no hero. In fact, over the years he'd come to think of himself as a coward of sorts. He hated confrontation and avoided it. As a boy, he had even shunned competition except for chess. He'd grown up pretty much a loner. Kevin paused at the glass door to the exterior. Across the square he could see the usual coterie of Equatoguinean soldiers beneath the arches of the old town hall. They were up to their usual sedentary pursuits, aimlessly passing the time of the day. Some were sitting in old rattan furniture playing cards, others were leaning up against the building arguing with each other in strident voices. Almost all of them were smoking. Cigarettes were part of their wages. They were dressed in soiled, jungle camouflage fatigues with scuffed combat boots and red berets. All of them had automatic assault rifles either slung over their shoulders or within arm's reach. From the moment of Kevin's arrival at Cago 5 years previously, the soldiers had scared him. Cameron McIvers, head of security, who had initially shown Kevin around, told him that Gensi's had hired a good portion of the Equatoguinean army for protection. Later Cameron had admitted that the army's so-called employment was in reality an additional payoff to the government as well as to the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Territorial Administration. From Kevin's perspective, the soldiers looked more like a bunch of aimless teenagers than protectors. Their complexions were like burnished ebony. Their blank expressions and arched eyebrows gave them a look of superciliousness that reflected their boredom. Kevin always had the uncomfortable sense they were itching to have an excuse to use their weapons. Kevin pushed through the door and walked across the square. He didn't look in the direction of the soldiers, but from past experience he knew at least some of them were watching him, and it made his skin crawl. Kevin didn't know a word of Fang, the major local dialect, so he had no idea what they were saying. Once out of sight of the central square, Kevin relaxed a degree and slowed his pace. The combination of heat and 100% humidity was like a perpetual steam bath. Any activity caused a sweat. After only a few minutes, Kevin could feel his shirt beginning to adhere to his back. Kevin's house was situated a little more than halfway between the hospital lab complex and the waterfront, a distance of only 3 blocks. The town was small, but had obviously been charming in its day. The buildings had been constructed primarily of brightly colored stucco with red tile roofs. Now the colors had faded to pale pastels. The shutters were the type that hinged at the top. Most were in a terrible state of disrepair, except for the ones on the renovated buildings. The streets had been laid out in an unimaginative grid, but had been paved over the years with imported granite that had served as sailing ships' ballast. In Spanish colonial times, the town's wealth had come from agriculture, particularly cocoa and coffee production, and it had graciously supported a population of several thousand people. But the town's history changed dramatically after 1959, the year of Equatorial Guinea's independence. The new president, Macias Nguma, quickly metamorphosed from a popularly elected official to the continent's worst sadistic dictator whose atrocities managed to outclass even those of Idi Amin of Uganda and Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic. The effect on the country was apocalyptic. After 50,000 people were murdered, a third of the population of the entire country fled, including all the Spanish settlers. Most of the country's towns were decimated, particularly Congo, which had been completely abandoned. The road connecting Congo to the rest of the country fell into ruin and quickly became impassable. For a number of years, the town was fated to be a mere curiosity for the occasional visitor arriving by small motorboat from the coastal town of Akaleong. The jungle had begun to reclaim the land by the time a representative of genocide had happened upon it 7 years previously. This individual recognized Congo's isolation and its limitless surrounding rainforest as the perfect spot for Gensi's intended primate facility. Returning to Malabo, the capital of Equatorial Guinea, the Gensi's official immediately commenced negotiations with the current Equatorial government. Since the country was one of the poorest of Africa and consequently desperate for foreign exchange, the new president was eager and negotiations proceeded apace. Kevin rounded the last corner and approached his house. It was 3 stories like most of the other buildings in the town. It had been tastefully renovated by Gensi's to give it storybook appeal. In fact, it was one of the more desirable houses in the whole town and a source of envy of a number of the other Gensi's employees, particularly head of security, Cameron McIvers. Only Siegfried Spalak, manager of the zone, and Bertram Edwards, chief veterinarian, had accommodations that were equivalent. Kevin had attributed his good luck to intercession on his behalf by Dr. Raymond Leon, but he didn't know for certain. The house had been built in the mid-19th century by a successful import/exporter in traditional Spanish style. The first floor was arched and arcaded like the town hall, and had originally housed shops and storage facilities. The second floor was the main living floor with 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, a large through-and-through living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and a tiny maid's apartment. It was surrounded by a veranda on all 4 sides. The third floor was an enormous open room with wide plank flooring illuminated with 2 huge, cast-iron chandeliers. It was capable of holding 100 people with ease, and had apparently been used for mass meetings. Kevin entered and climbed the central stairway that led up to a narrow hall. From there he went into the dining room. As he expected, the table had been laid for lunch. The house was too big for Kevin, especially since he didn't have a family. He'd said as much when he'd first been shown the property, but Siegfried Spalak had told him the decision had been made in Boston, and warned Kevin not to complain. So Kevin accepted the assignment, but his co-workers' envy often made him feel uncomfortable. As if by magic, Esmeralda appeared. Kevin wondered how she did it so consistently. It was as if she were always on the lookout for his approaching the house. She was a pleasant woman of indeterminate age with rounded features and sad eyes. She dressed in a shift of brightly colored print fabric with a matching scarf wrapped tightly around her head. Besides her native tongue, she spoke fluent Spanish and passable English that improved on a daily basis. Esmeralda lived in the maids' quarters Monday through Friday. Over the weekend she stayed with her family in a village that Gensi's had constructed to the east along the banks of the estuary, to house the many local workers employed in the zone, as the area occupied by Gensi's Equatorial operation was called. She and her family had been moved there from Bata, the main city on the Equatorial mainland. The capital of the country, Malabo, was on an island called Biako. Kevin had encouraged Esmeralda to go home in the evenings during the week, if she so desired, but she declined. When Kevin persisted, she told him she'd been ordered to remain in Chicago. "There is a phone message for you," Esmeralda said. "Oh," Kevin said nervously. His pulse quickened. Phone messages were rare, and in his current state he did not need any more unexpected events. The call in the middle of the night from Taylor Cabot had been disturbing enough. "It was from Dr. Raymond Leone in New York," Esmeralda said. "He wants you to call him back." The fact that the call was from overseas did not surprise Kevin. With the satellite communications Gensize had installed in the zone, it was far easier to call Europe or the US than Bata, a mere 60 miles to the north. Calls to Malappo were almost impossible. Kevin started for the living room. The phone was on a desk in the corner. "Will you be eating lunch?" Esmeralda asked. "Yes," Kevin said. He still wasn't hungry, but he didn't want to hurt Esmeralda's feelings. Kevin sat down at his desk. With his hand on the phone he quickly calculated it was about 8 o'clock in the morning in New York. He pondered what Dr. Leone had called about, but guessed it had something to do with his brief conversation with Taylor Cabot. Kevin did not like the idea of an autopsy on Carlo Franconi, and he didn't imagine that Raymond Leone would either. Kevin had first met Raymond 6 years previously. It was during a meeting in New York of the American Association for the Advancement of Science where Kevin presented a paper. Kevin hated giving papers and rarely did, but on this occasion he'd been forced to do so by the chief of his department at Harvard. Dating back to his PhD thesis, his interest was the transposition of chromosomes, the process by which chromosomes exchanged bits and pieces to enhance species adaptation and hence evolution. This phenomenon happened particularly frequently during the generation of sex cells, a process known as meiosis. By coincidence, during the same meeting, and at the same time Kevin was scheduled to present, James Watson and Francis Crick gave an immensely popular talk on the anniversary of their discovery of the structure of DNA. Consequently, very few people came to hear Kevin. One of the attendees had been Raymond. It was after this talk that Raymond first approached Kevin. The conversation resulted in Kevin's leaving Harvard and coming to work for Gensize. With a slightly shaky hand Kevin picked up the receiver and dialed. Raymond answered on the first ring, suggesting he'd been hovering over the phone. The connection was crystal clear, as if he were in the next room. "I've got good news," Raymond said as soon as he knew it was Kevin. "There's to be no autopsy." Kevin didn't respond. His mind was a jumble. "Aren't you relieved?" Raymond asked. "I know Cabot called you last night." "I'm relieved to an extent," Kevin said. "But autopsy or no autopsy, I'm having second thoughts about this whole operation." Now it was Raymond's turn to be silent. No sooner had he solved one potential problem than another was rearing its unwelcome head. "Maybe we've made a mistake," Kevin said. "What I mean is, maybe I've made a mistake. My conscience is starting to bother me, and I'm getting a little scared. I am really a basic science person. This applied science is not my thing." "Oh, please," Raymond said irritably. "Don't complicate things. Not now. I mean, you've got that lab you've always wanted. I beat my brains out getting you every damn piece of equipment that you've asked for. And on top of that, things are going so well, especially with my recruiting. Hell, with all the stock options you're amassing, you'll be a rich man." "I've never intended on being rich," Kevin said. "Worse things could happen," Raymond said. "Come on, Kevin. Don't do this to me. And what good is being rich, when I have to be out here in the heart of darkness?" Kevin said. Unwillingly his mind conjured up the image of the manager, Siegfried Spalek. Kevin shuddered. He was terrified of the man. "It's not forever," Raymond said. "You told me yourself, you're almost there, that the system is nearly perfect. When it is, and you've trained someone to take your place, you can come back here. With your money you'll be able to build the lab of your dreams." "I've seen more smoke coming from the island," Kevin said. "Just like last week." "Forget the smoke," Raymond said. "You're letting your imagination run wild. Instead of working yourself up into a frenzy over nothing, concentrate on your work, so you can finish. If you've got some free time, start fantasizing about the lab you'll be building back here stateside." Kevin nodded. Raymond had a point. Part of Kevin's concern was that, if what he'd been involved with in Africa became common knowledge, he might never be able to go back to academia. No one would hire him, much less give him tenure. But if he had his own lab and an independent income, he wouldn't have to worry. "Listen," Raymond said. "I'll be coming to pick up the last patient when he's ready, which should be soon. We'll talk again then. Meanwhile, just remember that we're almost there, and money is pouring into our offshore coffers." "All right," Kevin said reluctantly. "Just don't do anything rash," Raymond said. "Promise me." "All right," Kevin repeated with slightly more enthusiasm. Kevin hung up the phone. Raymond was a persuasive person, and whenever Kevin spoke to him, Kevin inevitably felt better. Kevin pushed back from the desk and walked back to the dining room. Following Raymond's advice, he tried to think of where he'd build his lab. There were some strong arguments for Cambridge, Massachusetts, because of the associations Kevin had with both Harvard and MIT. But then again, maybe it would be better to be out in the countryside, like up in New Hampshire. Lunch was a whitefish that Kevin didn't recognize. When he inquired about it, Esmeralda gave him only the name in Fang, which meant nothing to Kevin. He surprised himself by eating more than he'd expected. The conversation with Raymond had had a positive effect on his appetite. The idea of having his own lab still held an inordinate appeal. After eating, Kevin changed his damp shirt for a clean, freshly ironed one. He was eager to get back to work. As he was about to descend the stairs, Esmeralda inquired when he wanted dinner. He told her 7, the usual time. While Kevin had been lunching, a leaden group of grey lavender clouds had rolled in from the ocean. By the time he emerged from his front door, it was pouring, and the street in front of his house was a cascade as the runoff raced down to the waterfront. Looking south over the Estuario del Muni, Kevin could see a line of bright sunshine as well as the arch of a complete rainbow. The weather in Gabon was still clear. Kevin was not surprised. There had been times when it had rained on one side of the street and not the other. Guessing the rain would continue for at least the next hour, Kevin skirted his house beneath the protection of the arcade and climbed into his black Toyota utility vehicle. Although it was a ridiculously short drive back to the hospital, Kevin felt it was better to ride than be wet for the rest of the afternoon. Chapter 3. March 4, 1997, 8:45 a.m. New York City. "Well, what do you want to do?" Franco Ponti asked, while looking at his boss, Vinnie Dominic, in the rearview mirror. They were in Vinnie's Lincoln Town car. Vinnie was in the back seat, leaning forward with his right hand holding onto the overhead strap. He was looking out at 126 East 64th St. Point Riet. It was a brownstone built in a French Rococo style with high-arched, multi-paned windows. The first-floor windows were heavily barred for protection. "Looks like pretty posh digs," Vinnie said. "The good doctor is doing okay for himself." "Should I park?" Franco asked. The car was in the middle of the street, and the taxi behind them was honking insistently. "Park," Vinnie said. Franco drove ahead until he came to a fire hydrant. He pulled to the curb. The taxi went past, the driver frantically giving them the finger. Angelo Faxiolo shook his head and made a disparaging comment about expatriate Russian taxi drivers. Angelo was sitting in the front passenger seat. Vinnie climbed out of the car. Franco and Angelo quickly followed suit. All three men were impeccably dressed in long, Salvatore Ferragamo overcoats and varying shades of gray. "You think the car will be okay?" Franco asked. "I anticipate this will be a short meeting," Vinnie said. "But put the Police Benevolent Association commendation on the dash. Might as well save $50. Vinnie walked back to number 126. Franco and Angelo trailed in their perpetually vigilant style. Vinnie looked at the door intercom. "It's a duplex," Vinnie said. "I guess the doctor isn't doing quite as well as I thought." Vinnie pressed the button for Dr. Raymond Leone and waited. "Hello," a feminine voice inquired. "I'm here to see the doctor," Vinnie said. "My name is Vinnie Dominic." There was a pause. Vinnie played with a bottle cap with the tip of his guxy loafer. Franco and Angelo looked up and down the street. The intercom crackled back to life. "Hello, this is Dr. Leone. Can I help you?" "I believe so," Vinnie said. "I need about 15 minutes of your time." "I'm not sure I know you, Mr. Dominic," Raymond said. "Could you tell me what this is in reference to?" "It's in reference to a favor I did for you last night," Vinnie said. The request had come through a mutual acquaintance, Dr. Daniel Levitz. There was a pause. "I trust you are still there, Doctor," Vinnie said. "Yes, of course," Raymond said. A raucous buzzing sounded. Vinnie pushed open the heavy door and entered. His minions followed. "I don't think the good doctor is terribly excited to see us," Vinnie quipped as they rode up in the small elevator. The three men were pressed together like cigars in a triple pack. Raymond met his visitors as they exited the lift. He was obviously nervous as he shook hands with all three after the introductions. He gestured for them to enter his apartment and then showed them into a small, mahogany-paneled study. "Coffee, anyone?" Raymond asked. Franco and Angelo looked at Vinny. I wouldn't turn down an espresso if it's not too much trouble, Vinny said. Franco and Angelo said they'd have the same. Raymond used his desk phone to place the order. Raymond's worst fears had materialized the moment he'd caught sight of his uninvited guests. From his perspective, they appeared like stereotypes from a grade B movie. Vinny was about 5'10", darkly complected and handsome, with full features and slicked back hair. He was obviously the boss. The other two men were both over 6 feet and gaunt. Their noses and lips were thin and their eyes were beady and deeply set. They could have been brothers. The main difference in their appearance was the condition of Angelo's skin. Raymond thought it looked like the far side of the moon. "Can I take your coats?" Raymond asked. "We don't intend on staying too long," Vinny said. "At least sit down," Raymond said. Vinny relaxed into a leather armchair. Franco and Angelo sat stiffly on a velvet-covered settee. Raymond sat behind his desk. "What can I do for you gentlemen?" Raymond said, trying to assume a confident air. "The favor we did for you last night was not easy to pull off," Vinny said. "We thought you'd like to know how it was arranged." Raymond let out a little, mirthless laugh through a weak smile. He held up his hands, as if to ward off something coming his way. "That's not necessary. I'm certain you." "We insist," Vinny interrupted. "It makes good business sense. You see, we wouldn't like you to think that we didn't make a significant effort on your behalf." "I wouldn't think that for a moment," Raymond said. "Well, just to be sure," Vinny said. "You see, getting a body out of the morgue is no easy task, since they are open for business 24 hours a day, and they have a uniformed security man on duty at all times." "This isn't necessary," Raymond said. "I'd rather not be privy to the details, but I'm very appreciative of your efforts." "Be quiet, Dr. Leone, and listen," Vinny said. He paused for a moment to organize his thoughts. "We were lucky, because Angelo here knows a kid named Vinny Amendola, who works in the morgue. This kid was beholden to Paulie Serino, a guy Angelo used to work for, but who is currently in jail. Angelo now works for me, and knowing what he knows, he was able to convince the kid to tell us exactly where Mr. Francone's remains were stored. The kid was also able to tell us some other information, so we'd have some reason to be there in the middle of the night." At that moment the expresses arrived. They were brought in by Darlene Poison, whom Raymond introduced as his assistant. As soon as the coffees were distributed, Darlene left. "Good-looking assistant," Vinny said. "She's very efficient," Raymond commented. Unconsciously, he wiped his brow. "I hope we're not making you feel uncomfortable," Vinny said. "No, not at all," Raymond said a bit too quickly. "So we got the body out okay," Vinny said. "And we disposed of it, so it is gone. But as you can understand, it was not a walk in the park. In fact, it was one big pain in the ass since we had so little time to plan it." "Well, if there is ever some favor I can do for you," Raymond commented after an uncomfortable pause in the conversation. "Thank you, Doctor," Vinny said. He polished off his espresso, like he was drinking a shot. He put the cup and saucer on the corner of the desk. "You've said exactly what I was hoping you'd say, which brings me to why I am here. Now, you probably know I'm a client just like Francone was. More important, my 11-year-old son, Vinny Jr., is also a client. In fact, he's more apt to need your services than I am. So we're facing two tuitions, as you people call it. What I'd like to propose is that I don't pay anything this year. What do you say?" Raymond's eyes dropped to his desk's surface. "What we're talking about is a favor for a favor," Vinny said. "It's only fair." Raymond cleared his throat. "I'll have to talk to the powers that be," he said. "Now, that's the first unfriendly thing you've said," Vinny added. "My information is that you are the so-called powers that be. So I find this foot-dragging insulting. I'll change my offer. I won't pay any tuition this year or next year. I hope you comprehend the direction this conversation is taking." "I understand," Raymond said. He swallowed with obvious effort. "I'll take care of it." Vinny stood up. Franco and Angelo did likewise. "That's the spirit," Vinny said. "So I'll count on your talking with Dr. Daniel Levitz and let him know about our understanding." "Of course," Raymond said. He got to his feet. "Thank you for the coffee," Vinny said. "It hit the spot. My compliments to your assistant." Raymond closed the apartment door after the hoodlums had left and leaned against it. His pulse was racing. Darlene appeared in the doorway leading to the kitchen. "Was it as bad as you feared?" she asked. "Worse," Raymond said. "They behaved perfectly in character. Now I've got to deal with petty mobsters demanding a free ride. I tell you, what else can go wrong?" Raymond pushed off the door and started toward his study. After only 2 steps he wobbled. Darlene reached out and supported his arm. "Are you okay?" she demanded. Raymond waited for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, I'm all right," he said. "Just a bit dizzy. Thanks to this Franconi flap, I didn't sleep a wink last night." "Maybe you should put off the meeting you've planned with the new prospective doctor," Darlene suggested. "I think you're right," Raymond said. "In this state, I probably couldn't convince anyone to join our group, even if they were on their way to bankruptcy court." Chapter 4. March 4, 1997, 7 p.m. New York City. Laurie finished preparing the salad greens, put a paper towel over the bowl, and slipped it into the refrigerator. Then she mixed the dressing, a simple combination of olive oil, fresh garlic, and white vinegar, with just a touch of balsamic. She put that in the refrigerator as well. Turning her attention to the lamb loin, she trimmed off the small amount of fat the butcher had left, put the meat into a marinade she'd made earlier, and then stuck it into the refrigerator with the other makings. The last chore was preparing the artichokes. It took only a moment to cut off the excess base and a few of the large, stringy leaves. Wiping her hands on the dish towel, Laurie glanced up at the wall clock. Familiar with Jack's schedule, she thought it was exactly the time to call. She used the wall phone next to the sink. As the connection went through, she could imagine Jack coming up the cluttered stairwell in his dilapidated building. Although she thought she understood why he'd originally rented his apartment, she had trouble comprehending why he stayed. The building was so depressing. On the other hand, as she glanced around at her own flat, she had to admit there wasn't a lot of difference once Jack got inside his unit, except he had almost double the space. The phone rang at the other end. Laurie counted the rings. When she got to 10, she began to doubt her familiarity with the schedule. She was about to hang up when Jack answered. "Yeah," he said unceremoniously. He was out of breath. "Tonight's your lucky night," Laurie said. "Who is this?" Jack asked. "Is that you, Laurie?" "You sound out of breath," Laurie said. "Does that mean you lost at basketball?" "No, it means I ran up 4 flights of stairs to get the phone," Jack said. "What's happening? Don't tell me you're still at work?" "Heavens, no," Laurie said. "I've been home for an hour." "So why is this my lucky night?" Jack asked. "I stopped by Griste's on the way home, and picked up the makings of your favorite dinner," Laurie said. "It's all ready to go into the broiler. All you have to do is shower and get yourself down here." "And I thought I owed you an apology for laughing at the vanishing mafioso," Jack said. "If amends are needed, it's surely from my side." "There's no atonement involved," Laurie said. "I would just enjoy your company. But there's one condition." "Oh," Jack said. "What?" "No bite tonight," Laurie said. "You have to come by cab or the deal's off." "Taxis are more dangerous than my bike," Jack complained. "No argument," Laurie said. "Take it or leave it. If and when you slide under a bus and end up on a slab in the pit, I don't want to feel responsible." Laurie felt her face flush. It was an issue she didn't even like to joke about. "Okay," Jack said agreeably. "I should be there in 35 to 40 minutes. Shall I bring some wine?" "That would be great," Laurie said. Laurie was pleased. She'd been unsure if Jack would accept the invitation. Over the previous year they had been seeing each other socially, and several months ago, Laurie had admitted to herself that she'd fallen in love with him. But Jack seemed reluctant to allow the relationship to progress to the next level of commitment. When Laurie tried to force the issue, Jack had responded by distancing himself. Feeling rejected, Laurie had responded with anger. For weeks, they only spoke on a professional basis. Over the last month their relationship had slowly improved. They were seeing each other again casually. This time Laurie realized that she had to bide her time. The problem was that at age 37 it was not easy. Laurie had always wanted to become a mother someday. With 40 fast approaching, she felt she was running out of time. With the dinner essentially prepared, Laurie went around her small one-bedroom apartment straightening up. That meant putting odd books back into their spots on the shelves, stacking medical journals neatly, and emptying Tom's litter box. Tom was her 6-and-a-half-year-old tawny tabby who was still as wild as he'd been as a kitten. Laurie straightened the klimt print that the cat always knocked askew on his daily route from the bookcase to the top of the valance over the window. Next Laurie took a quick shower, changed into a turtleneck and jeans, and put on a touch of makeup. As she did, so she glared at the crow's feet that had been developing at the corners of her eyes. She didn't feel any older than when she'd gotten out of medical school, yet there was no denying the advance of years. Jack arrived on schedule. When Lori looked through the peephole, all she could see was a bloated image of his broadly grinning face, which he had positioned a mere inch from the lens. She smiled at his antics as she undid the host of locks that secured her door. "Get in here, you clown," Lori said. "I wanted to be sure you recognized me," Jack said as he stepped past her. "My chipped, upper left incisor has become my trademark." Just as Lori was closing her door, she caught a glimpse of her neighbor, Mrs. Engler, who'd cracked her door to see who was visiting Lori. Lori glared at her. She was such a busybody. The dinner was a success. The food was perfect and the wine was okay. Jack's excuse was that the liquor store closest to his apartment specialized in jug wine, not the better stuff. During the course of the evening, Lori had to continually bite her tongue to keep the conversation away from sensitive areas. She would have loved to talk about their relationship, but she didn't dare. She sensed that some of Jack's hesitance stemmed from his extraordinary personal tragedy. 6 years previously, his wife and 2 daughters had been tragically killed in a commuter plane crash. Jack had told Lori about it after they had been dating for several months, but then refused to talk about it again. Lori sensed that this loss was the biggest stumbling block to their relationship. In a way, this belief helped her to take Jack's reluctance to commit himself less personally. Jack had no trouble keeping the conversation light. He'd had a good evening playing pickup basketball at his neighborhood playground, and was happy to talk about it. By chance he'd been teamed up with Warren, an all-around impressive African-American, who was the leader of the local gang, and by far the best player. Jack and Warren's team didn't lose all evening. "How is Warren?" Lori asked. Jack and Lori had frequently double-dated with Warren and his girlfriend, Natalie Adams. Lori hadn't seen either of them since before she and Jack had their falling out. "Warren's Warren," Jack said. He shrugged. "He's got so much potential. I've tried my best to get him to take some college courses, but he resists. He says my value system isn't his, so I've given up." "And Natalie?" "Fine, I guess," Jack said. "I haven't seen her since we all went out." "We should do it again," Lori said. "I miss seeing them." "That's an idea," Jack said evasively. There was a pause. Lori could hear Tom's purring. After eating and cleaning up, Jack moved to the couch. Lori sat across from him in her Art Deco club chair she'd purchased in the village. Lori sighed. She felt frustrated. It seemed juvenile that they couldn't talk about emotionally important issues. Jack checked his watch. "Oh," he said. He moved himself forward so that he was sitting on the very edge of the couch. "It's 11:15, Jack added. "I've got to be going. It's a school night and bed is beckoning." "More wine?" Lori asked. She held up the jug. They'd only drunk a quarter of it. "I can't," Jack said. "I've got to keep my reflexes sharp for the cab ride home." He stood up and thanked Lori for the meal. Lori put down the wine and got to her feet. "If you don't mind, I'd like to ride with you as far as the morgue." "What?" Jack questioned. He scrunched up his face in disbelief. "You're not going to work at this hour? I mean, you're not even on call." "I just want to question the night mortuary tech and security," Lori said as she went to the hall closet for their coats. "What on earth for?" Jack asked. "I want to figure out how Franconi's body disappeared," Lori said. She handed Jack his bomber jacket. "I talked to the evening crew when they came on this afternoon." "And what did they tell you?" "Not a whole bunch," Lori said. "The body came in around 8:45 with an entourage of police and media. Apparently it was a circus. I guess that's why the X-ray was overlooked. Identification was made by the mother, a very emotional scene by all reports. By 10:45 the body was placed in the fridge in compartment 111. So I think it's pretty clear the abduction occurred during the night shift from 11 to 7. Why are you worrying yourself about this?" Jack said. "This is the front office's problem." Lori pulled on her coat and got her keys. "Let's just say that I've taken a personal interest in the case." Jack rolled his eyes as they exited into the hall. "Lori," he intoned, "you're going to get yourself in trouble over this. Mark my word." Lori pushed the elevator button then glared at Mrs. Engler, who'd cracked her door as usual. "That woman drives me crazy," Lori said as they boarded the elevator. "You're not listening to me," Jack said. "I'm listening," Lori said. "But I'm still going to look into this. Between this stun and my run-in with Franconi's predecessor, it irks me that these two big mobsters think they can do whatever they please. They think laws are for other people. Paulie Serino, the man Lou mentioned this morning, had people killed so that he didn't have to wait too long to have corneal transplants. That gives you an idea of their ethics. I don't like the idea that they think they can just come into a morgue and walk off with the body of a man they just killed." They emerged onto 19th Street and walked toward First Avenue. Lori put up her collar. There was a breeze off the East River, and it was only in the 20s. "What makes you think the mobsters are behind this?" Jack asked. "You don't have to be a rocket scientist to assume as much," Lori said. She put up her hand as a cab approached, but it zoomed past without slowing. "Franconi was going to testify as part of a plea bargain. The higher-ups of the PrivateCare organization got angry, or scared, or both. It's an old story. So they killed him," Jack said. "Why take the body?" Lori shrugged. "I'm not going to pretend I can put my mind into a mobsters," she said. "I don't know why they wanted the body. Maybe to deny him a proper burial. Maybe they're afraid an autopsy would provide a clue to the killer's identity. Hell, I don't know. But ultimately it doesn't matter why." "I have a sense the backwood why might be important," Jack said. "I think by getting involved you'll be skating on thin ice." "Maybe so," Lori said. She shrugged again. "I get caught up in things like this. I suppose part of the problem is that at the moment my main focus in life is my job." "Here comes a free cab," Jack said, deliberately avoiding having to respond to Lori's last comment. He sensed the implications, and was reluctant to get drawn into a more personal discussion. It was a short cab ride down to the corner of First Avenue and 30th Street. Lori climbed out, and was surprised when Jack did the same. "You don't have to come," Lori said. "I know," Jack said, "but I'm coming anyway. In case you haven't guessed, you have me concerned." Jack leaned back inside the cab and paid the driver. Lori was still insisting that Jack's presence was not needed as they walked between the health and hospital's mortuary vans. They entered the morgue through the 30th Street entrance. "I thought you told me your bed was beckoning." "It can wait," Jack said. "After Lou's story about your getting carted out of here nailed in a coffin, I think I should tag along." "That was a totally different situation," Lori said. "Oh, yet?" Jack questioned. "It involved mobsters just like now." Lori was about to protest further when Jack's comment struck a chord. She had to admit there were parallels. The first person they came to was the night security man sitting in his cubbyhole office. Carl Novick was an elderly, affable gray-haired man who appeared to have shrunk inside his uniform, that was at least 2 sizes too big. He was playing solitaire, but looked up when Lori and Jack passed by his window, and stopped in his open doorway. "Can I help you?" Carl asked. Then he recognized Lori, and apologized for not having done so sooner. Lori asked him if he'd been informed of Franconi's body's disappearance. "By all means," Carl said. "I got called at home by Robert Harper, head of security. He was up in arms about it, and asked me all sorts of questions." It didn't take Lori long to learn that Carl had little light to shed on the mystery. He insisted that nothing out of the ordinary happened. Bodies had come in, and bodies had gone out, just the way they did every night of the year. He admitted having left his post twice during his shift to visit the men's room. He emphasized that on both occasions, he'd only been gone for a few minutes, and that each time he'd informed the night mortuary tech, Mike Pisano. "What about meals?" Lori asked. Carl pulled open a file drawer of his metal desk, and lifted out an insulated lunchbox. "I eat right here." Lori thanked him and moved on. Jack followed. "The place certainly looks different at night," Jack commented as they passed the wide hall that led down to the refrigerators and the autopsy room. "It's a bit sinister without the usual daytime hubbub," Lori admitted. They looked into the mortuary office, and found Mike Pisano busy with some receiving forms. A body had recently been brought in that had been fished out of the ocean by the Coast Guard. He looked up when he sensed company. Mike was in his early 30s, spoke with a strong Long Island accent, and looked decidedly Southern Italian. He was slight of build with sharply defined facial features. He had dark hair, dark skin, and dark eyes. Neither Lori nor Jack had worked with him, although they had met him on multiple occasions. "Did you docs come in to see the floater?" Mike asked. "No," Jack said. "Is there a problem?" No problem, Mike said. It's just in bad shape. We've come to talk about last night, Lori said. What about it? Mike asked. Lori posed the same questions she put to Carl. To her surprise, Mike quickly became irritated. She was about to say as much when Jack tugged on her arm and motioned for her to retreat to the hall. Ease off, Jack recommended when they were beyond earshot. Ease off from what? Lori asked. I'm not being confrontational. I agree, Jack said. I know I'm the last person to be an expert in office politics or interpersonal relations, but Mike sounds defensive to me. If you want to get any information out of him, I think you have to take that into consideration and tread lightly. Lori thought for a minute then nodded. Maybe you're right. They returned to the mortuary office, but before Lori could say anything, Mike said, in case you didn't know, Dr. Washington telephoned this morning and woke me up about all this. He read me the riot act, but I did my normal job last night, and I certainly didn't have anything to do with that body disappearing. I'm sorry if I implied that you did, Lori said. All I'm saying is that I believe the body disappeared during your shift. That's not saying you are responsible in any way. It sorta sounds that way, Mike said. I mean, I'm the only one here besides security and the janitors. Did anything happen out of the ordinary? Lori asked. Mike shook his head. It was a quiet night. We had 2 bodies come in and 2 go out. What about the bodies that arrived? Lori asked. Did they come in with our people? Yup, with our vans, Mike said. Jeff Cooper and Peter Molyneux. Both bodies were from local hospitals. What about the 2 bodies that went out? Lori asked. What about them? Well, who was it that came to pick them up? Mike grabbed the mortuary logbook from the corner of his desk and cracked it open. His index finger traced down the column then stopped. Spoleto Funeral Home in Ozone Park and Dixon Funeral Home in Summit, New Jersey. What were the names of the deceased? Lori asked. Mike consulted the book. Frank Gleason and Dorothy Klein. Their accession numbers are 100,385 and 101,455. Anything else? Were you expecting these particular funeral homes to come? Lori asked. Yeah, of course, Mike said. They called beforehand just like always. So you had everything ready for them? Sure, Mike said. I had the paperwork all done. They just had to sign off. And the bodies? Lori asked. They were in the walk-in cooler as usual, Mike said. Right in the front on gurneys. Lori looked at Jack. Can you think of anything else to ask? Jack shrugged. I think you've pretty well covered the bases, except when Mike was off the floor. Good point. Lori said. Turning back to Mike she said, Carl told us that when he left for the men's room twice last night, he contacted you. Do you contact Carl whenever you need to leave your post? Always, Mike said. We're often the only ones down here. We have to have someone guarding the door. Were you away from the office very long last night? Lori asked. No, Mike said. No more than usual. Couple of times to the head and a half hour for lunch up on the 2nd floor. I'm telling you, it was a normal night. What about the janitors? Lori asked. Were they around? Not during my shift, Mike said. Generally they clean down here evenings. The night shift is upstairs, unless there is something out of the ordinary going on. Lori tried to think of additional questions but couldn't. Thanks, Mike, she said. No problem, Mike said. Lori started for the door but stopped. Turning around she asked, by any chance did you happen to see Franconi's body? Mike hesitated a second before admitting that he had. What was the circumstance? Lori asked. When I get to work Marvin, the evening tech, usually briefs me about what's going on. He was kind of psyched about the Franconi situation because of all the police and the way the family carried on. Anyway, he showed me the body. When you saw it, was it in compartment 111? Yup. Tell me, Mike, Lori said. If you had to guess, how do you think the body disappeared? I don't have the foggiest idea, Mike said. Unless he walked out of here. He laughed, then seemed embarrassed. I don't mean to joke around. I'm as confused as everybody else. All I know is only 2 bodies went out of here last night, and they were the 2 I checked out. And you never looked at Franconi again after Marvin showed him to you? Of course not, Mike said. Why would I? No reason, Lori said. Do you happen to know where the van drivers are? Upstairs in the lunchroom, Mike said. That's where they always are. Lori and Jack took the elevator. As they were riding up, Lori noticed Jack's eyelids were drooping. "You look tired," Lori commented. "No surprise I am," Jack said. "Why don't you go home?" Lori said. "I've stuck it out this far," Jack said. "I think I'll see it to the bitter end." The bright fluorescent lighting of the lunchroom made both Lori and Jack squint. They found Jeff and Pete at a table next to the vending machines, poring over newspapers, while snacking on potato chips. They were dressed in rumpled blue coveralls with Health and Hospital Corporation patches on their upper arms. Both had ponytails. Lori introduced herself, explained about her interest in the missing body, and asked if there was anything unique about the previous night, particularly about the two bodies they'd brought in. Jeff and Pete exchanged a look, then Pete responded. "Mine was a mess," Pete said. "I don't mean the bodies themselves," Lori said. "I'm wondering if there was anything unusual about the process. Did you see anyone in the morgue you didn't recognize? Did anything out of the ordinary happen?" Pete glanced again at Jeff, then shook his head. "Nope, it was just like usual." "Do you remember what compartment you put your body into?" Lori asked. Pete scratched the top of his head. "Not really," he said. "Was it near to 111? Lori asked. Pete shook his head. "No, it was around the other side. Something like 55. I don't remember exactly, but it's written downstairs." Lori turned to Jeff. "My body went into 28, Jeff said. "I remembered because that's how old I am." "Did either of you see Franconi's body?" Lori asked. The two drivers again exchanged glances. Jeff spoke. "Yeah, we did." "What time?" "Around now," Jeff said. "What was the circumstance?" Lori said. "You guys don't normally see bodies that you don't transport. After Mike told us about it, we wanted to look, because of all the excitement, but we didn't touch anything." "It was only for a second," Pete added. "We just opened the door and looked in." "Were you with Mike?" Lori asked. "No," Pete said. "He just told us which compartment." "Has Dr. Washington talked to you about last night?" Lori asked. "Yeah, and Mr. Harper, too," Jeff said. "Did you tell Dr. Washington about looking at the body?" Lori asked. "No," Jeff said. "Why not?" Lori asked. "He didn't ask," Jeff said. "I guess we know we're really not supposed to do it. I mean, we don't usually, but, as I said, with all the commotion, we were curious." "Maybe you should tell Dr. Washington," Lori suggested, "just so he has all the facts." Lori turned around and headed back to the elevator. Jack dutifully followed. "What do you think?" Lori asked. "It's getting harder and harder for me to think the closer it gets to midnight," Jack said. "But I wouldn't make anything of those two peeking at the body." "But Mike didn't mention it," Lori said. "True," Jack said. "But they all know they were bending the rules. It's human nature in such a situation not to be completely forthcoming." "Maybe so," Lori said with a sigh. "Where to now?" Jack asked as they boarded the elevator. "I am running out of ideas," Lori said. "Thank God," Jack said. "Don't you think I should ask Mike why he didn't tell us about the van drivers looking at Franconi?" Lori asked. "You could, but I think you're just spinning your wheels," Jack said. "Truly, I can't imagine it was anything but harmless curiosity." "Then let's call it a night," Lori said. "Bed is sounding good to me, too." Chapter 5. March 5th. 1997, 10:15 a.m. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Kevin replaced the tissue culture flasks in the incubator and closed the door. He'd been working since before dawn. His current quest was to find the transponase to handle a minor histocompatibility gene on the Y chromosome. It had been eluding him for over a month despite his use of the technique that had resulted in his finding and isolating the transponases associated with the short arm of chromosome 6. Kevin's usual schedule was to arrive at the lab around 8:30, but that morning he'd awakened at 4 a.m. and had not been able to fall back to sleep. After tossing and turning for 3/4 of an hour, he decided he might as well use the time for a good purpose. He'd arrived at his lab at 5 a.m., while it was still pitch dark. What was troubling Kevin's sleep was his conscience. The nagging notion that he'd made a Promethean mistake resurfaced with a vengeance. Although Dr. Leone's mention of building his own lab had dissuaded him at the time, it didn't last. Lab of his dreams or no, he couldn't deny the horror he feared was evolving on Isla Francesca. Kevin's feelings had nothing to do with seeing more smoke. He hadn't, but as dawn broke, he He also consciously avoided looking out the window, much less in the direction of the island. Kevin realized he couldn't go on like this. He decided that the most rational course of action would be to find out if his fears were justified. The best way to do it, he surmised, was to approach someone close to the situation who might be able to shed some light on Kevin's area of concern. But Kevin didn't feel comfortable talking with many people in the zone. He'd never been very social, especially in Chicago, where he was the sole academician. But there was one working in the zone with whom he felt slightly more comfortable, mainly because he admired his work, Bertram Edwards, the chief veterinarian. Impulsively, Kevin removed his lab coat, draped it over his chair, and headed out of his office. Descending to the first floor, he exited into the steamy heat of the parking area north of the hospital. The morning weather was clear, with white, puffy cumuli clouds overhead. There were some dark rain clouds looming, but they were out over the ocean in a clump along the western horizon. If they brought rain, it wouldn't be before the afternoon. Kevin climbed into his Toyota four-wheel drive and turned right out of the hospital parking lot. Traversing the north side of the town square, he passed the old Catholic church. Jen Size had renovated the building to function as the recreational center. On Friday and Saturday nights they showed movies. Monday nights they had bingo. In the basement was a commissary serving American hamburgers. Bertram Edwards' office was at the veterinary center that was part of the far larger animal unit. The entire complex was bigger than Chicago itself. It was situated north of the town in a dense equatorial rainforest and separated from the town by a stretch of virgin jungle. Kevin's route took him east as far as the motor pool facility, where he turned north. The traffic, which was considerable for such a remote spot, reflected the difficult logistics of running an operation the size of the zone. Everything from toilet paper to centrifuge tubes had to be imported, which necessitated moving a lot of goods. Most supplies came by truck from Bata, where there was a crude deep water port and an airport capable of handling large jet aircraft. The Estuario del Muni, with access to Libreville, Gabon, was only served by motorized canoes. At the edge of town, the granite cobblestone street gave way to newly laid asphalt. Kevin let out a sigh of relief. The sound and the vibration that came up the steering column from the cobblestones was intense. After 15 minutes of driving through a canyon of dark green vegetation, Kevin could see the first buildings of the state-of-the-art animal complex. They were constructed of prestressed concrete and cinder block that was stuccoed and painted white. The design had a Spanish flair to complement the colonial architecture of the town. The enormous main building looked more like an airport terminal than a private housing facility. Its front facade was 3 stories tall and perhaps 500 feet long. From the back of the structure projected multiple wings that literally disappeared into the canopy of vegetation. Several smaller buildings faced the main one. Kevin wasn't sure of their purpose, except for 2 buildings in the center. One housed the complex's contingent of Equatoguinean soldiers. Just like their comrades in the town square, these soldiers were aimlessly sprawled about with their rifles, cigarettes, and Cameroonian beer. The other building was the headquarters of a group that Kevin found even more disturbing than the teenage soldiers. These were Moroccan mercenaries who were part of the Equatoguinean Presidential Guard. The local president didn't trust his own army. These foreign special forces commandos dressed in inappropriate and ill-fitting dark suits and ties, with obvious bulges from their shoulder holsters. Every one of them had dark skin, piercing eyes, and a heavy mustache. Unlike the soldiers, they were rarely seen, but their presence was felt like a sinister evil force. The sheer size of the Gen-sized animal center was a tribute to its success. Recognizing the difficulties attached to primate biomedical research, Gen-size had sited their facility in equatorial Africa, where the animals were indigenous. This move cleverly sidestepped the industrialized West's inconvenient web of import/export restrictions associated with primates, as well as the disruptive influence of animal rights zealots. As an added incentive, the foreign exchange-starved local government and its venal leaders were inordinately receptive to all a company like Gen-size had to offer. Obstructive laws were conveniently overlooked or abolished. The legislature was so accommodating that had even passed a law making interference with gen size a capital offense. The operation proved to be extraordinarily successful so quickly that gen size expanded it to serve as a convenient spot for other biotechnology companies, especially pharmaceutical giants, to outsource their primate testing. The growth shocked the gen size economic forecasters. From every point of view, the zone was an impressive financial success. Kevin parked next to another four-wheel drive vehicle. He knew it was Dr. Edwards's from the bumper sticker that said, "Man is an ape." He pushed through the double doors with veterinary center stenciled on the glass. Dr. Edwards's office and examining rooms were just inside the door. Martha Bloomer greeted him. "Drive Edwards is in the chimpanzee wing," she said. Martha was the veterinary secretary. Her husband was one of the supervisors at the motor pool. Kevin set off for the chimpanzee wing. It was one of the few areas in the building he was at all acquainted with. He went through a second pair of double doors and walked the length of the central corridor of the veterinary hospital. The facility looked like a regular hospital, down to its employees who were all dressed in surgical scrubs, many with stethoscopes draped over their necks. A few people nodded, others smiled, and some said hello to Kevin. He returned the greetings self-consciously. He didn't know any of these people by name. Another pair of double doors brought him into the main part of the building that housed the primates. The air had a slightly feral odor. Intermittent shrieks and howls reverberated in the corridor. Through doors with windows of wire-embedded glass, Kevin caught glimpses of large cages where monkeys were incarcerated. Outside the cages were men in coveralls and rubber boots, pulling hoses. The chimpanzee wing was one of the L's that extended from the back of the building into the forest. It too was 3 stories tall. Kevin entered on the first floor. Immediately the sounds changed. Now there was as much hooting as shrieking. Cracking a door off the central corridor, Kevin got the attention of one of the workers in the coveralls. He asked about Dr. Edwards and was told the vet was in the bonobo unit. Kevin found the stairwell and climbed to the second floor. He thought it was a coincidence that Dr. Edwards happened to be in the bonobo unit just when Kevin was looking for him. It was through bonobos that Kevin and Dr. Edwards had met. 6 years ago Kevin had never heard of a bonobo, but that changed rapidly when bonobos were selected as the subjects for his gen size project. He now knew they were exceptional creatures. They were cousins of chimpanzees, but had lived in isolation in a 25,000 square mile patch of virginal jungle in central Zaire for 1.5 million years. In contrast to chimps, bonobo society was matriarchal with less male aggression. Hence, the bonobos were able to live in larger groups. Some people called them pygmy chimpanzees, but the name was a misnomer because some bonobos were actually larger than some chimpanzees, and they were a distinct species. Kevin found Dr. Edwards in front of a relatively small acclimatization cage. He was reaching through the bars making tentative contact with an adult female bonobo. Another female bonobo was sitting against the back wall of the cage. Her eyes were nervously darting around her new accommodations. Kevin could sense her terror. Dr. Edwards was hooting softly in imitation of one of the many bonobo and chimpanzee sounds of communication. He was a relatively tall man, a good 3 or 4 inches over Kevin's 5'10". His hair was a shocking white which contrasted dramatically with his almost black eyebrows and eyelashes. The sharply demarcated eyebrows combined with the habit of wrinkling his forehead gave him a perpetually surprised look. Kevin watched for a moment. Dr. Edwards's obvious rapport with the animals had been something Kevin had appreciated from their first meeting. Kevin sensed it was an intuitive talent, and not something learned, and it always impressed him. "Excuse me," Kevin said finally. Dr. Edwards jumped, as if he'd been frightened. Even the bonobo shrieked, and fled to the back of the cage. "I'm terribly sorry," Kevin said. Dr. Edwards smiled, and put a hand to his chest. "No need to be sorry. I was just so intent I didn't hear you approach." "I certainly didn't mean to frighten you, Dr. Edwards," Kevin began, "but Kevin, please. If I've told you once, I've told you a dozen times. My name is Bertram. I mean, we've known each other for 5 years. Don't you think first names are more appropriate?" "Of course," Kevin said. "It's serendipitous you should come," Bertram said. "Meet our 2 newest breeding females." Bertram gestured toward the two apes who'd inched away from the back wall. Kevin's arrival had frightened them, but they were now curious. Kevin gazed in at the dramatically anthropomorphic faces of the two primates. Bonobos' faces were less prognathous than their cousins, the chimpanzees, and hence considerably more human. Kevin always found looking into bonobos' eyes disconcerting. Healthy-appearing animals, Kevin commented, not knowing how else to respond. They were just trucked in from Zaire this morning, Bertram said. It's about 1,000 miles as the crow flies, but by the circuitous route they had to take to get across the borders of the Congo and Gabon, they probably traveled 3 times that. That's the equivalent of driving across the U.S., Kevin said. In terms of distance, Bertram agreed. But here they probably didn't see more than short stretches of pavement. It's an arduous trip, no matter how you look at it. They look like they are in good shape, Kevin said. He wondered how he'd appear if he'd made the journey jammed into wooden boxes and hidden in the back of a truck. By this time I've got the drivers pretty well trained, Bertram said. They treat them better than they treat their own wives. They know if the apes die, they don't get paid. It's a pretty good incentive. With our demand going up they'll be put to good use, Kevin said. You'd better believe it, Bertram said. These two are already spoken for, as you know. If they pass all the tests, which I'm certain they will, we'll be over to your lab in the next couple of days. I want to watch again. I think you are a genius. And Melanie, well, I've never seen such hand-eye coordination, even if you include the eye surgeon I used to know back in the States. Kevin blushed at the reference to himself. Melanie is quite talented, he said to deflect the conversation. Melanie Beckett was a reproductive technologist. Jen Size had recruited her mainly for Kevin's project. She's good, Bertram said. But the few of us lucky enough to be associated with your project know that you are the hero. Bertram looked up and down the space between the wall of the corridor and the cages, to make sure that none of the coverall-clad workers were in earshot. You know, when I signed on to come over here I thought my wife and I would do well, Bertram said. Money-wise I thought it would be as lucrative as going to Saudi Arabia, but we're doing better than I'd ever dreamed. Through your project and the stock options that come along with it, we're going to get rich. Just yesterday I heard from Melanie that we have 2 more clients from New York City. That will put us over 100. I hadn't heard about the 2 additional clients, Kevin said. No, well it's true, Bertram said. Melanie told me last night, when I bumped into her at the rec center. She said she spoke with Raymond Leone. I'm glad she informed me, so I could send the drivers back to Zaire for another shipment. All I can say is that I hope our pygmy colleagues in Lamako can keep up their end of the bargain. Kevin looked back into the cage at the 2 females. They returned to stare with pleading expressions that melted Kevin's heart. He wished he could tell them that they had nothing to fear. All that would happen to them was that they would become pregnant within a month. During their pregnancies they'd be kept indoors and would be treated to special, nutritious diets. After their babies were born, they'd be put in the enormous bonobo outdoor enclosure to rear the infants. When the youngsters reached age 3 the cycle would be repeated. They sure are human looking, Bertram said, interrupting Kevin's musing. Sometimes you can't help but wonder what they are thinking. Or worry what their offspring are capable of thinking, Kevin said. Bertram glanced at Kevin. His black eyebrows arched more than usual. I don't follow, he said. Listen, Bertram, Kevin said. I came over here specifically to talk to you about the project. How marvelously convenient, Bertram said. I was going to call you today and have you come over to see the progress we've made. And here you are. Come on. Bertram pulled open the nearest door to the corridor, motioned for Kevin to follow, and set out with long strides. Kevin had to hurry to catch up progress. Kevin questioned. Although he admired Bertram, the man's tendency toward manic behavior was disconcerting. Under the best of circumstances Kevin would have had trouble discussing what was on his mind. Just broaching the issue was difficult, and Bertram was not helping. In fact, he was making it impossible. You betcha progress, Bertram said enthusiastically. We solved the technical problems with the grid on the island. It's online now, as you'll see. We can locate any individual animal with the push of a button. It's just in time, I might add. With 12 square miles and almost 100 individuals, it was fast becoming impossible with the handheld trackers. Part of the problem is that we didn't anticipate the creatures would split into 2 separate sociological groups. We were counting on there being one big happy family. Bertram, Kevin said between breaths, marshalling his courage. I wanted to talk to you, because I've been anxious. It's no wonder, Bertram said as Kevin paused. I'd be anxious too, if I put in the hours that you put in without any form of relaxation or release. Hell, sometimes I see the light in your lab as late as midnight when the wife and I come out of the rec center after a movie. We've even commented on it. We've invited you to dinner at our house on several occasions, to draw you out a little. How come you never come? Kevin groaned inwardly. This was not the conversation he wanted to get into. All right, you don't have to answer, Bertram said. I don't want to add to your anxiety. We'd enjoy having you over, so if you change your mind, give us a call. But what about the gym or the rec center or even the pool? I've never seen you in any of those places. Being stuck here in this hothouse part of Africa is bad enough, but making yourself a prisoner of your lab or house just makes it worse. I'm sure you are right, Kevin said. But of course I'm right, Bertram said. But there is another side to this that I should warn you about. People are talking. What do you mean? Kevin asked. Talking about what? People are saying that you're aloof because you think you are superior, Bertram said. You know, the academician with all his fancy degrees from Harvard and MIT. It's easy for people to misinterpret your behavior, especially if they are envious. Why would anybody be envious of me? Kevin asked. He was shocked. Very easy, Bertram said. You obviously get special treatment from the Home Office. You get a new car every 2 years, and your quarters are as good as Siegfried's Palace, the manager for the entire operation. That's bound to raise some eyebrows, particularly from people like Cameron McIvers, who was stupid enough to bring his whole damn family out here. Plus you got that NMR machine. The hospital administrator and I have been lobbying for an MRI since day one. I tried to talk them out of giving me the house, Kevin said. I said it was too big. Hey, you don't have to defend your perks to me, Bertram said. I understand because I'm privy to your project, but very few other people are, and some of them aren't happy. Even Spalak doesn't quite understand, although he definitely likes participating in the bonus your project has brought those of us who are lucky enough to be associated. Before Kevin could respond, Bertram was stopped for a series of corridor consultations. He and Bertram had been traversing the veterinary hospital. Kevin used the interruption to ponder Bertram's comments. Kevin had always thought of himself as being rather invisible. The idea that he'd engendered animosities was hard to comprehend. Sorry, Bertram offered after the final consult. He pushed through the last of the double doors. Kevin followed, passing his secretary, Martha. He picked up a small stack of phone messages. He leafed through them as he waved Kevin into his inner office. He closed his door. You're going to love this, Bertram said, tossing the messages aside. He sat down in front of his computer and showed Kevin how to bring up a graphic of Isla Francesca. It was divided into a grid. Now give me the number of whatever creature you want to locate. Mine, Kevin said. Number 1. Coming up, Bertram said. He entered the information and clicked. Suddenly a red blinking light appeared on the map of the island. It was north of the limestone escarpment, but south of the stream that had been humorously dubbed Rio Diviso. The stream bisected a 6 by 2 mile island lengthwise, flowing east to west. In the center of the island was a pond they'd called Lago Hippo for obvious reasons. Pretty slick, Bertram said proudly. Kevin was captivated. It wasn't so much by the technology, although that interested him. It was more because the red light was blinking exactly where he would have imagined the smoke to have been coming from. Bertram got up and pulled open a file drawer. It was filled with small handheld electronic devices that looked like miniature notepads with small LCD screens. An extendable antenna protruded from each. These work in a similar fashion, Bertram said. He handed one to Kevin. We call them locators. Of course, they are portable and can be taken into the field. It makes retrieval a snap compared to the struggles we had initially. Kevin played with the keyboard. With Bertram's help, he soon had the island graphic with the red blinking light displayed. Bertram showed how to go from successive maps with smaller and smaller scales until the entire screen represented a square 50 feet by 50 feet. Once you are that close, you use this, Bertram said. He handed Kevin an instrument that looked like a flashlight with a keypad. On this you type in the same information. What it does is function as a directional beacon. It pings louder the closer it comes to pointing at the animal you're looking for. When there is a clear visual sighting, it emits a continuous sound. Then all you have to do is use the dart gun. How does this tracking system operate? Kevin asked. Having been immersed in the biomolecular aspects of the project, he'd not paid any attention to the logistics. He'd toured the island 5 years previously at the commencement of the venture, but that had been it. He'd never inquired about the nuts and bolts of everyday operation. "It's a satellite system," Bertram said. "I don't pretend to know the details. Of course, each animal has a small microchip with a long-lasting nickel-cadmium battery embedded just under the derma. The afferent signal from the microchip is minuscule, but it's picked up by the grid, magnified, and transmitted by microwave." Kevin started to give the devices back to Bertram, but Bertram waved them away. "Keep them," he said. "We've got plenty of others." "But I don't need them," Kevin protested. "Come on, Kevin," Bertram chided playfully, while thumping Kevin on the back. The blow was hard enough to knock Kevin forward. "Loosen up, you're much too serious." Bertram sat at his desk, picked up his phone messages, and absently began to arrange them in order of importance. Kevin glanced at the electronic devices in his hands, and wondered what he'd do with them. They were obviously costly instruments. "What was it about your project that you wanted to discuss with me?" Bertram asked. He looked up from his phone messages. "People are always complaining I don't allow them to get a word in edgewise. What's on your mind?" "I'm concerned," Kevin stammered. "About what?" Bertram asked. "Things couldn't be going any better." "I've seen the smoke again," Kevin managed. "What? You mean like that wisp of smoke you mentioned to me last week?" Bertram asked. "Exactly," Kevin said. "And from the same spot on the island." "Ah, it's nothing," Bertram declared, with a wave of his hand. "We've been having electrical storms just about every other night. Lightning starts fires, everybody knows that." "As wet as everything is?" Kevin said. "I thought lightning starts fires in savannas during the dry season, not in thick, equatorial rainforests." "Lightning can start a fire any place," Bertram said. "Think of the heat it generates. Remember, thunder is nothing but expansion of air from the heat. It's unbelievable." "Well, maybe," Kevin said. He was unconvinced. "But even if it were to start a fire, would it last?" "You're like a dog with a bone," Bertram commented. "Have you mentioned this crazy idea to anybody else?" "Only to Raymond Leone," Kevin said. "He called me yesterday about another problem." "And what was his response?" Bertram asked. "He told me not to let my imagination run wild," Kevin said. "I'd say that was good advice," Bertram said. "I second the motion." "I don't know," Kevin said. "Maybe we should go out there and check." "No." Bertram snapped. For a fleeting moment his mouth formed a hard line and his blue eyes blazed. Then his face relaxed. "I don't want to go to the island, except for a retrieval. That was the original plan, and by golly we're sticking with it. As well as everything is going, I don't want to take any chances. The animals are to remain isolated and undisturbed. The only person who goes there is the pygmy, Alphonse Kimble, and he goes only to pull supplementary food across to the island. Maybe I could go by myself," Kevin suggested. "It wouldn't take me long, and then I can stop worrying." "Absolutely not," Bertram said emphatically. "I'm in charge of this part of the project, and I forbid you or anyone else to go on the island." "I don't see that it would make that much difference," Kevin said. "I wouldn't bother the animals." "No," Bertram said. "There are to be no exceptions. We want these to be wild animals. That means minimal contact. Besides, with as small as this enclave is, visits will provoke talk, and we don't want that. And on top of that it could be dangerous." "Dangerous?" Kevin questioned. "I'd stay away from the hippos and the crocs. The bonobos certainly aren't dangerous." "One of the pygmy bears was killed on the last retrieval," Bertram said. "We've kept that very quiet for obvious reasons." "How was he killed?" Kevin asked. "By a rock," Bertram said. "One of the bonobos threw a rock." "Isn't that unusual?" Kevin asked. Bertram shrugged. "Chimps are known to throw sticks on occasion when they are stressed or scared." "No, I don't think it's unusual. It was probably just a reflex gesture. The rock was there, so he threw it." "But it's also aggressive," Kevin said. "That's unusual for a bonobo, especially one of ours." "All apes will defend their group when attacked," Bertram said. "But why should they have felt they were being attacked?" Kevin asked. "That was the fourth retrieval," Bertram said. He shrugged again. "Maybe they're learning what to expect, but whatever the reason, we don't want anyone going to the island. Spalak and I have discussed this, and he's in full agreement." Bertram got up from the desk, and draped an arm over Kevin's shoulders. Kevin tried to ease himself away, but Bertram held on. "Come on, Kevin, relax. This kind of wild flight of imagination of yours is exactly what I was talking about earlier. You've got to get out of your lab and do something to divert that overactive mind of yours. You're going stir crazy and you're obsessing. I mean, this fire crap is ridiculous. The irony is that the project is going splendidly. How about reconsidering that offer for coming over for dinner? Trish and I would be delighted." "I'll give it serious thought," Kevin said. He felt distinctly uncomfortable with Bertram's arm around his neck. "Good," Bertram said. He gave Kevin a final pat on his back. "Maybe the three of us could take in a movie as well. There's a terrific double feature scheduled for this week. I mean, you ought to take advantage of the fact that we get the latest movies. It's a big effort on Jen Size's part to fly them in here on a weekly basis. What do you say?" "I guess," Kevin said evasively. "Good," Bertram said. "I'll mention it to Trish. She'll give you a call." "Okay?" "Okay," Kevin said. He smiled weakly. 5 minutes later, Kevin climbed back into his vehicle more confused than before he'd come to see Bertram Edwards. He didn't know what to think. Maybe his imagination was working overtime. It was possible, but short of visiting Isla Francesca there was no way of knowing for sure. And on top of that was this new worry that people were feeling resentful towards him. Braking at the exit of the parking area, Kevin glanced up and down the road in front of the animal complex. He waited for a large truck to rumble by. As he was about to pull out, his eye caught the sight of a man standing motionlessly in the window of the Moroccan headquarters. Kevin couldn't see him well because of the sunlight reflecting off the glass, but he could tell it was one of the mustached guards. He could also tell the man was watching him intently. Kevin shivered without exactly knowing why. The ride back to the hospital was uneventful and quick, but the seemingly impenetrable walls of dark green vegetation gave Kevin an uncomfortable claustrophobic feeling. Kevin's response was to press down on the accelerator. He was relieved to reach the edge of town. Kevin parked in his spot. He opened his door, but hesitated. It was close to noon, and he debated heading home for lunch, or going up to his lab for an hour or so. The lab went out. Esmeralda never expected him before 1. Just with the short walk from the car to the hospital, Kevin could appreciate the intensity of the noontime sun. It was like an oppressive blanket that made all movement more difficult, even breathing. Until he come to Africa, he'd never experienced true tropical heat. Once inside, enveloped with cool, air-conditioned air, Kevin grasped the edge of his collar and pulled his shirt away from his back. He started up the stairs, but he didn't get far. "Drive, Marshall," a voice called. Kevin looked behind him. He wasn't accustomed to being accosted in the stairwell. "Shame on you, Dr. Marshall," a woman said, standing at the base of the stairs. Her voice had a lilting quality that suggested she was being less than serious. She was clad in surgical scrubs and a white coat. The sleeves of the coat were rolled up to her mid-forearms. "Excuse me?" Kevin said. The woman looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. "You haven't been to see the patient," the woman said. "With other cases you came each day." "Well, that's true," Kevin said self-consciously. He'd finally recognized the woman. It was the nurse, Candace Brickman. She was part of the surgical team that flew in with the patient. This was her 4th trip to Chicago. Kevin had met her briefly on all 3 previous visits. "You've hurt Mr. Winchester's feelings," Candace said, wagging her finger at Kevin. She was a vivacious gamine in her late 20s, with fine, light blonde hair done up in a French twist. Kevin couldn't remember a time he'd seen her that she wasn't smiling. "I didn't think he'd notice," Kevin stammered. Candace threw back her head and laughed. Then she covered her mouth with her hand to suppress further giggles when she saw Kevin's confused expression. "I'm only teasing," she said. "I'm not even sure Mr. Winchester remembers meeting you on that hectic day of arrival." "Well, I meant to come and see how he was doing," Kevin said. "I've just been too busy. Too busy in this place in the middle of nowhere." Candace asked. "Well, I guess it's more that I've been preoccupied," Kevin admitted. "A lot has been happening." "Like what?" Candace asked, suppressing a smile. She liked this shy, unassuming researcher. Kevin made some fumbling gestures with his hands, while his face flushed. "All sorts of things," he said finally. "You academic types crack me up," Candace said. "But, teasing aside, I'm happy to report that Mr. Winchester is doing just fine, and I understand from the surgeon that's largely thanks to you." "I wouldn't go that far," Kevin said. "Oh, modest. Too. Candace commented. Smart, cute, and humble. That's a killing combination. Kevin stuttered but no words came out. Would it be out of bounds for me to invite you to join me for lunch? Candace said. I thought I'd walk over and get a hamburger. I'm a little tired of the hospital cafeteria food, and it would be nice to get a little air now that the sun is out. What do you say? Kevin's mind whirled. The invitation was unexpected, and under normal circumstances he would have found reason to decline for that reason alone. But with Bertram's comments fresh in his mind, he wavered. Cat got your tongue? Candace asked. She lowered her head and flirtatiously peered at him beneath arched eyebrows. Kevin gestured up toward his lab, then mumbled words to the effect that Esmeralda was expecting him. Can't you give her a call? Candace asked. She had the intuitive feeling Kevin wanted to join her, so she persisted. I guess, Kevin said. I suppose I could call from my lab. Fine, Candace said. Do you want me to wait here, or come with you? Kevin had never met such a forward female, not that he had a lot of opportunity or experience. His last and only love other than a couple of high school crushes had been a fellow doctorate candidate, Jacqueline Morton. That relationship had taken months to develop out of long hours working together. She'd been as shy as Kevin. Candace came up the 5 stairs to stand next to Kevin. She was about 5'3" in her Nikes. If you can't decide, and it's all the same to you, why don't I come up? Okay, Kevin said. Kevin's nervousness quickly abated. Usually what bothered him in social circumstances with females was the stress of trying to think of things to talk about. With Candace, he didn't have time to think. She maintained a running conversation. During the ascent of the 2 flights of stairs she managed to bring up the weather, the town, the hospital, and how the surgery had gone. This is my lab, Kevin said, after opening the door. Fantastic, Candace said with sincerity. Kevin smiled. He could tell she was truly impressed. You go ahead and make your call, Candace said. I'll just look around if it's okay. If you'd like, Kevin said. Although Kevin was concerned about giving Esmeralda so little warning he'd not be there for lunch, she surprised him with her equanimity. Her only response was to ask when Kevin wanted dinner. At the usual time, Kevin said. Then after a brief hesitation, he surprised himself by adding, I might have company. Would that be a problem? Not at all, Esmeralda said. How many persons? Just one, Kevin said. He hung up the phone and wiped his palms together. They were a little damp. Are we on for lunch? Candace called from across the room. Let's go, Kevin said. This is some lab, she commented. I never would have expected to find it here in the heart of tropical Africa. Tell me, what is it that you're doing with all this fantastic equipment? I'm trying to perfect the protocol, Kevin said. Can't you be more specific? Candace asked. You really want to know? Kevin asked. Yes, Candace said. I'm interested. At this stage I'm dealing with minor histocompatibility antigens. You know, proteins that define you as a unique, separate individual. And what do you do with them? Well, I locate their genes on the proper chromosome, Kevin said. Then I search for the transponase that's associated with the genes, if there's any, so I can move the genes. Candace let out a little laugh. You've lost me already, she admitted. I haven't the foggiest notion what a transponase is. In fact, I'm afraid a lot of this molecular biology is over my head. It really isn't, Kevin said. The principles aren't that complicated. The critical fact few people realize is that some genes can move around on their chromosome. This happens particularly in B lymphocytes to increase the diversity of antibodies. Other genes are even more mobile and can change places with their twins. You do remember that there are 2 copies of every gene? Yup, Candace said. Just like there are 2 copies of each chromosome. Our cells have 23 chromosome pairs. Exactly, Kevin said. When genes exchange places on their chromosome pairs it's called homologous transposition. It's a particularly important process in the generation of sex cells, both eggs and sperms. What it does is help increase genetic shuffling, enhance the ability of species to evolve. So this homologous transposition plays a role in evolution, Candace said. Absolutely, Kevin agreed. Anyway, the gene segments that move are called transposons, and the enzymes that catalyze their movement are called transponases. Okay, Candace said. I follow you so far. Well, right now I'm interested in transposons that contain the genes for minor histocompatibility antigens, Kevin said. I see, Candace said, nodding her head. I'm getting the picture. Your goal is to move the gene for a minor histocompatibility antigen from one chromosome to another. Exactly. Kevin said. The trick, of course, is finding and isolating the transponase. That's the difficult step. But once I've found the transponase, it's relatively easy to locate its gene. And once I've located and isolated the gene, I can use standard recombinant DNA technology to produce it. Meaning getting bacteria to make it for you, Candace said. Bacteria or mammalian tissue culture, Kevin said. Whatever works best. Phew. Candace commented. This brain game is reminding me how hungry I am. Let's get some hamburgers before my blood sugar bottoms out. Kevin smiled. He liked this woman. He was even starting to relax. Descending the hospital stairs, Kevin felt a little giddy, while listening and responding to Candace's entertaining, non-stop questions and chatter. He couldn't believe he was going to lunch with such an attractive, engaging female. It seemed to him that more things had happened in the last couple of days than during the previous 5 years he'd been in Congo. He was so preoccupied, he didn't give a thought to the Equatoguinean soldiers as he and Candace crossed the square. Kevin had not been in the rec center since his initial orientation tour. He'd forgotten its quaintness. He'd also forgotten how blasphemous it was that the church had been recycled to provide worldly diversion. The altar was gone, but the pulpit was still in place off to the left. It was used for lectures, and for calling out the numbers on bingo night. In place of the altar was the movie screen, an unintended sign of the times. The commissary was in the basement, and was reached by a stairway in the narthex. Kevin was surprised at how busy it was. A babble of voices echoed off the harsh, concrete ceiling. He and Candace had to stand in a long line before ordering. Then after they'd gotten their food, they had to search in the confusion for a place to sit. The tables were all long, and had to be shared. The seats were benches attached like picnic tables. There are some seats, Candace called out over the chatter. She pointed toward the rear of the room with her tray. Kevin nodded. Kevin glanced furtively at the faces in the crowd as he weaved his way after Candace. He felt self-conscious, given Bertram's insight into popular opinion, yet no one paid him the slightest attention. Kevin followed Candace as she squeezed between two tables. He held his tray high to avoid hitting anyone, then put it down at an empty spot. He had to struggle to get his legs over the seat and under the table. By the time he was situated, Candace had already introduced herself to the two people sitting on the aisle. Kevin nodded to them. He didn't recognize either one. Lively place, Candace said. She reached for catsup. Do you come here often? Before Kevin could respond, someone called out his name. He turned and recognized the lone familiar face. It was Melanie Beckett, the reproductive technologist. Kevin Marshall. Melanie exclaimed again. I'm shocked. What are you doing here? Melanie was about the same age as Candace. She'd celebrated her 30th birthday the previous month. Where Candace was light, she was dark, with medium brown hair and coloration that seemed Mediterranean. Her dark brown eyes were nearly black. Kevin struggled to introduce his lunchmate, and was horrified to realize that for the moment he couldn't remember her name. I'm Candace Brickman, Candace said without missing a beat. She reached out a hand. Melanie introduced herself, and asked if she could join them. By all means, Candace said. Candace and Kevin were sitting side by side. Melanie sat opposite. Are you responsible for our local genius's presence at the Ptomaine Palace? Melanie asked Candace. Melanie was a sharp-witted, playfully irreverent woman who'd grown up in Manhattan. I guess, Candace said. Is this unusual for him? That's the understatement of the year, Melanie said. What's your secret? I've asked him to come over here so many times to no avail that I finally gave up, and that was several years ago. You never asked me specifically, Kevin said in his own defense. Oh, really? Melanie questioned. What did I have to do? Draw you a map? I used to ask if you wanted to grab a burger. Wasn't that specific enough? Well, Candace said, straightening up in her seat. This must be my lucky day. Melanie and Candace fell into easy conversation, exchanging job descriptions. Kevin listened but concentrated on his hamburger. So we're all three part of the same project, Melanie commented when she heard that Candace was the intensive care nurse of the surgical team from Pittsburgh. 3 peas in a pod. You're being generous, Candace said. I'm just one of the low men on the therapeutic totem pole. I wouldn't put myself on the same level with you guys. You're the ones that make it all possible. If you don't mind my asking, how on earth do you do it? She's the hero, Kevin said, speaking up for the first time, and nodding toward Melanie. Come on, Kevin. Melanie complained. I didn't develop the techniques I use the way you did. There are lots of people who could have done my job, but only you could have done yours. It was your breakthrough that was key. No arguing you two, Candace said. Just tell me how it's done. I've been curious from day one, but everything has been so hush-hush. Kevin's explained the science to me, but I still don't understand the logistics. Kevin gets a bone marrow sample from a client, Melanie said. From that, he isolates a cell preparing to divide, so that the chromosomes are condensed, preferably a stem cell if I'm correct. It's pretty rare to find the stem cell, Kevin said. Well, then you tell her what you do, Melanie said to Kevin, with a dismissive wave of her hand. I'll get it all balled up. I work with a transponase that I discovered almost 7 years ago, Kevin said. It catalyzes the homologous transposition, or crossing over of the short arms of chromosome 6. What's the short arm of chromosome 6? Candace asked. Chromosomes have what's called a centromere that divides them into 2 segments, Melanie explained. Chromosome 6 has particularly unequal segments. The little ones are called the short arms. Thank you, Candace said. So, Kevin said, trying to organize his thoughts. What I do is add my secret transponase to a client's cell that is preparing to divide, but I don't let the crossing over go to completion. I halt it with the 2 short arms detached from their respective chromosomes. Then I extract them. Wow, Candace remarked. You actually take these tiny strands out of the nucleus. How on earth can you do that? That's another story, Kevin said. Actually, I use a monoclonal antibody system that recognizes the backside of the transponase. This is getting over my head, Candace said. Well, forget how he gets the short arms out, Melanie said. Just accept it. Okay, Candace said. What do you do with these detached short arms? Kevin pointed toward Melanie. I wait for her to work her magic. It's not magic, Melanie said. I'm just a technician. I apply in vitro fertilization techniques to the bonobos, the same techniques that were developed to increase the fertility of captive mountain gorillas. Actually, Kevin and I have to coordinate our efforts, because what he wants is a fertilized egg that has yet to divide. Timing is important. I want it just ready to divide, Kevin said. So it's Melanie's schedule that determines mine. I don't start my part until she gives me the green light. When she delivers the zygote, I repeat exactly the same procedure that I'd just done with the client's cell. After removing the bonobo short arms, I inject the client's short arms into the zygote. Thanks to the transponase, they hook right up exactly where they are supposed to be. And that's it? Candace said. Well, no, Kevin admitted. Actually, I introduce 4 transponases, not 1. The short arm of chromosome 6 is the major segment that we are transferring, but we also transfer a relatively small part of chromosomes 9, 12, and 14. These carry the genes for the ABO blood groups and a few other minor histocompatibility antigens like CD31 adhesion molecules. But that gets too complicated. Just think about chromosome 6. It's the most important part. That's because chromosome 6 contains the genes that make up the major histocompatibility complex, Candace said knowledgeably. Exactly, Kevin said. He was impressed and smitten. Not only was Candace socially adept, she was also smart and informed. Would this protocol work with other animals? Candace asked. What kind would you have in mind? Kevin asked. Pigs, Candace said. I know other centers in the US and England have been trying to reduce the destructive effect of complement in transplantation with pig organs by inserting the human gene. Compared with what we are doing, that's like using leeches, Melanie said. It's so old-fashioned because it is treating the symptom, not eliminating its cause. It's true, Kevin said. In our protocol there is no immunological reaction to worry about. Histocompatibility-wise we are offering an immunological double, especially if I can incorporate a few more of the minor antigens. I don't know why you are agonizing over them, Melanie said. In our first 3 transplants the clients haven't had any rejection reaction at all. Zilch. I wanted perfect, Kevin said. I'm asking about pigs for several reasons, Candace said. First, I think using bonobos may offend some people. Second, I understand there aren't very many of them. That's true, Kevin said. The total world population of bonobos is only about 20,000. That's my point, Candace said. Whereas pigs are slaughtered for bacon by the hundreds of thousands. I don't think my system would work with pigs, Kevin said. I don't know for sure, but I doubt it. The reason it works so well in bonobos, or chimps for that matter, is that their genomes and ours are so similar. In fact, they differ by only 1.5%. That's all. Candace questioned. She was amazed. It's kind of humbling, isn't it? Kevin said. It's more than humbling, Candace said. It's indicative of how close bonobos, chimps, and humans are evolutionarily, Melanie said. It's thought we and our primate cousins have descended from a common ancestor who lived around 7 million years ago. That underscores the ethical question about using them, Candace said, and why some people might be offended by their use. They look so human. I mean, doesn't it bother you guys when one of them has to be sacrificed? This liver transplant with Mr. Winchester is only the second that required a sacrifice, Melanie said. The other two were kidneys, and the animals are fine. Well, how did this case make you feel? Candace asked. Most of us on the surgical team were more upset this time, even though we thought we were prepared, especially since it was the second sacrifice. Kevin looked at Melanie. His mouth had gone dry. Candace was forcing him to face an issue he'd struggled to avoid. It was part of the reason the smoke coming from Isla Francesca upset him so much. Yet, it bothers me, Melanie said. But I guess I'm so thrilled with the involved science and what it can do for a patient, that I try not to think about it. Besides, we never expect to have to use many of them. They are more like insurance in case the clients might need them. We don't accept people who already need transplant organs unless they can wait the 3+ years it takes for their double to come of age. And we don't have to interact with these creatures. They live off on an island by themselves. That's by design, so that no one here has the chance to form emotional bonds of any sort. Kevin swallowed with difficulty. In his mind's eye he could see the smoke lazily snaking its way into the dull, leaden sky. He could also imagine the stressed bonobo picking up a rock and throwing it with deadly accuracy at the pygmy during the retrieval process. What's the term when animals have human genes incorporated into them? Candace asked. Transgenic, Melanie said. Right, Candace said. I just wish we could be using transgenic pigs instead of bonobos. This procedure bothers me. As much as I like the money and the gen-size stock, I'm not so sure I'm going to stick with the program. They're not going to like that, Melanie said. Remember, you signed the contract. I understand they are sticklers about holding people to their original agreements. Candace shrugged. I'll give them back all the stock, options included. I can live without it. I'll just have to see how I feel. I'd be much happier if we were using pigs. When we put the last bonobo under anesthesia, I could have sworn he was trying to communicate with us. We had to use a ton of sedative. Oh, come on. Kevin snapped, suddenly furious. His face was flushed. Melanie's eyes opened wide. What in heaven's name has gotten into you? Kevin instantly regretted his outburst. Sorry, he said. His heart was still pounding. He hated the fact that he was always so transparent, or felt he was. Melanie rolled her eyes for Candace's benefit, but Candace didn't catch it. She was watching Kevin. I have a feeling you were as bummed out as I was, she said to him. Kevin breathed out noisily, then took a bite of hamburger, to avoid saying anything he'd later regret. Why don't you want to talk about it? Candace asked. Kevin shook his head while he chewed. He guessed his face was still beet red. Don't worry about him, Melanie said. He'll recover. Candace faced Melanie. The bonobos are just so human, she commented, going back to one of her original points, so I guess we shouldn't be shocked that their genomes differ by only 1.5%. But something just occurred to me. If you guys are replacing the short arms of chromosome 6 as well as some other smaller segments of the bonobo genome with human DNA, what percentage do you think you're dealing with? Melanie looked at Kevin, while she made a mental calculation. She arched her eyebrows. She said, that's a curious point. That would be over 2%. yet, but the 1.5% is not all on the short arm of chromosome 6, Kevin snapped again. Hey, calm down, bucko, Melanie said. She put down her soft drink, reached across the table, and put her hand on Kevin's shoulder. You're out of control. All we're doing is having a conversation. You know, it's sort of normal for people to sit and talk. I know you find that weird, since you'd rather interact with your centrifuge tubes, but what's wrong? Kevin sighed. It went against his nature, but he decided to confide in these two bright, confident women. He admitted he was upset, as if we didn't know. Melanie said with another roll of her eyes. Can't you be more specific? What's bugging you? Just what Candace is talking about, Kevin said. She said a lot of things, Melanie said. Yeah, and they're all making me feel like I've made a monumental mistake. Melanie took her hand away, and stared into the depths of Kevin's topaz-colored eyes. In what regard? She questioned. By adding so much human DNA, Kevin said. The short arm of chromosome 6 has millions of base pairs and hundreds of genes that have nothing to do with the major histocompatibility complex. I should have isolated the complex instead of taking the easy route. So the creatures have a few more human proteins, Melanie said. Big deal. That's exactly how I felt at first, Kevin said. At least until I put an inquiry out over the internet, asking if anyone knew what other kinds of genes were on the short arm of chromosome 6. Unfortunately, one of the responders informed me there was a large segment of developmental genes. Now I have no idea what I've created. Of course you do, Candace said. You've created a transgenic bonobo. I know, Kevin said with his eyes blazing. He was breathing rapidly, and perspiration had appeared on his forehead. And by doing so I'm terrified I've overstepped the bounds. Chapter 6. March 5th. 1997, 1 p.m. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Bertram pulled his 3-year-old Jeep Cherokee into the parking area behind the town hall, and yanked on the brake. The car had been giving him trouble, and had spent innumerable days being repaired in the motor pool. But the problem had persisted, and that fact made him particularly irritated, when Kevin Marshall pretended not to know how lucky he was to get a new Toyota every 2 years. Bertram wasn't scheduled for a new car for another year. Bertram took the stairs that rose up behind the first-floor arcade to reach the veranda that ringed the building. From there he walked into the central office. By Siegfried's Palak's choice, it had not been air-conditioned. A large ceiling fan lazily rotated with a particular wavering hum. The long, flat blades kept the sizable room's warm moist air on the move. Bertram had called ahead, so Siegfried's secretary, a broad-faced black man named Aurelio from the island of Biako, was expecting him, and waved him into the inner office. Aurelio had been trained in France as a schoolteacher, but had been unemployed until Gensize founded his own. The inner office was larger than the outer, and extended the entire width of the building. It had shuttered windows overlooking the parking lot in the back, and the town square in the front. The front windows yielded the impressive view of the new hospital/laboratory complex. From where Bertram was standing, he could even see Kevin's laboratory windows. Sit down, Siegfried said, without looking up. His voice had a harsh, guttural quality, with a slight Germanic accent. It was commandingly authoritarian. He was signing a stack of correspondence. I'll be finished in a moment. Bertram's eyes wandered around the cluttered office. It was a place that never made him feel comfortable. As a veterinarian and moderate environmentalist, he did not appreciate the decor covering the walls, and every available horizontal surface were glassy-eyed, stuffed heads of animals, many of which were endangered species. There were cats such as lions, leopards, and cheetahs. There was a bewildering variety of antelope, more than Bertram knew existed. Several enormous rhino heads peered blankly down from positions of prominence on the wall behind Spalak. On top of the bookcase were snakes, including a rearing cobra. On the floor was an enormous crocodile with its mouth partially ajar to reveal its fearsome teeth. The table next to Bertram's chair was an elephant's foot topped with a slab of mahogany. In the corners stood crossed elephant tusks. Even more bothersome to Bertram than the stuffed animals were the skulls. There were 3 of them on Siegfried's desk. All 3 had their tops sawn off. One had an apparent bullet hole through the temple. They were used respectively for paper clips, ashtray, and to hold a large candle. Although the zone's electric power was the most reliable in the entire country, it did go off on rare occasions because of lightning strikes. Most people, especially visitors from Gensize, assumed the skulls were from apes. Bertram knew differently. They were human skulls of people executed by the Equatoguinean soldiers. All three of the victims had been convicted of the capital offense of interfering with Gensize operations. In actuality, they had been caught poaching wild chimps on the zone's designated 100-square-mile land. Siegfried considered the area his own private hunting reserve. Years previously, when Bertram had gently questioned the wisdom of displaying the skulls, Siegfried had responded by saying that they kept the native workers on their toes. It's the kind of communication they comprehend, Siegfried had explained. They understand such symbols. Bertram didn't wonder that they got the message, especially in a country which had suffered the atrocities of a diabolically cruel dictator. Bertram always remembered Kevin's response to the skulls. Kevin had said that they reminded him of the deranged character Kurtz in Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. There, Siegfried said, pushing the signed papers aside. With his accent it sounded more like Sir. What's on your mind, Bertram? I hope you don't have a problem with the new bonobos. Not at all. The two breeding females are perfect, Bertram said. He eyed the zone's site boss. His most obvious physical trait was a grotesque scar that ran from beneath his left ear, down across his cheek, and under his nose. Over the years its gradual contraction had pulled out the corner of Siegfried's mouth in a perpetual sneer. Bertram did not technically report to Siegfried. As the chief vet of the world's largest primate research and breeding facility, Bertram dealt directly with the Gensize senior vice president of operations back in Cambridge, Massachusetts, who had direct access to Taylor Cabot. But on a day-to-day basis, particularly in relation to the Bonobo project, it was in Bertram's best interest to maintain a cordial working relationship with the site boss. The problem was, Siegfried was short-tempered and difficult to deal with. He'd started his African career as a white hunter, who, for a price, could get a client anything he wanted. Such a reputation required a move from East Africa to West Africa, where game laws were less rigidly enforced. Siegfried had built up a large organization, and things went well until some trackers failed him in a crucial situation, resulting in his being mauled by an enormous bull elephant and the client couple being killed. The episode ended Siegfried's career as a white hunter. It also left him with his facial scar and a paralyzed right arm. The extremity hung limp and useless from its shoulder connection. Rage over the incident had made him a bitter and vindictive man. Still, Gensize had recognized his bush-based organizational skills, his knowledge of animal behavior, and his heavy-handed but effectual way of dealing with the indigenous African personality. They thought he was the perfect individual to run their multimillion-dollar African operation. There's another wrinkle with the Bonobo operation, Bertram said. Is this new concern in addition to the weird worry of yours that the apes have divided into two groups? Siegfried asked superciliously. Recognizing a change in social organization is a damn legitimate concern, Bertram said, his color rising. So you've said, Siegfried remarked. But I've been thinking about it, and I can't imagine it matters. What do we care if they hang out in one group or 10? All we want them to do is stay put and stay healthy. I disagree, Bertram said. Splitting up suggests they are not getting along. That would not be typical bonobo behavior, and it could spell trouble down the road. I'll let you, the professional, worry about it, Siegfried said. He leaned back in his chair, and it squeaked. I personally don't care what those apes do, as long as nothing threatens this windfall money and stock options. The project is turning into a gold mine. The new problem has to do with Kevin Marshall, Bertram said. Now what in God's name could that skinny simpleton do to get you to worry? Siegfried asked. With your paranoia, it's a good thing you don't have to do my job. The nerd has worked himself up, because he's seen smoke coming from the island, Bertram said. He's come to me twice. Once last week, and then again this morning. What's the big deal about smoke? Siegfried asked. Why does he care? He sounds worse than you. He thinks the bonobos might be using fire, Bertram said. He hasn't said so explicitly, but I'm sure that's what is on his mind. What do you mean by using fire? Siegfried asked. He leaned forward. You mean like making a campfire for warmth or cooking? Siegfried laughed without disturbing his omnipresent sneer. I don't know about you urban Americans. Out here in the bush you're scared of your own shadow. I know it's preposterous, Bertram said. Of course no one else has seen it, or if they have, it's probably from a lightning storm. The problem is, he wants to go out there. No one goes near the island. Siegfried growled. Only during the harvest, and it's only the harvest team. That's a directive from the Home Office. There are no exceptions save for Kimbra, the pygmy, delivering the supplementary food. I told him the same thing, Bertram said, and I don't think he'll do anything on his own. Still, I thought I should tell you about it just the same. It's good that you did, Siegfried said irritably. The little prick, he's a goddamn thorn in my side. There is one other thing, Bertram said. He told Raymond Leone about the smoke. Siegfried slapped the surface of his desk with his good hand loud enough to cause Bertram to jump. He stood up and stepped to the shuttered window overlooking the town square. He glared over at the hospital. He'd never liked the epicene bookish researcher from their first meeting. When he'd learned Kevin was to be coddled and accommodated in the second best house in the town, Siegfried had boiled over. He'd wanted to assign the house as a perk to one of his loyal underlings. Siegfried balled his good hand into a fist and gritted his teeth. What a meddling pain in the ass, he said. His research is almost done, Bertram said. It would be a shame if he was to muck things up just when everything is going so well. What did Leone say? Siegfried asked. Nothing, Bertram said. He accused Kevin of letting his imagination run wild. I might have to have someone watch Kevin, Siegfried said. I will not have anyone destroy this program. That's all there is to it. It's too lucrative. Bertram stood up. That's your department, he said. He started for the door, confident he'd planted the appropriate seed. Chapter 7. March 5th. 1997, 7:25 a.m. New York City. The combination of cheap red wine and little sleep slowed Jack's pace on his morning bicycle commute. His customary time of arrival in the ID room of the medical examiner's office was 7:15, but as he got off the elevator on the first floor of the morgue en route to the ID room, he noticed it was already 7:25, and it bothered him. It wasn't as if he were late, it was just that Jack liked to keep to a schedule. Discipline in relation to his work was one of the ways he'd learned to avoid depression. His first order of business was to pour himself a cup of coffee from the communal pot. Even the aroma seemed to have a beneficial effect, which Jack attributed to Pavlovian conditioning. He took his first sip. It was a heavenly experience. Though he doubted the caffeine could work quite so quickly, he felt like his mild hangover headache was already on the mend. He stepped over to Vinny Amendola, the mortuary tech whose day shift overlapped the night shift. He was ensconced as usual at one of the office's government-issued metal desks. His feet were parked on the corner, and his face hidden behind his morning newspaper. Jack pulled the edge of the paper down to expose Vinny's Italian features to the world. He was in his late 20s, in sorry physical shape, but handsome. His dark, thick hair was something Jack envied. Jack had been noticing over the previous year a decided thinning of his gray-streaked brown hair on the crown of his head. Hey, Einstein, what's the paper say about the Franconi body incident? Jack asked. Jack and Vinny worked together on a frequent basis, both appreciating the other's flippancy, quick wit, and black humor. I don't know, Vinny said. He tried to pull his beloved paper from Jack's grasp. He was embroiled in the Knicks' stats from the previous night's basketball game. Jack's forehead furrowed. Vinny might not have been an academic genius, but about current news items, he was something of a resident authority. He read the newspapers cover to cover every day, and had impressive recall. There's nothing about it in the paper? Jack questioned. He was shocked. He'd imagined the media would have had a field day with the embarrassment of the body disappearing from the morgue. Bureaucratic mismanagement was a favorite journalistic theme. I didn't notice it, Vinny said. He yanked harder, freed the paper, and reburied his face. Jack shook his head. He was truly surprised and wondered how Harold Bingham, the chief medical examiner, had managed such a media cover-up. Just as Jack was about to turn away, he caught the headlines. It said, Mudthumb's Nose AT Authority. The subhead read, the Caro crime family kills one of its own then steals the body out from under the noses of city officials. Jack snatched the entire paper from the surprised Vinny's grasp. Vinny's legs fell to the floor with a thump. Hey, come on, he complained. Jack folded the paper then held it, so that Vinny was forced to stare at the front page. I thought you said the story wasn't in the paper, Jack said. I didn't say it wasn't in there, Vinny said. I said I didn't see it. It's the headlines, for Christ's sake. Jack said. He pointed at them with his coffee cup for emphasis. Vinny lunged out to grab his paper. Jack pulled it away from his grasp. "Come on," Vinny whined. "Get your own freaking paper." "You've got me curious," Jack said. "As methodical as you are, you'd have read this front page story on your subway ride into town." "What's up, Vinny?" "Nothing," Vinny said. "I just went directly to the sports page." Jack studied Vinny's face for a moment. Vinny looked away to avoid eye contact. "Are you sick?" Jack asked facetiously. "No," Vinny snapped. "Just give me the paper." Jack slipped out the sports pages and handed them over. Then he went over to the scheduling desk and started the article. It began on the front page and concluded on the third. As Jack anticipated, it was written from a sarcastic, mocking point of view. It cast equal aspersion on the police department and the medical examiner's office. It said the whole sordid affair was just another glowing example of the gross incompetence of both organizations. Laurie breezed into the room and interrupted Jack. As she removed her coat, she told him that she hoped he felt better than she. "Probably not," Jack admitted. "It was the cheap wine I brought over." "I'm sorry." "It was also the 5 hours of sleep," Laurie said. "I had a terrible time hauling myself out of bed." She put her coat down on a chair. "Good morning, Vinny," she called out. Vinny stayed silent behind his sports page. "He's pouting because I violated his paper," Jack said. Jack got up so Laurie could sit down at the scheduling desk. It was Laurie's week to divvy up the cases for autopsy among the staff. The headlines and cover story are about the Franconi incident. "I wouldn't wonder," Laurie said. "It was all over the local news, and I heard it announced that Bingham will be on Good Morning America to attempt damage control." "He's got his hands full," Jack said. "Have you looked at today's cases?" Laurie asked, as she started glancing through the 20 or so folders. "I just got here myself," Jack admitted. He continued reading the article. "Oh, this is good," Jack commented after a moment's silence. "They were alleging that there is some kind of conspiracy between us and the police department. They suggest we might have deliberately disposed of the body for their benefit. Can you imagine? These media people are so paranoid that they see conspiracy in everything." "It's the public who is paranoid," Laurie said. "The media likes to give them what they want. But that kind of wild theory is exactly why I'm going to find out how that body disappeared. The public has to know we are impartial." "I was hoping you'd have a change of heart and given up on that quest after a night's sleep," Jack mumbled while continuing to read. "Not a chance," Laurie said. "This is crazy," Jack said, slapping the page of newsprint. "First they suggest we here at the ME office were responsible for the body disappearing, and now they say the mob undoubtedly buried the remains in the wilds of Westchester, so they will never be found." "The last part is probably correct," Laurie said, "unless the body turns up in the spring thaw. With the frost it's hard to dig more than a foot below the surface." "Gats, what trash," Jack commented as he finished the article. "Here, you want to read it?" He offered the front pages of the paper to Laurie. Laurie waved them off. "Thanks, but I already read the version in the Times," she said. "It was caustic enough. I don't need the New York Post's point of view." Jack went back over to Vinny and quipped that he was willing to return his paper to its virginal state. Vinny took the pages without comment. "You are awfully sensitive today," Jack said to the tech. "Just leave me alone," Vinny snapped. "Whoa, watch out, Laurie," Jack said. "I think Vinny has premental tension. He's probably planning on doing some thinking, and it's got his hormones all out of whack." "Uh-oh," Laurie called out. "Here's that floater that Mike Pisano mentioned last night. Who should I assign it to? Trouble is I don't think I'm mad at anyone, and to forestall guilt I'll probably end up doing it myself." "Give it to me," Jack said. "You don't care?" Laurie asked. She hated floaters, especially those which had been in the water for a long time. Such autopsies were unpleasant and often difficult jobs. "Nah," Jack said. "Once you get past the smell, you got it licked." "Please," Laurie murmured. "That's disgusting." "Seriously," Jack said. "They can be a challenge. I like them better than gunshot wounds." "This one is both," Laurie commented, as she put Jack down for the floater. "How delightful," Jack commented. He walked back to the scheduling desk and looked over Laurie's shoulder. "There's a presumptive, close-range shotgun blast to the upper right quadrant," Laurie said. "It's sounding better and better," Jack said. "What's the victim's name?" "No name," Laurie said. "In fact, that will be part of your challenge. The head and the hands are missing." Lori handed Jack the folder. He leaned on the edge of the desk and slid out the contents. There wasn't much information. What there was came from the forensic investigator, Janice Jeter. Janice wrote that the body had been discovered in the Atlantic Ocean way out off Coney Island. It had been inadvertently found by a Coast Guard cutter which had been lying in wait under the cover of night for some suspected drug runners. The Coast Guard had acted on an anonymous tip, and, at the time of the discovery, had been essentially dead in the water with their lights out and radar on. The cutter had literally bumped up against the body. The presumption was that it was the remains of the drug runner/informer. Not a lot to go on, Jack said. All the more challenge, Lori teased. Jack slipped off the desk and headed for the communications room en route to the elevator. Come on, Grouchy, he called to Vinny. He gave Vinny's paper a slap and his arm a tug as he passed. Time's a-wasting. But at the door he literally bumped into Lou Soldano. The detective lieutenant had his mind on his goal, the coffee machine. Geez, Jack commented. You should try out for the New York Giants. Some of his coffee had sloshed out onto the floor. Sorry, Lou said. I'm in sorry need of some Java. Both men went to the coffee pot. Jack used some paper towels to dab at the spill down the front of his corduroy jacket. Lou filled a styrofoam cup to the brim with a shaky hand, then sipped enough to allow for plenty of cream and sugar. Lou sighed. It's been a grueling couple of days. Have you been partying all night again? Jack said. Lou's face was stubbled with a heavy growth of whiskers. He had on a wrinkled blue shirt with the top button undone, and his tie loosened and askew. His Columbo-style trench coat looked like something a homeless person would wear. I wish, Lou grunted. I've seen about 3 hours of sleep in the last 2 nights. He walked over, said hello to Lori, and sat down heavily in the chair next to the scheduling desk. Any progress on the Franconi case? Lori asked. Nothing that pleases the captain, the area commander, or the police commissioner, Lou said dejectedly. What a mess. The worry is, some heads are going to roll. We in homicide are starting to worry we might be set up as scapegoats, unless we can come up with a break in the case. It wasn't your fault Franconi was murdered, Lori said indignantly. Tell that to the commissioner, Lou commented. He took a loud sip from his coffee. Mind if I smoke? He looked at Lori and Jack. Forget it, he said the moment he saw their expressions. I don't know why I asked. Must have been a moment of temporary insanity. What have you learned? Lori asked. Lori knew that prior to being assigned to homicide, Lou had been with the organized crime unit. With his experience, there was no one more qualified to investigate the case. It was definitely a Vaccaro hit, Lou said. We learned that from our informers. But since Franconi was about to testify, we'd already assumed as much. The only real lead is that we have the murder weapon. That should help, Lori said. Not as much as you'd think, Lou said. It's not so unusual during the mob hit that the weapon is left behind. We found it on a rooftop across from the Positano restaurant. It was a scope 30 Remington with 2 rounds missing from its magazine. The 2 casings were on the roof. Fingerprints? Lori asked. Wiped clean, Lou said, but the crime boys are still going over it. Traceable? Jack asked. Yeah, Lou said with a sigh. We did that. The rifle belonged to a hunting freak out in Menlo Park, but it was the expected dead end. The guy's place had been robbed the day before. The only thing missing was the rifle. So what's next? Lori asked. We're still following up leads, Lou said. Plus there are more informers that we've not been able to contact, but mostly we're just keeping our fingers crossed for some sort of break. What about you guys? Any idea how the body walked out of here? Not yet, but I'm looking into it personally, Lori said. Hey, don't encourage her, Jack said. That's for Bingham and Washington to do. He's got a point, Lori, Lou said. Damn straight I got a point, Jack said. Last time Lori got involved with the mob she got carried out of here nailed in the coffin. At least that's what you told me. That was then and this is now, Lori said. I'm not involved in this case the way I was in that one. I think it is important to find out how the body disappeared, for the sake of this office, and frankly I'm not convinced either Bingham or Washington will make the effort. From their point of view, it is better to let the episode just fade. I can understand that, Lou said. In fact, if the goddamn media would only let up, the commissioner might even want us to ease up. Who knows? I'm going to find out how it happened, Lori repeated with conviction. Well, knowing the who and the how could help my investigation, Lou said. It was most likely the same people from the Vaccaro organization. It just stands to reason. Jack threw up his hands. "I'm getting out of here," he said. "I can tell neither of you will listen to reason." He again tugged on Vinny's shirt on the way out the door. Jack poked his head into Janice's office. "Anything I should know about this floater that's not in the folder?" he asked the investigator. "The little there is all there," Janice said, "except for the coordinates where the Coast Guard picked up the body. They told me that someone would have to call today to make sure it wasn't classified or something, but I can't imagine that information will matter. It's not like anyone could go out there and find the head and the hands." "I agree," Jack said, "but have someone call anyway, just for the record." "I'll leave a note for Bar," Janice said. Bar Arnold was the chief forensic investigator. "Thanks, Janice," Jack said. "Now get out of here and get some sleep." Janice was so committed to her job that she always worked overtime. "Wait a second," Janice called out. "There was one other thing that I forgot to note in my report. When the body was picked up, it was naked, not a stitch of clothing." Jack nodded. That was a curious piece of information. Undressing a corpse was added effort on the part of the murderer. Jack pondered for a moment, and when he did, he decided it was consistent with the murderer's wish to hide the victim's identity, a fact made obvious by the missing head and hands. Jack waved goodbye to Janice. "Don't tell me we're doing a floater," Vinny whined as he and Jack headed for the elevator. "You sure to tune out when you read the sports page," Jack said. "Lori and I discussed it for 10 minutes. They boarded the elevator and started down to the autopsy room floor. Vinny refused to make eye contact with Jack. "You are in a weird mood," Jack said. "Don't tell me you're taking this Franconi disappearance personally." "Lay off," Vinny said, while Vinny went off to don his moon suit, lay out all the paraphernalia necessary to do the autopsy, and then get the body into the morgue and onto the table. Jack went through the rest of the folder to make absolutely certain he'd not missed anything. Then he went and found the x-rays that had been taken when the body had arrived. Jack put on his own moon suit, unplugged the power source that had been charging overnight, and hooked himself up. He hated the suit in general, but to work on a decomposing floater he hated it less. As he'd teased with Lori earlier, the smell was the worst part. At that time in the morning, Jack and Vinny were the only ones in the autopsy room. To Vinny's chagrin, Jack invariably insisted on getting a jump on the day. Frequently, Jack was finishing his first case when his colleagues were just starting theirs. The first order of business was to look at the x-rays, and Jack snapped them up on the viewer. With his hands on his hips, Jack took a step back and gazed at the anterior posterior full body shot. With no head and no hands, the image was decidedly abnormal, like the x-ray of some primitive, non-human creature. The other abnormality was a bright, dense blob of shotgun pellets in the area of the right upper quadrant. Jack's immediate impression was that there had been multiple shotgun blasts, not just one. There were too many BB-like pellets. The pellets were opaque to the x-rays and obscured any detail they covered. On the light box they appeared white. Jack was about to switch his attention to the lateral x-ray when something about the opacity caught his attention. At two locations the periphery appeared strange, more lumpy than the usual BB contour. Jack looked at the lateral film and saw the same phenomena. His first impression was that the shotgun blasts might have carried some radio-opaque material into the wound. Perhaps it had been some part of the victim's clothing. "Whenever you're ready, Maestro," Vinny called out. He had everything prepared. Jack turned from the x-ray view box and approached the autopsy table. The floater was ghastly pale in the raw fluorescent light. Whoever the victim had been, he'd been relatively obese and had not made any recent trips to the Caribbean. "To use one of your favorite quotes," Vinny said, "it doesn't look like he's going to make it to the prom." Jack smiled at Vinny's black humor. It was much more in keeping with his personality, suggesting that he had recovered from his early morning peak. The body was in sad shape, although bobbing around in the water had washed it clean. The good news was that it had obviously been in the water for only a short time. The trauma went far beyond the multiple shotgun blasts to the upper abdomen. Not only were the head and the hands hacked off, but there was a series of wide, deep gashes in the torso and thighs that exposed swaths of greasy adipose tissue. The edges of all the wounds were ragged. "Looks like the fish have been having a banquet," Jack said. "Oh, gross." Vinny commented. The shotgun blasts had bared and damaged many of the internal abdominal organs. Some strands of intestines were visible, as was one dangling kidney. Jack picked up one of the arms and looked at the exposed bones. A hacksaw would be my guess, he said. What are all these huge cuts? Vinny asked. Somebody tried to slice him up like a holiday turkey? Nah, I'd guess he'd been run over with a boat, Jack said. They look like propeller injuries. Jack then began a careful examination of the exterior of the corpse. With so much obvious trauma, he knew it was easy to miss more subtle findings. He worked slowly, frequently stopping to photograph lesions. His meticulousness paid off. At the ragged base of the neck just anterior to the collarbone he found a small circular lesion. He found another similar one on the left side below the rib cage. What are they? Vinny asked. I don't know, Jack said. Puncture wounds of some sort. How many times do you suppose they shot him in the abdomen? Vinny asked. Hard to say, Jack said. Boy, they weren't taking any chances, Vinny said. They sure as hell wanted him dead. A half hour later, when Jack was about to commence the internal part of the autopsy, the door opened, and Lori walked in. She was gowned, and held a mask to her face, but she didn't have on her moon suit. Since she was a stickler for rules, and since moon suits were now required in the pit, Jack was immediately suspicious. At least your case wasn't in the water for long, Lori said, looking down at the corpse. It's not decomposed at all. Just a refreshing dip, Jack quipped. What a shotgun wound. Lori marveled, gazing at the fearsome wound. Then looking at the multiple gashes, she added, these look like they were done by a propeller. Jack straightened up. Lori, what's on your mind? You didn't come down here just to help us, did you? No, Lori admitted. Her voice wavered behind her mask. I guess I wanted a little moral support. About what? Jack questioned. Calvin just reamed me out, Lori said. Apparently the night tech, Mike Pisano, complained that I had been in last night accusing him of being involved in the theft of Franconi's body. Can you imagine? Anyway, Calvin was really angry, and you know how I hate confrontation. I ended up crying, which made me furious at myself. Jack blew out through pursed lips. He tried to think of something to say other than I told you so, but nothing came to mind. I'm sorry, Jack said limply. Thanks, Lori said. So you shed a few tears, Jack said. Don't be so hard on yourself. But I hated, Lori complained. It's so unprofessional. I wouldn't worry about it, Jack said. Sometimes I wish I could shed tears. Maybe if we could do some kind of partial trade, we'd both be better off. Anytime. Lori said with conviction. This was the closest Jack had come to an admission of what Lori had long suspected. His bottled-up grief was the major stumbling block for his own happiness. So, at least now you'll drop your mini crusade, Jack said. Heavens, no. Lori said. If anything, it makes me more committed, because it suggests just what I feared. Calvin and Bingham are going to try to sweep the episode under the carpet. It's not right. Oh, Lori. Jack moaned. Please, this little run-in with Calvin will only be the beginning. You're going to bring yourself nothing but grief. It's the principle, Lori said. So don't lecture me. I came to you for support. Jack sighed, fogging up his plastic face mask for a moment. Okay, he said. What do you want me to do? Nothing in particular, Lori said. Just be there for me. 15 minutes later, Lori left the autopsy room. Jack had showed her all the external findings on his case, including the 2 puncture wounds. She'd listened with half an ear, obviously preoccupied with the Franconi business. Jack had had to restrain himself to keep from telling her again how he felt. Enough of this external stuff, Jack said to Vinny. Let's move on to the internal part of the autopsy. It's about time, Vinny complained. It was now after 8 and bodies were coming in along with their assigned techs and medical examiners. Despite the early start, he and Jack were not significantly ahead of the others. Jack ignored the friendly banter evoked by his hapless corpse. With all the obvious drama, Jack had to vary the traditional autopsy technique, and that took concentration. In contrast to Vinny, Jack was oblivious to the passage of time. But again his meticulousness paid off. Although the liver had essentially been obliterated by the shotgun blasts, Jack discovered something extraordinary that might have been missed by someone doing a more haphazard, cursory job. He found the tiny remains of surgical sutures in the vena cava, and in the ragged end of the hepatic artery. Sutures in such an area were uncommon. The hepatic artery brought blood to the liver, whereas the vena cava was the largest vein in the abdomen. Jack didn't find any sutures in the portal vein, because that vessel was almost entirely obliterated. "Chet, get over here," Jack called. Chet McGovern was Jack's office mate. He was busy at a neighboring table. Chet put down his scalpel and stepped over to Jack's table. Vinny moved to the head to give him space. "What you got?" Chet asked. "Something interesting?" He peered into the hole where Jack was working. "I sure do," Jack said. "I got a bunch of shotgun pellets, but I also have some vascular sutures." "Where?" Chet asked. He couldn't make out any anatomical landmarks. "Here," Jack said. He pointed with the handle of the scalpel. "Okay, I see them," Chet said with admiration. "Nice pickup. There's not a lot of endothelialization. I'd say they weren't that old." "That's my thought," Jack said. "Probably within a month or two, 6 months at the extreme." "What do you think it means?" "I think the chances of me making an identification just went up 1,000%, Jack said. He straightened up and stretched. "So the victim had abdominal surgery," Chet said. "Lots of people have had abdominal surgery." "Not the kind of surgery this guy apparently had," Jack said. "With sutures in the vena cava and the hepatic artery, I'm betting he's in a pretty distinguished group. My guess is that he'd had a liver transplant not too long ago." Chapter 8. March 5th. 1997, 10 a.m. New York City. Raymond Leone pulled up his cuff-linked sleeve and glanced at his wafer-thin Piaget watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. He was content. He liked to be punctual, especially for business meetings, but he did not like to be early. As far as he was concerned, being early reeked with desperation, and Raymond had a penchant for bargaining from a position of strength. For the previous few minutes he'd been standing on the corner of Park Avenue and 78th Street, waiting for the hour to arrive. Now that it had, he straightened his tie, adjusted his fedora, and started walking toward the entrance of 972 Park Avenue. "I'm looking for Dr. Anderson's office," Raymond announced to the livery doorman who'd opened the heavy wrought iron and glass door. "The doctor's office has its own entrance," the doorman replied. He reopened the door behind Raymond, stepped out onto the sidewalk and pointed south. Raymond touched the tip of his hat in appreciation, before moving down to this private entrance. A sign of engraved brass read, "Please ring and then enter." Raymond did as he was told. As the door closed behind him, Raymond was immediately pleased. The office looked, and even smelled like money. It was sumptuously appointed with antiques and thick oriental carpets. The walls were covered with 19th century art. Raymond advanced to an elegant, boule-work French desk. A well-dressed, matronly receptionist glanced up at him over her reading glasses. A nameplate sat on the desk facing Raymond. It said, "Mrs. Arthur Page Inglis." Raymond gave his name, being sure to emphasize the fact that he was a physician. He was well aware that some doctors' receptionists could be uncomfortably imperious if they didn't know a visitor was a member of the trade. "The doctor is expecting you," Mrs. Inglis said. Then she politely asked Raymond to wait in the waiting room. "It's a beautiful office," Raymond said to make conversation. "Indeed," Mrs. Inglis said. "Is it a large office?" Raymond asked. "Yes, of course," Mrs. Inglis said. "Drive Anderson is a very busy man. We have 4 full examining rooms and an X-ray room." Raymond smiled. It wasn't difficult for him to guess the astronomical overhead that Dr. Anderson had been duped into assuming by so-called productivity experts during the heyday of fee-for-service medicine. From Raymond's point of view, Dr. Anderson was the perfect quarry as a potential partner. Although the doctor undoubtedly still had a small backlog of wealthy patients willing to pay cash to retain their old, comfortable relationship, Dr. Anderson had to have been being squeezed by managed care. "I suppose that means a large staff," Raymond said. "We're down to 1 nurse," Mrs. Inglis said. "It's hard to find appropriate help these days." "Yeah, sure," Raymond mused. 1 nurse for 4 examining rooms unquestionably meant the doctor was struggling. But Raymond didn't vocalize his thoughts. Instead he let his eyes roam around the carefully wallpapered walls and said, "I've always admired these old-school, Park Avenue offices. They are so civilized and serene. They can't help but impart a feeling of trust." "I'm sure our patients feel the same way," Mrs. Inglis said. An interior door opened and a bejeweled, guxy-draped, elderly woman stepped into the reception area. She was painfully thin, and had suffered so many facelifts that her mouth was drawn into a taut, unremitting smirk. Behind her was Dr. Waller Anderson. Raymond's and Waller's eyes crossed for a fleeting moment as the doctor guided his patient to the receptionist and gave instructions of when he should see her next. Raymond assessed the doctor. He was tall and had a refined look that Raymond sensed he possessed as well. But Waller wasn't tanned. In fact, his complexion had a grayish cast, and he looked strained with sad eyes and hollow cheeks. As far as Raymond was concerned, hard times were written all over his face. After warm goodbyes to his patient, Waller motioned Raymond to follow him. He led down a long corridor that gave access to the examining rooms. At the end he preceded Raymond into his private office, then closed the door after them. Waller introduced himself cordially, but with obvious reserve. He took Raymond's hat and coat, which he carefully hung in a small closet. "Coffee?" Waller asked. "By all means," Raymond said. A few minutes later, both with coffee, and with Waller behind his desk and Raymond sitting in a chair in front, Raymond began his pitch. "These are tough times to be practicing medicine," Raymond said. Waller made a sound that was akin to a laugh, but it was bereft of humor. Obviously he wasn't amused. "We can offer you an opportunity to significantly augment your income as well as provide a state-of-the-art service to select patients," Raymond said. For the most part Raymond's presentation was a practiced speech that he'd perfected over the years. "Is there anything illegal about this?" Waller interjected. His tone was serious, almost irritable. "If there is, I'm not interested." "Nothing illegal," Raymond assured him, "just extremely confidential. From our phone call, you said you would be willing to keep this conversation just among you, me, and Dr. Daniel Levitz." "As long as my silence is not felonious in and of itself," Waller said, "I will not be duped into being an accessory." "No need to worry," Raymond said. He smiled. "But if you do decide to join our group, you will be asked to sign an affidavit concerning confidentiality. Only then will you be told the specific details." "I don't have any trouble with signing an affidavit," Waller said, "as long as I'm not breaking any law." "Well, then," Raymond said. He put his coffee cup on the edge of Waller's desk to free up his hands. He fervently believed that hand gestures were important for impact. He started by telling about his chance meeting 7 years previously with Kevin Marshall, who'd given a poorly attended presentation at a national meeting that dealt with homologous transposition of chromosome parts between cells. "Homologous transposition?" Waller questioned. "What the devil is that?" Having been through medical school prior to the revolution in molecular biology, he was unfamiliar with the terms. Raymond patiently explained and used for his example the short arms of chromosome 6. "So this Kevin Marshall developed a way to take a piece of chromosome from one cell and exchange it for the same piece in the same location of another cell," Waller said. "Exactly," Raymond said. "And for me, it was like an epiphany. I immediately saw the clinical application. Suddenly it was potentially possible to create an immunological double of an individual. As I'm sure you are aware, the short arm of chromosome 6 contains the major histocompatibility complex. Like an identical twin," Waller said with growing interest. "Even better than an identical twin," Raymond said. "The immunological double is created in an appropriately sized animal species that can be sacrificed on demand. Few people would be able to have an identical twin sacrificed." "Why wasn't this published?" Waller asked. "Drive Marshall fully intended to publish," Raymond said, "but there were some minor details he wanted to work out before he did so. It was his department head that forced him to present at the meeting. Lucky for us, after hearing the talk, I approached him and convinced him to go private. It wasn't easy, but what tipped the scales in our favor was that I promised him the lab of his dreams with no interference from academia. I assured him that he would be given any and every piece of equipment he wanted." "You had such a lab?" Waller asked. "Not at the time," Raymond admitted. "Once I had agreement from him, I approached an international biotechnology giant, which will go nameless, until you agree to join our group. With some difficulty I sold them on the idea of creatively marketing this phenomenon." "And how is that done?" Waller asked. Raymond moved forward in his chair and locked eyes with Waller. "For a price we create an immunological double for a client," he said. "As you can well imagine, it is a significant price, but not unreasonable for the peace of mind it affords. But how we really make money is that the client must pay a yearly tuition to maintain his double. Sort of like an initiation fee and then dues," Waller said. "That's another way to look at it," Raymond agreed. "How do I benefit?" Wyler asked. Myriad ways, Raymond said. I've constructed the business like a merchandising pyramid. For every client you recruit, you get a percentage, not only of the initial price, but each year from the tuition. On top of that, we will encourage you to recruit other physicians like yourself with collapsing patient bases, but you still have a number of wealthy, health-conscious, cash-paying patients. With every successful physician recruitment, you get percentages from each of his recruitment efforts. For instance, if you choose to join, Dr. Levitz, who recommended you, will receive percentages from all your successes. You don't have to be an accountant to understand that with a little effort you could be earning a substantial income. And as an added incentive, we can offer the payments offshore, so they will accrue tax-free. Why all the secrecy? Wyler asked. For obvious reasons as far as the offshore accounts are concerned, Raymond said. As for the whole program, there have been ethical issues that have been overlooked. Consequently, the biotechnology company that is making this all possible is paranoid about bad publicity. Frankly, the use of animals for transplantation offends some people, and we certainly do not want to be forced to deal with animal rights zealots. Besides, this is an expensive operation, and can be made available to only a few highly select people. That violates the concept of equality. May I ask how many clients have taken advantage of this plan? Laymen or physicians? Raymond asked. Laymen, Wyler said. Around 100, Raymond said. Has anybody had to utilize the resource? As a matter of fact, 4 have, Raymond said. 2 kidneys and 2 livers have been transplanted. All are doing superbly without medication, and without any signs of rejection. And, I might add, there is a substantial additional charge for the harvest and transplantation, and the involved physicians get the same percentages of these fees. How many physicians are involved? Wyler asked. Fewer than 50, Raymond said. We started slowly on recruitment, but it is now speeding up. How long has this program been going on? Wyler asked. About 6 years, Raymond said. It's been a significant outlay of capital and a lot of effort, but it is now beginning to pay off handsomely. I should remind you that you will be getting in at a relatively early date, so the pyramid structure will benefit you greatly. It sounds interesting, Wyler said. God knows I could use some additional income with my falling patient base. I've got to do something before I lose this office. It would be a pity, Raymond agreed. Can I think about it for a day or so? Wyler asked. Raymond stood up. Experience told him he'd made another score. By all means, he said graciously. I'd also invite you to call Dr. Levitz. He'd recommended you highly, and he's extraordinarily satisfied with the arrangements. 5 minutes later Raymond exited onto the sidewalk, and turned south down Park Avenue. His walk had an extra bounce to it. With the blue sky, the clear air, and the hint of spring, he felt on top of the world, especially with the pleasurable rush of adrenaline that a successful recruitment always gave him. Even the unpleasantness of the previous couple of days seemed insignificant. The future was bright and full of promise. But then near disaster came out of nowhere. Distracted by his victory, Raymond almost stepped from the curb into the path of a speeding city bus. Wind from the hurling vehicle blew off his hat, while filthy gutter water sprayed the front of his cashmere coat. Raymond staggered back, dazed from his narrow escape from what might have been a horrible death. New York was a city of sudden extremes. You okay, buddy? A passerby asked. He handed Raymond his tinted fedora. I'm fine, thank you, Raymond said. He looked down at the front of his coat and felt ill. The episode seemed metaphorical, and brought back the anxiety he'd experienced over the unfortunate Franconi business. The muck reminded him of having to deal with Vinnie Dominic. Feeling chastened, Raymond crossed the street with much more care. Life was full of dangers. As he walked toward 64th Street, he began to worry about the other 2 transplant cases. He'd never considered the problem an autopsy posed to his program until the Franconi dilemma. All at once, Raymond decided he'd better check the status of the other patients. There was no doubt in his mind that Taylor Cabot's threat had been real. If one of the patients happened to be autopsied sometime in the future for whatever reason, and the media got hold of the results, it could spell disaster. Jen's eyes would probably drop the whole operation. Raymond quickened his pace. One patient lived in New Jersey, the other in Dallas. He thought he'd better get on the phone and talk with the recruiting doctors. Chapter 9. March 5, 1997, 5:45 p.m. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Hello. Candace's voice called out. Anybody home? Kevin's hand flinched at the unexpected noise. The lab techs had long since left for the day, and the laboratory had been silent save for the low hum of the refrigeration units. Kevin had stayed to run another southern blot analysis to separate DNA fragments, but at the sound of Candace's voice, he'd missed one of the wells with the micropipette. The fluid had run out over the surface of the gel. The test was ruined. He'd have to start again. Over here, Kevin yelled. He put down the pipette and stood up. Through the reagent bottles atop the lab bench, he could see Candace across the room, standing in the doorway. "Am I coming at a bad time?" Candace asked as she approached. "No, I was just finishing up," Kevin said. He hoped he wasn't being too transparent. Although he was frustrated about the wasted time he'd spent on the procedure, Kevin was pleased to see Candace. During lunch that day, he'd worked up the courage to invite Candace and Melanie to his house for tea. Both had accepted with alacrity. Melanie had admitted that she'd always been curious to see what the house looked like on the inside. The afternoon had been a big success. Undoubtedly, the key ingredient for the afternoon's success was the personalities of the two ladies. There was never a pause in the conversation. Another contributing factor had been the wine that they'd all decided upon instead of tea. As a member of the zone's elite, Kevin was given a regular allotment of French wine which he rarely drank. Consequently, he had an impressive cellar. The major topic of conversation had been the U.S., a favorite pastime for temporary American expatriates. Each of the three had extolled and argued the virtues of their hometown. Melanie loved New York, and contended it was in a class all its own. Candace said that Pittsburgh's quality of life was rated one of the highest, and Kevin praised the intellectual stimulation of Boston. What they had purposefully avoided discussing was Kevin's emotional outburst at the commissary during lunch. At the time, both Candace and Melanie questioned what he'd meant by being terrified of overstepping the bounds, but they didn't persist when it became clear that Kevin was overly upset and reluctant to explain. Intuitively, the women had decided it best to change the subject, at least for the time. "I've come to see if I can drag you over to meet Mr. Horace Winchester," Candace said. "I told him about you, and he'd like to thank you in person." "I don't know if that is a good idea," Kevin said. He could feel himself tense. "On the contrary," Candace said. "After what you said at lunch, I think you should see the good side of what you have been able to accomplish. I'm sorry that what I said made you feel so terrible." Candace's remark was the first reference to Kevin's lunch outburst since its occurrence. Kevin's pulse quickened. "It wasn't your fault," he said. "I'd been upset before your comments." "Then come meet Horace," Candace said. "His recovery is fantastic. He's doing so well, in fact, that an intensive care nurse like me is just about unnecessary." "I wouldn't know what to say," Kevin mumbled. "Oh, it doesn't matter what you say," Candace said. "The man is so thankful. Just a few days ago, he was so sick he thought he was going to die. Now he feels like he's been given a new lease on life. Come on, it can't help but make you feel good." Kevin struggled to think of a reason not to go, and then was saved by another voice. It was Melanie. "My two favorite drinking buddies," Melanie said, coming into the room. She'd caught sight of Candace and Kevin through the open door. She'd been on her way to her own lab down the hall. She was dressed in blue coveralls which had Animal Center embroidered on the breast pocket. "Are either of you guys hungover?" Melanie asked. "I've still got a little buzz." "God, we went through 2 bottles of wine. Can you believe it?" Neither Candace or Kevin responded. Melanie looked back and forth between their faces. She sensed something was wrong. "What is this awake?" she asked. Candace smiled. She loved Melanie's outspoken irreverence. "Hardly," Candace said. "Kevin and I are at a standoff. I was just trying to talk him into going over to the hospital to meet Mr. Winchester. He's already out of bed and feeling chipper. I told him about you guys, and he'd like to meet both of you. I hear he owns a string of resort hotels," Melanie said with a wink. "Hey, maybe we can finagle some vouchers for complimentary drinks." "As appreciative and as wealthy as he is, you could very well do better than that," Candace said. "The problem is that Kevin doesn't want to go." "How come, sport?" Melanie asked. "I thought it would be a good idea for him to see the good side of what he's been able to accomplish," Candace added. Candace caught Melanie's eye. Melanie understood Candace's motivations immediately. "Yeah," Melanie said. "Let's get some positive feedback from a real, live patient. That should justify all this hard work and give us a boost." "I think it will make me feel worse," Kevin said. Ever since getting back to the lab, He'd been trying to concentrate on basic research, to avoid facing his fears. The ploy had worked to an extent, until his curiosity made him call up the Isla Francesca graphic on his computer terminal. Playing with the data had had an effect as bad as the smoke. Melanie put her hands on her hips. "Why?" she asked. "I don't understand." "It's hard to explain," Kevin said evasively. "Try me," Melanie challenged. "Because seeing him will remind me of things I'm trying not to think about," Kevin said. "Like what happened to the other patient." "You mean his double, the bonobo?" Melanie asked. Kevin nodded. His face was now flushed, almost as bad as it had been at the commissary. "You're taking this animal rights issue even more seriously than I am," Candace remarked. "I'm afraid it goes beyond animal rights," Kevin said. A tense silence intervened. Melanie glanced at Candace. Candace shrugged, suggesting she was at a loss. "Okay, enough is enough," Melanie said with sudden resolve. She reached up, placed both hands on Kevin's shoulders, and pushed him down onto his laboratory stool. "Up until this afternoon I thought we were just colleagues," she said. She leaned over, and put her sharp-featured face close to Kevin's. "But now I feel differently. I got to know you a little bit, which I must say I appreciated, and I no longer think of you as an icy, aloof, intellectual snob. In fact, I think we are friends. Am I right?" Kevin nodded. He was forced to look up into Melanie's black marble-like eyes. "Friends talk to each other," Melanie said. "They communicate. They don't hide their feelings, and make others feel uncomfortable. Do you know what I am saying?" "I think so," Kevin said. He'd never considered the idea his behavior was capable of making others uncomfortable. "Think so?" Melanie chided. "How can I explain it, so that you know so?" Kevin swallowed. "I guess I know so." Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. "You are so evasive, it drives me bananas. But that's okay, I can deal with it. What I can't deal with is your outbursts at lunch. And when I tried to ask you what's wrong, you gave some vague comment about overstepping the bounds, and then clammed up, unable to talk about it. You can't let this fester, whatever it is that's bothering you. It will only hurt you, and impede your friendships." Candace nodded agreement with all that Melanie had expressed. Kevin looked back and forth between the two outspoken and tenacious women. As much as he resisted expressing his fears, at the moment he didn't think he had much choice, especially with Melanie's face inches away from his own. Not knowing how to begin, he said, "I've seen smoke coming from Isla Francesca." "What's Isla Francesca?" Candace asked. "It's the island where the transgenic bonobos go once they reach age 3, Melanie said. "So what's with smoke?" Kevin stood and motioned for the women to follow him. He walked over to his desk. With his index finger he pointed out the window toward Isla Francesca. "I've seen the smoke 3 times, he said. "It's always from the same place just to the left of the limestone ridge. It's only a little curl snaking up into the sky, but it persists." Candace squinted. She was mildly nearsighted, but for vanity reasons didn't wear glasses. "Is it the farthest island?" she asked. She thought she could just make out some brownish smudges on its spine that could have been rock. In the late afternoon sunlight, the other islands in the chain appeared like homogeneous mounds of dark green moss. "That's the one," Kevin said. "So, big deal," Melanie commented. "A couple of little fires. With all the lightning around here, it's no wonder." "That's what Bertram Edwards suggested," Kevin said. "But it can't be lightning." "Who's Bertram Edwards?" Candace asked. "Why can't it be lightning?" Melanie asked, ignoring Candace. "Maybe there's some metal ore in that rocky ridge." "Ever hear the expression lightning never strikes the same place twice?" Kevin questioned. "The fire is not from lightning. Besides, the smoke persisted and has never moved." "Maybe some native people live out there," Candace said. Jen Size was very sure that was not the case. Before choosing the island, Kevin said. "Maybe some local fishermen visit," Candace suggested. "All the locals know it is forbidden," Kevin said. "Because of the new Equatoguinean law it would be a capital offense. There's nothing out there that would be worth dying for." "Then who started the fires?" Candace asked. "Good God, Kevin," Melanie exclaimed suddenly. "I'm beginning to get an idea what you're thinking, but let me tell you, it's preposterous." "What's preposterous?" Candace asked. "Will someone clue me in?" Let me show you something else, Kevin said. He turned to his computer terminal, and with a few keystrokes called up the graphic of the island. He explained the system to the women, and as a demonstration, brought up the location of Melanie's double. The little red light blinked just north of the escarpment very close to where his own had the day before. You have a double? Candace asked. She was dumbfounded. Kevin and I were the guinea pigs, Melanie said. Our doubles were the first. We had to prove that the technology really works. Okay, now that you women know how the locator system operates, Kevin said, let me show you what I did an hour ago, and we'll see if we get the same disturbing result. Kevin's fingers played over the keyboard. What I'm doing is instructing the computer to automatically locate all 73 of the doubles sequentially. The creature's numbers will occur in the corner followed by the blinking light on the graphic. Now watch. Kevin clicked to start. The system worked smoothly with only a short delay between the number appearing and then the red blinking light. I thought there were closer to 100 animals, Candace said. There are, Kevin said, but 22 of them are less than 3 years old. They are in the bonobo enclosure of the animal center. Okay, Melanie said after a few minutes of watching the computer function. It's working just as you said. What's so disturbing? Just hold on, Kevin said. All at once the number 37 appeared, but no blinking red light. After a few moments, the prompt flashed onto the screen. It said, animal not located, click to recommence. Melanie looked at Kevin. Where's number 37? Kevin sighed. What's left is in the incinerator, he said. Number 37 was Mr. Winchester's double. But that's not what I wanted to show you. Kevin clicked and the program restarted. Then it stopped again at 42. Was that Mr. Franconi's double? Candace asked. The other liver transplant. Kevin shook his head. He pressed several keys, asking the computer the identity of 42. The name Warren Prescott appeared. So where's 42? Melanie asked. I don't know for sure, but I know what I fear, Kevin said. Kevin clicked and again the numbers and red lights alternately flashed on the screen. When the entire program had run its course, it had indicated that 7 of the bonobo doubles were unaccounted for, not including Franconi's, which had been sacrificed. Is this what you found earlier? Melanie asked. Kevin nodded. But it wasn't 7, it was 12. And although some of the ones that were missing this morning are still missing, most of them have reappeared. I don't understand, Melanie said. How can that be? When I toured that island way back before all this started, Kevin said, I remember seeing some caves in that limestone cliff. What I'm thinking is that our creations are going into the caves, maybe even living in them. It's the only way I could think of to explain why the grid would fail to pick them up. Melanie brought up a hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes reflected a flicker of horror and dismay. Candace saw Melanie's reaction. Hey, come on, guys, she pleaded. What's wrong? What are you thinking? Melanie lowered her hand. Her eyes were locked on Kevin's. What Kevin was referring to when he said he was terrified he'd overstep the bounds, she explained in a slow, deliberate voice, was the fear that he'd created a human. You're not serious? Candace exclaimed, but a glance at Kevin, and then at Melanie, indicated that she was. For a full minute no one spoke. Finally Kevin broke the silence. I'm not suggesting a real human being in the guise of an ape, Kevin said finally. I'm suggesting that I've inadvertently created a kind of proto-human. Maybe something akin to our distant ancestral forebears who spontaneously appeared in nature from ape-like animals 4 or 5 million years ago. Maybe back then the critical mutations responsible for the change occurred in the developmental genes I've subsequently learned are on the short arm of chromosome 6. Candace found herself blankly gazing out the window, while her mind replayed the scene 2 days previous or when the bonobo was about to be inducted under anesthesia. He'd made curious human-like sounds, and tried desperately to keep his hands free, so that he could continue to make the same wild gesture. He'd been constantly opening and closing his fingers, and then sweeping his hands away from his body. You're talking about some early hominid-like creature, something on the order of Homo erectus, Melanie said. It's true we noticed the infant transgenic bonobos tended to walk upright more than their mothers. At the time we just thought it was cute. Not so early a hominid as not to have used fire, Kevin said. Only true early man has used fire. And that's what I'm worried I've been seeing on the island, campfires. So, to put it bluntly, Candace said, turning away from the window, we've got a bunch of cavemen out there like back in prehistoric time. Something like that, Kevin said. As he'd expected, the women were aghast. Strangely, he actually felt a little better now that he'd voiced his anxieties. What are we going to do? Candace demanded. I'm certainly not going to be involved with sacrificing anymore until this is resolved one way or the other. I was having a hard enough time dealing with the situation when I thought the victim was an ape. Wait a sec, Melanie said. She spread her hands with fingers apart. Her eyes were blazing anew. Maybe we're jumping to conclusions here. There's no proof of all this. Everything we've been talking about is circumstantial at best. True, but there's more, Kevin said. He turned back to the computer and instructed it to display the locations of all the bonobos on the island simultaneously. Within seconds, 2 red splotches began pulsating. One was in the location where Melanie's double had been. The other was north of the lake. Kevin looked up at Melanie. What does this data suggest to you? It suggests there are 2 groups, she said. Do you think it is permanent? It was the same earlier, Kevin said. I think it is a real phenomenon. Even Bertram mentioned it. That's not typical of bonobos. They get along in larger social groups than chimps, plus these are all relatively young animals. They should all be in one group. Melanie nodded. Over the previous 5 years she'd learned a lot about bonobo behavior. And there is something else more upsetting, Kevin said. Bertram told me one of the bonobos killed one of the pygmies on the retrieval of Winchester's double. It wasn't an accident. The bonobo aggressively threw a rock. That kind of aggression is more associated with human behavior than with bonobos. I'd have to agree, Melanie said. But it's still circumstantial. All of it. Circumstantial or not, Candace said, I'm not going to have it on my conscience. I feel the same way, Melanie said. I've spent today getting 2 new female bonobos started on the egg collection protocol. I'm not going to proceed until we find out if this wild idea about these possible proto-humans is valid or not. That's not going to be easy, Kevin said. To prove it, somebody has to go to the island. The trouble is there are only 2 people who can authorize a visit, Bertram Edwards or Siegfried Spalek. I already tried to talk with Bertram, and even though I brought up the issue about the smoke, he made it very clear that no one was allowed near the island except for a pygmy who brings supplementary food. Did you tell him what you are worried about? Melanie asked. Not in so many words, Kevin said. But he knew. I'm sure of it. He wasn't interested. The problem is that he and Siegfried have been included in the project bonuses. Consequently, they are going to make damn sure nothing threatens it. I'm afraid they're venal enough not to care what's on the island. And on top of their venality we have to weigh in Siegfried's sociopathy. Is he that bad? Candace asked. I'd heard rumors. Whatever you heard, it's 10 times worse, Melanie said. He's a major sleazeball. To give you an example, he executed some impoverished Equatoguinean men because they'd been caught poaching in the zone where he likes to hunt. He killed them himself? Candace questioned with shock and revulsion. Not by himself, Melanie said. He hit them and tried in a kangaroo court here in Congo. Then they were executed by a handful of Equatoguinean soldiers at the soccer field. And to add insult to injury, Kevin said, he uses the skulls as bowls for rats and ants on his desk. Sorry I asked, Candace said with a shiver. What about Dr. Leone? Melanie asked. Kevin laughed. Forget it. He's more venal than Bertram. This whole operation is his baby. I tried to talk to him about the smoke too. He was even less receptive. Claimed it was my imagination. Frankly, I don't trust him, although I have to give him credit for being generous with bonuses and stocks. He's cleverly given everyone connected with the project a real stake in the venture, particularly Bertram and Siegfried. So, that leaves it all up to us, Melanie said. Let's find out if it's your imagination or not. What do you say the 3 of us take a quick trip to Isla Francesca? You're joking, Kevin said. It's a capital offense without authorization. It's a capital offense for locals, Melanie said. That can't apply to us. In our case, Siegfried has to answer to Gensize. Bertram specifically forbade visits, Kevin said. I offered to go by him myself, and he said no. Well, big deal, Melanie said. So he gets mad. What is he going to do? Fire us? I've been here long enough, so that I don't think that would be half bad. Besides, they can't do without you. That's the reality. Do you think it might be dangerous? Candace asked. Bonobos are peaceful creatures, Melanie said. Much more so than chimps, and chimps aren't dangerous unless you corner them. What about the man who was killed? Candace said. That was during retrieval, Kevin said. They had to get close enough to shoot a dart gun. Also, it was the fourth retrieval. All we want to do is observe, Melanie said. Okay, how do we get there? Candace asked. Drive, I guess, Melanie said. That's how they go, when they do a release or a retrieval. There must be some kind of bridge. There's a road that goes east along the coast, Kevin said. It's paved to the native village, then it becomes a track. That's how I went on the visit to the island before we started the program. For 100 feet tour, so the island and the mainland are only separated by a channel 30 feet wide. Back then there was a wire suspension bridge stretched between two mahogany trees. Maybe we can view the animals without even going across, Candace said. Let's do it. You ladies are fearless, Kevin remarked. Hardly, Melanie said. But I don't see any problem with driving up there and checking the situation out. Once we know what we're dealing with, we can make a better decision about what we want to do. When do you want to do this? Kevin questioned. I'd say now, Melanie replied. She glanced at her watch. There's no better time. 90% of the population of the town is either at the waterfront chicky bar, splashing around in the pool, or swinging buckets at the athletic center. Kevin sighed, let his arms fall limply to his sides, and capitulated. Whose car should we take? He asked. Yours, Melanie said without hesitation. Mine doesn't even have four-wheel drive. As the trio descended the stairs and made their way across the sweltering blacktop of the parking area, Kevin had the gnawing sense they were making a mistake. But in the face of the women's resolve, he felt reluctant to voice his reservations. On the east exit of the town, they passed the athletic center's tennis courts, which were chock-full of players. Between the humidity and heat, the players looked as drenched as if they'd jumped into a swimming pool with their tennis outfits on. Kevin drove. Melanie sat in the front passenger seat, while Candace sat in the back. The windows were all open, since the temperature had fallen into the high 80s. The sun was low in the west, directly behind them, and peeking in and out of clouds along the horizon. Just beyond the soccer field, the vegetation closed in around the road. Brightly colored birds flitted in and out of the deepening shadows. Large insects annihilated themselves against the windshield like miniature kamikaze pilots. The jungle looks dense, Candace said. She'd never traveled east from the town. You have no idea, Kevin said. When he'd first arrived, he'd tried to take some hikes in the area, but with the profusion of vines and creepers, it was all but impossible without a machete. I just had a thought about the aggression issue, Melanie said. The passivity of bonobo society is generally attributed to its matriarchal character. Because of the skewed demand for male doubles, our program has a population that's mostly male. There has to be a lot of competition for the few females. That's a good point, Kevin agreed. He wondered why Bertram hadn't thought of it. Sounds like my type of place, Candace joked. Maybe I should book Isla Francesca instead of Club Med on my next vacation. Melanie laughed. Let's go together, she said. They passed a number of Equatoguineans on their way home from work in Congo. Most of the women carried jugs and parcels on top of their heads. The men were generally empty-handed. It's a strange culture, Melanie commented. The women do the lion's share of the work, growing the food, carrying the water, raising the kids, cooking the meals, taking care of the house. What do the men do? Candace asked. Sit around and discuss metaphysics, Melanie said. I just had an idea, Kevin said. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Maybe we should talk to the pygmy who takes out the food to the island first, and hear what he has to say. Sounds like a good idea to me, Melanie said. Do you know his name? Alphonse Kimba, Kevin said. When they reached the native village, they pulled to a stop in front of the busy general store and got out. Kevin went inside to inquire after the pygmy. This place is almost too charming, Candace said as she looked around the neighborhood. It looks African, but like something you'd see in Disneyland. Jen Size had built the village with the cooperation of the Equatoguinean Minister of the Interior. The homes were circular, whitewashed mud brick with thatched roofs. Corrals for domestic animals were made of reed mats lashed to wooden stakes. The structures appeared traditional, but every one of them was new and spotless. They also had electricity and running water. Buried underground were power lines and modern sewers. Kevin returned quickly. No problem, he said. He lives close by. Come on, we'll walk. The village was alive with men, women, and children. Traditional cooking fires were in the process of being lit. Everyone acted happy and friendly from having been recently freed from the captivity of the interminable rainy season. Alphonse Kimba was less than 5 feet tall with skin as black as onyx. A constant smile dominated his wide, flat face as he welcomed his unexpected visitors. He tried to introduce his wife and child, but they were shy and shrunk back into the shadows. Alphonse invited his guests to sit on a reed mat. He then got 4 glasses and poured the dollop of clear fluid into each from an old green bottle that had at one time contained motor oil. His visitors warily swirled the fluid. They didn't want to seem ungrateful, but they were reluctant to drink. Alcohol? Kevin asked. Oh, yes, Alphonse said. His smile broadened. It is Lataco from corn. Very good. I bring it from my home in Lamaco. He sipped with intense enjoyment. In contrast to the Equatoguineans, Alphonse's English was accented with French, not Spanish. He was a member of the Mongandu people from Zaire. He'd been brought to the zone with the first shipment of bonobos. Since the drink contained alcohol, which would presumably kill potential microorganisms, the guests cautiously tasted the brew. All of them made faces in spite of good intentions not to do so. The drink was powerfully pungent. Kevin explained that they had come to ask about the bonobos on the island. He didn't mention his concern that their number included a strain of proto-humans. He asked only if Alphonse thought they were acting like bonobos back in his home province in Zaire. They are all very young, Alphonse said, so they are very unruly and wild. Do you go on the island often? Kevin asked. No, I'm forbidden, Alphonse said. Only when we retrieve or release, and only then with Dr. Edwards. How do you get the extra food to the island? Melanie asked. There is a small float, Alphonse said. I pull it across the water with a rope, then pull it back. Are the bonobos aggressive with the food, or do they share? Melanie asked. Very aggressive, Alphonse said. They fight like crazy, especially for the fruit. I also saw one kill a monkey. Why? Kevin asked. I think to eat, Alphonse said. He carried it away after the food I brought was all gone. That sounds more like a chimp, Melanie said to Kevin. Kevin nodded. Where on the island have the retrievals taken place? He asked. All have been on the side of the lake and stream, Alphonse said. None have been over by the cliff? Kevin asked. No, never, Alphonse said. How do you get to the island for the retrieval? Kevin asked. Does everybody use the float? Alphonse laughed heartily. He had to dry his eyes with his knuckle. The float is too small. We'd all be supper for the crocs. We use the bridge. Why don't you use the bridge for the food? Melanie asked. Because Dr. Edwards has to make the bridge grow, Alphonse said. Grow? Melanie questioned. Yes, Alphonse said. The 3 guests exchanged glances. They were confused. Have you seen any fire on the island? Kevin asked, changing the subject. No fire, Alphonse said. But I've seen smoke. And what did you think? Kevin asked me. Alphonse questioned. I didn't think anything. Have you ever seen one of the bonobos do this? Candace asked. She opened and closed her fingers, then swept her hand away from her body in imitation of the bonobo in the operating room. Yes, Alphonse said. Many do that when they finish dividing up the food. How about noise? Melanie asked. Do they make a lot of sounds? A lot, Alphonse said. Like the bonobos back in Zaire. Kevin asked. More, Alphonse said. But back in Zaire I don't see the same bonobos so often as I do here, and I don't feed them. Back home they get their own food in the jungle. What kind of noise do they make? Candace asked. Can you give us an example? Alphonse laughed self-consciously. He glanced around at his wife to make sure she wasn't listening. Then he softly vocalized, ee, bad lulu, tat tat. He laughed again. He was embarrassed. Do they hoot like chimps? Melanie asked. Some, Alphonse said. The guests looked at each other. They'd run out of questions for the moment. Kevin got up. The women did the same. They thanked Alphonse for his hospitality and handed back their unfinished drinks. If Alphonse was offended, he didn't show it. His smile didn't falter. There's one other thing, Alphonse said just before his guests departed. The bonobos on the island like to show off. Whenever they come for the food, they make themselves stand up. All the time? Kevin asked. Mostly, Alphonse said. The group walked back through the village to the car. They didn't talk until Kevin had started the motor. Well, what do you guys think? Kevin asked. Should we continue? The sun's already set. I vote yes, Melanie said. We've come this far. I agree, Candace said. I'm curious to see this bridge that grows. Melanie laughed. Me too. What a charming fellow. Kevin drove away from the store, which was now busier than earlier, but he wasn't sure of his direction. The road into the village had simply expanded into the parking area for the store, and there was no indication of the track leading further east. To find it, he had to cruise the parking lot's perimeter. Once on the track, they were impressed with how much easier it had been to travel on the improved road. The track was narrow, bumpy, and muddy. Grass about 3 feet tall grew down the median strip. Frequently branches stretched from one side to the other, slapping against the windshield, and poking through the open windows. To avoid being hit by the snapping branches, they had to raise the windows. Kevin clicked on the air conditioner and the lights. The beams reflected off the surrounding vegetation, and gave the impression of driving through a tunnel. How far do we have to go on this cow path? Melanie asked. Only 3 or 4 miles, Kevin said. It's a good thing we have 4-wheel drive, Candace remarked. She was holding on tightly to the overhead strap and still bouncing around. The seat belt wasn't helping. The last thing I'd want to do is get stuck out here. She glanced out the side window at the inky black jungle and shivered. It was eerie. She couldn't see a thing despite patches of luminous sky above. And then there was the noise. Just during their short visit with Alphonse, the night creatures of the jungle had commenced their loud and monotonous chorus. What did you make of the things Alphonse said? Kevin asked finally. I'd say the jury is still out, Melanie said, but they're certainly deliberating. I think his comment about the bonobos being bipedal when they come to get the food is very disturbing, Kevin said. The circumstantial evidence is adding up. The suggestion that they are communicating impressed me, Candace said. Yeah, but chimps and gorillas have been taught sign language, Melanie said. And we know bonobos are more bipedal than any other apes. What impressed me was the aggressive behavior, although I stand by my idea that it might be from our mistake not to have produced more females to maintain the balance. Can chimps make those sounds that Alphonse imitated? Candace asked. I don't think so, Kevin said. And that's an important point. It suggests maybe the larynges are different. Do chimps really kill monkeys? Candace asked. They do occasionally, Melanie said. But I've never heard of a bonobo doing so. Hang on. Kevin shouted as he braked. The car lurched over a log strewn across the track. Are you okay? He asked Candace, while glancing up into the rearview mirror. No problem, Candace said, although she'd been severely jolted. Luckily the seat belt had worked, and it had kept her head from hitting the roof. Kevin slowed considerably for fear of encountering another log. 15 minutes later, they entered a clearing which marked the termination of the track. Kevin came to a halt. Directly ahead the headlight beams washed the front of a single-story cinder block building with an overhead garage door. Is this it? Melanie questioned. I guess, Kevin said. The building is new to me. Kevin switched off the lights and the engine. With the clearing open to the sky, the level of illumination was adequate. For a moment no one moved. What's the story? Kevin asked. Are we going to check it out, or what? Might as well, Melanie said. We've come this far. She opened her door and got out. Kevin did the same. I think I'll stay in the car, Candace said. Kevin went to the building and tried the door. It was locked. He shrugged. I can't imagine what's in there. Kevin slapped a mosquito on his forehead. How do we get to the island? Melanie asked. Kevin pointed to the right. There's a track over there. It's only about 50 yards to the water's edge. Melanie glanced up at the sky. It was a pale lavender. It's going to be dark pretty soon. Do you have a flashlight in the car? I think so, Kevin said. More important, I have some mosquito spray. We're going to get eaten alive out here, unless we use it. They went back to the car. Just as they arrived, Candace climbed out. I can't stay in here by myself, she said. It's too spooky. Kevin got the mosquito spray. While the women doused themselves, he searched for the flashlight. He found it in the glove compartment. After spraying himself, Kevin motioned for the women to follow him. Stay close, he said. The crocodiles and the hippos come out of the water at night. Is he joking? Candace asked Melanie. I don't think so, Melanie said. As soon as they entered the path the illumination fell considerably, although it was still light enough to walk without the flashlight. Kevin led while the two women crowded behind. The closer they got to the water the louder the chorus of insects and frogs became. How did I get myself into this? Candace questioned. I'm no outdoors person. I can't even conceive of a crocodile or a hippo outside of a zoo. Hell, any bug bigger than my thumbnail terrifies me, and spiders, forget it. All of a sudden, there was a crashing noise off to the left. Candace let out a muffled scream as she grabbed Melanie, who then did likewise. Kevin whimpered and switched on the light. He pointed the beam in the direction of the noise, but it only penetrated a few feet. What was that? Candace demanded when she could find her voice. Probably a duiker, Kevin said. They're a small breed of antelope. Antelope or elephant, Candace said. It scared me. It scared me, too, Kevin said. Maybe we should go back and return in the daytime. We've come all this way for Chris' sake, Melanie said. We're there. I can hear the water. For a moment no one moved. Sure enough, they could hear water lapping against the shore. What happened to all the night creatures? Candace asked. Good question, Kevin said. The antelope must have scared them as well. Turn the light off, Melanie said. As soon as Kevin did, they all could see the shimmering surface of the water through the vegetation. It looked like liquid silver. Melanie led the way as the chorus of night creatures recommenced. The path opened up into another clearing at the edge of the river. In the middle of the clearing was a dark object almost the size of the garage back where they'd left the car. Kevin walked up to it. It wasn't hard to figure out what it was. It was the bridge. It's a telescoping mechanism, Kevin said. That's why Alphonse said that it could grow. About 30 feet across the water was Isla Francesca. In the fading light, its dense vegetation appeared midnight blue. Directly across from the telescoping bridge was a concrete structure that served as the support for the bridge when it was extended. Beyond that was an expansive clearing that extended to the east. Try extending the bridge, Melanie suggested. Kevin switched on the flashlight. He found the control panel. There were two buttons, one red, the other green. He pushed the red one. When nothing happened, he pushed the green. When there still wasn't a reaction, he noticed a keyhole with the slot aligned with off. You need a key, he called. Melanie and Candace had walked over to the water's edge. There's a bit of current, Melanie said. Leaves and other debris floated by slowly. Candace looked up. The top branches of some of the trees that lined either bank almost touched. Why do the creatures stay on the island? She asked. Apes and monkeys don't go in the water, particularly deep water, Melanie explained. That's why zoos only need a moat for their primate exhibits. What about crossing in the trees? Candace asked. Kevin joined the women at the riverbank. The bonobos are relatively heavy fellows, he explained, particularly ours. Most of them are already over 100 pounds, and the branches up there aren't nearly strong enough to support their weight. Back before we put the first animals on the island, there were a couple of questionable places, so those trees were cut down. But colobus monkeys still go back and forth. What are all those square objects in the field? Melanie asked. Kevin shined the flashlight. Its beam wasn't strong enough to make much difference at that distance. He turned it off and squinted in the half-light. They look like transport cages from the animal center, he said. I wonder what they are doing out there? Melanie asked. There's so many of them. No idea, Kevin said. How can we get some of the bonobos to appear? Candace asked. By this time they were probably settling down for the night, Kevin said. I doubt if we can. What about the float? Melanie asked. The mechanism that pulls it across must be like a clothesline. If it makes noise, they might hear it. It would be like a dinner bell, and might bring them around. Guess it's worth a try, Kevin said. He glanced up and down the water's edge. Trouble is, we don't have any idea where the float may be. I can't imagine it would be far, Melanie said. You go east, I'll go west. Kevin and Melanie walked in opposite directions. Candace stayed where she was, wishing she were back in her room in the hospital quarters. Here it is. Melanie called out. She'd followed the path and the dense foliage for a short distance, before coming to a pulley attached to a thick tree. A heavy rope hung around the pulley. One end disappeared into the water. The other end was tied to a 4-foot square float nestled against the shore. Kevin and Candace joined her. Kevin shined the flashlight across to the island. On the other side a similar pulley was attached to a similar tree. Kevin handed the flashlight to Melanie, and grasped the rope that drooped into the water. When he pulled, he could see the pulley on the other side swing out from the trunk of the tree. Kevin pulled on the rope hand over hand. The pulleys complained bitterly with high-pitched squeaking noises. The float immediately moved away from the shore on its way to the other side. This might work, Kevin said. While he pulled, Melanie swept the other shore with the flashlight beam. When the float was halfway across, there was a loud splash to the right as a large object dropped into the water from the island. Melanie shined the light in the direction of the splash. Two glowing slits of light reflected back from the surface of the water. Peering at them was a large crocodile. "Good Lord," Candace said as she stepped back from the water. "It's okay," Kevin said. He let go of the rope, reached down and picked up a stout stick. He threw the stick at the croc. With another loud splash, the crocodile disappeared beneath the water. "Oh, great," Candace said. "Now we have no idea where he is." "He's gone," Kevin said. "They're not dangerous unless you're in the water or they're very hungry." "Who's to say he's not hungry?" Candace commented. "There's plenty for them to eat out here," Kevin said as he picked up the rope and recommenced pulling. When the float reached the other side, he switched ropes and started pulling it back. It's too late," he said. "This isn't going to work. The closest nesting area we saw on the computer graphic is over a mile away. We'll have to try this in the daytime." No sooner had these words escaped from his mouth when the night was shattered by a number of fearsome screams. At the same time, there was wild commotion in the bushes on the island, as if a stampeding elephant was about to appear. Kevin dropped the rope. Both Candace and Melanie fled back along the path a few steps before stopping. With pulses pounding, they froze, waiting for another scream. With a shaking hand, Melanie shined the flashlight at the area where the commotion had occurred. Everything was still. Not a leaf moved. 10 seconds passed that seemed more like 10 minutes. The group strained their ears to pick up the slightest sound. There was nothing but utter silence. All the night creatures had fallen silent. It was as if the entire jungle was waiting for a catastrophe. "What in heaven's name was that?" Melanie asked finally. "I'm not sure I want to find out," Candace said. "Let's get out of here." "It must have been a couple of the bonobos," Kevin said. He reached out and grabbed the rope. The float was being buffeted in midstream. He quickly hauled it in. "I think Candace is right," Melanie said. "It's gotten too dark to see much, even if they did appear. I'm spooked. Let's go." "You'll not get an argument from me," Kevin said as he made his way over to the women. "I don't know what we're doing here at this hour. We'll come back in the daylight." They hurried along the path to the clearing as best they could. Melanie led with the flashlight. Candace was behind her, holding onto her blouse. Kevin brought up the rear. "It would be great to get a key for this bridge," Kevin said as they passed the structure. "And how do you propose to do that?" Melanie asked. "Borrow Bertram's," Kevin said. "But you told us he forbid anyone to go to the island," Melanie said. "He's certainly not going to lend the key." "We'll have to borrow it without his knowledge," Kevin said. "Oh, yeah, sure," Melanie said sarcastically. They entered the tunnel-like path leading up to the car. Halfway to the parking area, Melanie said, "God, it's dark. Am I holding the light okay for you guys?" "It's fine," Candace said. Melanie slowed then stopped. "What's the matter?" Kevin asked. "There's something strange," she said. She cocked her head to the side, listening. "Now don't get me scared," Candace warned. "The frogs and crickets haven't restarted their racket," Melanie said. In the next instant all hell broke loose. A loud, repetitive stuttering noise splintered the jungle stillness. Branches, twigs, and leaves rained down on the group. Kevin recognized the noise and reacted by reflex. Extending his arms, he literally tackled the women, so that all three fell to the moist insect-infested earth. The reason Kevin recognized the sound was because he once had inadvertently witnessed the Equatoguinean soldiers practicing. The noise was the sound of a machine gun. Chapter 10. March 5th. 1997, 2:15 p.m. New York City. "Excuse me, Lori," Cheryl Myers said, standing in the doorway to Lori's office. Cheryl was one of the forensic investigators. "We just received this overnight package, and I thought you might want it right away." Lori stood up and took the parcel. She was curious about what it could be. She looked at the label to find out the sender. It was CNN. "Thanks, Cheryl," Lori said. She was perplexed. She had no idea for the moment what CNN could have sent her. "I see Dr. Mita is not in," Cheryl said. "I brought up a chart for her that came in from University Hospital. Should I put it on her desk?" Dr. Rivamito was Lori's office mate. They'd shared the space since both had started at the medical examiner's office 6.5 years previously. "Sure," Lori said, preoccupied with her parcel. She got her finger under the flap. and pulled it open. Inside was a videotape. Lori looked at the label. It said, Carla Franconi shooting, March 3, 1997. After having finished her final autopsy that morning, Lori had been ensconced in her office, trying to complete some of the 20-odd cases that she had pending. She'd been busy reviewing microscopic slides, laboratory results, hospital records, and police reports, and for several hours had not thought of the Franconi business. The arrival of the tape brought it all back. Unfortunately, the video was meaningless without the body. Lori tossed the tape into her briefcase and tried to get back to work, but after 15 minutes of wasted effort, she turned the light off under her microscope. She couldn't concentrate. Her mind kept toying with the baffling question of how the body had disappeared. It was as if it had been an amazing magic trick. 1 minute the body was safely stored in compartment 111 and viewed by 3 employees, then poof, it was gone. There had to be an explanation, but try as she might, Lori could not fathom it. Lori decided to head down to the basement to visit the mortuary office. She'd expected at least one tech to be available, but when she arrived the room was unoccupied. Undaunted, Lori went over to the large, leather-bound log. Flipping the page, she looked for the entries that Mike Cassano had shown her the previous night. She found them without difficulty. Taking a pencil from a collection in a coffee mug and a sheet of scratch paper, Lori wrote down the names and accession numbers of the 2 bodies that had come in during the night shift: Dorothy Klein number 100,455 and Frank Gleason number 100,385. She also wrote down the names of the 2 funeral homes, Spoleto in Ozone Park, New York, and the Dixon in Summit, New Jersey. Lori was about to leave when her eye caught the large Rolodex on the corner of the desk. She decided to call each home. After identifying herself, she asked to speak to the managers. What had sparked her interest in telephoning was the outside chance that either one of the pickups could have been bogus. She thought the chances were slim, since the night tech, Mike Pisano, had said the homes had called before coming, and presumably he was familiar with the people. As Lori expected, the pickups indeed were legitimate, both managers attesting to the fact that the bodies had come into their respective homes, and were at that time on view. Lori went back to the logbook, and looked again at the names of the 2 arrivals. To be complete, she copied them down along with their accession numbers. The names were familiar to her, since she'd assigned them as autopsies the following morning to Paul Plodgett. But she wasn't as interested in the arrivals as the departures. The arrivals had come in with long-time ME employees, whereas the bodies that had gone out had done so with strangers. Feeling frustrated, Lori drummed her pencil on the desk surface. She was sure she had to be missing something. Once again, her eye caught the Rolodex, which was open to the Spoleto Funeral Home. In the very back of Lori's mind, the name made a hazy association. For a moment, she struggled with her memory. Why was that name familiar? Then she remembered. It had been during the Serino affair. A man had been murdered in the Spoleto Funeral Home on orders from Paul Serino, Franconi's predecessor. Lori pocketed her memo, pushed away from the desk, and returned to the 5th floor. She walked directly to Jack's office. The door was ajar. She knocked on the jamb. Both Jack and she had looked up from their respective labors. "I had a thought," Lori said to Jack. "Just one?" Jack quipped. Lori threw her pencil at him, which he easily evaded. She plopped down in the chair to his right and told him about the mob connection with the Spoleto Funeral Home. "Good grief, Lori," Jack complained. "Just because there is a mob hit in a funeral home, doesn't mean that it is mob connected." "You don't think so?" Lori asked. Jack didn't have to answer. She could see by his expression, and, now that she thought about her idea, she understood it was a ridiculous notion. She'd been grabbing for straws. "Besides," Jack said, "why won't you just leave this alone?" "I told you," Lori said. "It's a personal thing." "Maybe I can channel your efforts into a more positive direction," Jack said. He motioned toward his microscope. "Take a look at a frozen section. Tell me what you think." Lori got up from the chair and leaned over the microscope. "What is this, the shotgun entrance wound?" she asked. "Just as sharp as usual," Jack commented. "You're right on the money." "Well, it's not a hard call," Lori said. "I'd say the muzzle was within inches of the skin." "My opinion exactly," Jack said. "Anything else?" "My gosh, there's absolutely no extravasation of blood," Lori said. "None at all, so this had to have been a post-mortem wound." She raised her head and looked at Jack. She was amazed. She'd assumed it had been the mortal wound. "Ah, the power of modern science," Jack commented. "This floater you foisted on me is turning into a bastard of a case." "Hey, you volunteered," Lori said. "I'm teasing," Jack said. "I'm glad I got the case." The shotgun wounds were definitely post-mortem, so was the decapitation and removal of the hands. Of course the propeller injuries were. 2. What was the cause of death? Lori asked. "2 other gunshot wounds," Jack said. "One through the base of the neck." He pointed to an area just above his right collarbone and another in the left side that shattered the 10th rib. The irony was that both slugs ended up in the massive shotgun pellets in the right upper abdominal area and were difficult to be seen on the X-ray. "Now that's a first," Lori said. "Bullets hidden by shotgun pellets. Amazing. The beauty of this job is that you see new things every day." "The best is yet to come," Jack said. "This is a beaut," Chet said. He'd been listening to the conversation. "It'll be perfect for one of the forensic pathology dinner seminars." "I think the shotgun blasts were an attempt to shield the victim's identity as much as the decapitation and removal of the hands," Jack said. "In what way?" Lori asked. "I believe this patient had had a liver transplant," Jack said, "and not that long ago. The killer must have understood that such a procedure put the patient in a relatively small group, and hence jeopardized the chances of hiding the victim's identity." "Was there much liver left?" Lori asked. "Very little," Jack said. "Most of it was destroyed by the shotgun injury." "And the fish helped," Chet said. Lori winced. "But I was able to find some liver tissue," Jack said. "We'll use that to corroborate the transplant. As we speak, Ted Lynch and DNA is running a DQ alpha. We'll have the results in an hour or so. But for me the clincher was the sutures in the vena cava and the hepatic artery." "What's a DQ alpha?" Lori asked. Jack laughed. "Makes me feel better that you don't know," he said, "because I had to ask Ted the same question. He told me it is a convenient and rapid DNA marker for differentiating two individuals. It compares the DQ region of the histocompatibility complex on chromosome 6. "What about the portal vein?" Lori asked. "Were there sutures in it as well?" "Unfortunately, the portal vein was pretty much gone," Jack said, "along with a lot of the intestines." "Well," Lori said, "this should all make identification rather easy." "My thought exactly," Jack said. "I've already got Bar Arnold hot on the trail. He's been in contact with the National Organ Procurement Organization (ONOS). He's also in the process of calling all the centers actively doing liver transplants, especially here in the city." "That's a small list," Lori said. "Good job, Jack." Jack's face reddened slightly, and Lori was touched. She thought he was immune to such compliments. "What about the bullets?" Lori asked. "Same gun?" "We've packed them off to the police lab for ballistics," Jack said. "It was hard to say if they came from the same gun or not because of their distortion. One of them made direct contact with the 10th rib and was flattened. Even the second one wasn't in good shape. I think it grazed the vertebral column." "What caliber?" Lori asked. "Couldn't tell from mere observation," Jack said. "What did Vinny say?" Lori asked. "He's become pretty good at guessing." "Vinny's worthless today," Jack said. "He's been in the worst mood I've ever seen him in. I asked him what he thought, but he wouldn't say. He told me it was my job, and that he wasn't paid enough to be giving his opinions all the time. "You know, I had a case similar to this back during that awful Serino affair," Lori said. She stared off, and for a moment, her eyes glazed over. "The victim was the secretary of the doctor who was involved with the conspiracy. Of course, she'd not had a liver transplant, but the head and the hands were gone, and I did make the identification, because of her surgical history." "Someday you'll have to tell me that whole grisly story," Jack said. "You keep dropping tantalizing bits and pieces." Lori sighed. "I wish I could just forget the whole thing. It still gives me nightmares." Raymond glanced at his watch as he opened the Fifth Avenue door to Dr. Daniel Levitz's office. It was 2:45. Raymond had called the doctor 3 times starting just after 11 a.m., without success. On each occasion, the receptionist had promised Dr. Levitz would phone back, but he hadn't. In his agitated state, Raymond found the discourtesy aggravating. Since Dr. Levitz's office was just around the corner from Raymond's apartment, Raymond thought it was better to walk over than sit by the phone. "Drive Raymond Leone," Raymond said with authority to the receptionist. "I'm here to see Dr. Levitz." Yes, Dr. Leone, the receptionist said. She had the same cultivated, matronly look as Dr. Anderson's receptionist. I don't have you down on my appointment sheet. Is the doctor expecting you? Not exactly, Raymond said. Well, I'll let the doctor know you are here, the receptionist said non-committally. Raymond took a seat in the crowded waiting room. He picked up one of the usual doctor waiting room magazines, and flipped the pages without focusing on the images. His agitation was becoming tinged with irritation, and he began to wonder if it had been a bad decision to come to Dr. Levitz's office. The job of checking on the first of the other two transplant patients had been easy. With one phone call Raymond had spoken with the recruiting doctor in Dallas, Texas. The doctor had assured Raymond that his kidney transplant patient, a prominent local businessman, was doing superbly, and was in no way a possible candidate for an autopsy. Before hanging up, the doctor had promised Raymond to inform him if the situation were ever to change. But with Dr. Levitz's failure to return Raymond's phone call, Raymond had not been able to check on the last case. It was frustrating and anxiety-producing. Raymond's eyes roamed the room. It was as sumptuously appointed as Dr. Anderson's, with original oils, deep burgundy-colored walls, and oriental carpets. The patients patiently waiting were all obviously well-to-do, as evidenced by their clothes, bearing, and jewels. As the minutes ticked by, Raymond found his irritation mounting. What was adding insult to injury at the moment was Dr. Levitz's obvious success. It reminded Raymond of the absurdity of his own medical license being in legal limbo just because he'd gotten caught padding his Medicare claims. But here was Dr. Levitz working away in all this splendor, with at least part of his receipts coming from taking care of a number of crime families. Obviously, it all represented dirty money. And on top of that, Raymond was sure Levitz padded his Medicare claims. Hell, everybody did. A nurse appeared and cleared her throat. Expectantly, Raymond moved to the edge of his seat, but the nurse called out another name, while the summoned patient got up, replaced his magazine, and disappeared into the bowels of the office. Raymond slouched back against the sofa and fumed. Being at the mercy of such people made Raymond long for financial security all the more. With this current doubles program, he was so close. He couldn't let the whole enterprise crumble for some stupid, unexpected, easily remedied reason. It was 3:15 when finally Raymond was ushered into Daniel Levitz's inner sanctum. Levitz was a small, balding man with multiple nervous tics. He had a mustache, but it was sparse and decidedly unmanly. Raymond had always wondered what it was about the man that apparently inspired confidence in so many patients. "It's been one of those days," Daniel said by way of explanation. "I didn't expect you to drop by." "I hadn't planned on it myself," Raymond said. "But when you didn't return my calls, I didn't think I had a choice." "Calls?" Daniel questioned. "I didn't get any calls from you. I'll have to have another talk with the receptionist of mine. Good help is so difficult to come by these days." Raymond was tempted to tell Daniel to cut the bull, but he resisted. After all, he was finally talking to the man, and turning the meeting into a confrontation wouldn't solve anything. Besides, as irritating as Daniel Levitz could be, he was also Raymond's most successful recruit. He had signed up 12 clients for the program as well as 4 doctors. "What can I do for you?" Daniel asked. His head twitched several times in its usual and disconcerting way. "First, I want to thank you for helping out the other night," Raymond said. "From the absolute pinnacles of power, it was thought to be an emergency. Publicity at this point would have meant an end to the whole enterprise." "I was glad to be of service," Daniel said, "and pleased that Mr. Vincent Dominic was willing to help out to preserve his investment." "Speaking of Mr. Dominic," Raymond said, "he paid me an unexpected visit yesterday morning." "I hope on a cordial note," Daniel said. He was quite familiar with Dominic's career as well as his personality, and surmised that extortion would not be out of the question. "Yes and no," Raymond admitted. "He insisted on telling me details I didn't want to know. Then he insisted on paying no tuition for 2 years." "It could have been worse," Daniel said. "What does that mean to my percentage?" "The percentage stays the same," Raymond said. "It's just that it becomes a percentage of nothing." "So, I help and then get penalized?" Daniel complained. "That's hardly fair." Raymond paused. He'd not thought about Daniel's loss of his cut of Dominic's tuition, yet it was something that had to be faced. At present, Raymond was reluctant to upset the man. "You have a valid point," Raymond conceded. "Let's say we'll discuss it in the near future. At the moment, I have another concern." "What's the status of Cindy Carlson?" Cindy Carlson was the 16-year-old daughter of Albright Carlson, the Wall Street junk bond mogul. Daniel had recruited Albright and his daughter as clients. As a youngster, the daughter had suffered from glomerulonephritis. The malady had worsened during the girl's early teens to the point of kidney failure. Consequently, Daniel not only had the record number of clients, he also had the record number of harvests, too. Carlo Franconi and Cindy Carlson. She's been doing fine, Daniel said. At least health-wise. Why do you ask? This Franconi business has made me realize how vulnerable the enterprise is, Raymond admitted. I want to be sure there are no other possible loose ends. Don't worry about the Carlsons, Daniel said. They certainly aren't going to cause us any trouble. They couldn't be any more grateful. In fact, just last week Albright was talking about getting his wife out to the Bahamas to give a bone marrow sample so she can become a client as well. That's encouraging, Raymond said. We can always use more clients, but it's not the demand side of the enterprise that has me worried. Financially, we couldn't be doing any better. We're ahead of all projections. It's the unexpected that has me worried, like Franconi. Daniel nodded and then twitched. There's always uncertainty, he said philosophically. That's life. The lower the level of uncertainty, the better I'll feel, Raymond said. When I asked you about Cindy Carlson's status, you qualified your positive response as health-wise. Why? Because she's a basket case mentally, Daniel said. How do you mean? Raymond asked. Once again his pulse quickened. It's hard to imagine a kid not being a bit crazy growing up with a father like Albright Carlson. Daniel said. Think about it. And then add the burden of a chronic illness. Whether that contributed to her obesity, I don't know. The girl is quite overweight. That's tough enough for anybody, but especially so for a teen. The poor kid is understandably depressed. How depressed? Raymond asked. Depressed enough to attempt suicide on 2 occasions, Daniel said. And they weren't just childish bids for attention. They were bona fide attempts, and the only reason she's still with us is because she was discovered almost immediately, and because she tried drugs the first time, and hanging herself the second. If she'd had a gun, she surely would have succeeded. Raymond groaned out loud. What's the matter? Daniel asked. All suicides are medical examiner cases, Raymond said. I hadn't thought of that, Daniel said. This is the kind of loose end I was referring to, Raymond said. Damn, just our luck. Sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings, Daniel said. It's not your fault, Raymond said. The important thing is that we recognize it for what it is, and that we understand we can't sit idly by and wait for catastrophe. I don't think we have much choice, Daniel said. What about Vincent Dominic? Raymond said. He's helped us once, and with his own child ill, he has a vested interest in our program's future. Dr. Daniel Levitt stared at Raymond. Are you suggesting? Raymond didn't reply. This is where I draw the line, Daniel said. He stood up. I'm sorry, but I have a waiting room full of patients. Couldn't you call Mr. Dominic and just ask? Raymond said. He felt a wave of desperation wash over him. Absolutely not, Daniel said. I might take care of a number of criminally connected individuals, but I certainly don't get involved with their business. But you helped with Franconi, Raymond complained. Franconi was a corpse on ice at the medical examiner's office, Daniel said. Then give me Mr. Dominic's phone number, Raymond said. I'll call him myself. And I'll need the Carlson's address. Ask my receptionist, Daniel said. Just tell her you're a personal friend. Thank you, Raymond said. But just remember, Daniel said, I deserve and want the percentages that are due to me regardless of what happens between you and Vinnie Dominic. At first the receptionist was reluctant to give Raymond the phone number and the addresses, but after a quick call to her boss, she relented. Wordlessly, she copied the information onto the back of one of Dr. Daniel Levitt's business cards and handed it to Raymond. Raymond wasted no time getting back to his apartment on 64th Street. As he came through the door, Darlene asked how the meeting with the doctor had gone. Don't ask, Raymond said curtly. He went into his paneled study, closed the door, and sat down at his desk. Nervously, he dialed the phone. In his mind's eye, he could see Cindy Carlson either scrounging around in the medicine cabinet for her mother's sleeping pills, or hanging out in the local hardware store buying a length of rope. Yeah, what is it? A voice said on the other end of the line. I'd like to speak to Mr. Vincent Dominic, Raymond said with as much authority as he could muster. He detested the necessity to deal with the likes of these people, but he had little choice. 7 years of intense labor and commitment were on the line, not to mention his entire future. picture. Who's calling? Drive Raymond Leone. There was a pause before the man said, hang on. To Raymond's surprise, he was put on hold with one of Beethoven's sonatas playing in the background. To Raymond it seemed like some sort of oxymoron. A few minutes later Vinnie Dominic's dulcet voice came over the line. Raymond could picture the man's practiced and deceptive banality as if Vinnie were a well-dressed character actor playing himself. How did you get this number, doctor? Vinnie asked. His tone was nonchalant, yet somehow more threatening because of it. Raymond's mouth went bone dry. He hit a cough. Drive Levitz gave it to me, Raymond managed. What can I do for you, doctor? Vinnie asked. Another problem has come up, Raymond croaked. He cleared his throat again. I'd like to see you to discuss it. There was a pause that went on for longer than Raymond could tolerate. Just when he was about to ask if Vinnie was still there, the mobster responded, when I got involved with you people I thought it was supposed to give me peace of mind. I didn't think it was supposed to make my life more complicated. These are just minor growing pains, Raymond said. In actuality, the project is going extremely well. I'll meet you in the Neapolitan restaurant on Corona Avenue in Elmhurst in a half hour, Vinnie said. Think you can find it? I'm certain I can, Raymond said. I'll take a cab, and I'll leave immediately. See you there, Vinnie said before hanging up. Raymond rummaged hastily through the top drawer of his desk for his New York City map that included all 5 boroughs. He spread the map out on his desk, and using the index, located Corona Avenue in Elmhurst. He estimated that he could make it easily in half an hour, provided the traffic wasn't bad on the Queensboro Bridge. That was a concern, because it was almost 4 o'clock. The beginning of rush hour. As Raymond came flying out of his study, pulling his coat back on, Darlene asked him where he was going. He told her he didn't have time to explain. He said he'd be back in an hour or so. Raymond ran to Park Avenue, where he caught a cab. It was a good thing he'd brought his map along, because the Afghan taxi driver had no idea even where Elmhurst was, much less Corona Avenue. The trip was not easy. Just getting across the east side of Manhattan took almost a quarter of an hour, and then the bridge was stop and go. By the time Raymond was supposed to be at the restaurant, his cab had just reached Queens. But from there it was easy going, and Raymond was only 15 minutes late when he walked into the restaurant and pushed aside a heavy, velvet curtain. It was immediately apparent the restaurant was not open for business. Most of the chairs were upside down on top of the tables. Vinnie Dominic was sitting by himself in one of the curved, red velvet upholstered booths that lined the walls. In front of him were a newspaper and a small cup of espresso. A lighted cigarette lay in a glass ashtray. 4 other men were smoking at the bar, sprawled on bar stools. 2 of them Raymond recognized from their visit to his apartment. Behind the bar was an overweight bearded man washing glassware. The rest of the restaurant was empty. Vinnie waved Raymond to his booth. Sit down, Doc, Vinnie said. A coffee? Raymond nodded as he slid into the baguette. It took some effort, because of the nap of the velvet. The room was chilly, damp, and smelled of the previous night's garlic and the accumulated smoke of 5 years' worth of cigarettes. Raymond was happy to keep on his hat and coat. 2 coffees, Vinnie called out to the man behind the bar. Wordlessly, the man turned to an elaborate Italian espresso machine, and began manipulating the controls. You surprise me, Doc, Vinnie said. I truly never expected to hear from you again. As I mentioned on the phone, there's another problem, Raymond said. He leaned forward and spoke in a low voice just above a whisper. Vinnie spread his hands. I'm all ears. As succinctly as he could, Raymond outlined the situation with Cindy Carlson. He emphasized the fact that all suicides were medical examiner cases and had to be autopsied. There were no exceptions. The overweight man from behind the bar brought out the coffees. Vinnie didn't respond to Raymond's monologue until the bartender had gone back to his glassware. Is this Cindy Carlson the daughter of Albright Carlson? Vinnie asked. The Wall Street legend? Raymond nodded. That's partly why this situation is so important, he said. If she commits suicide, it will undoubtedly garner considerable media attention. The medical examiners will be particularly vigilant. I get the picture, Vinnie said as he took a sip of his coffee. What is it exactly that you would want us to do? I wouldn't presume to offer any suggestions, Raymond said nervously. But you can appreciate that this problem is on a par with the Franconi situation. So you want the 16-year-old girl to just conveniently disappear, Vinnie said. Well, she has tried to kill herself twice, Raymond said limply. In a way, we'd just be doing her a favor. Vinny laughed. He picked up his cigarette, took a drag, and then ran his hand over the top of his head. His hair was slicked back smoothly from his forehead. He regarded Raymond with his dark eyes. "You're a piece of work, Doc," Vinny said. "I got to give you credit for that." "Perhaps I can offer another year of free tuition," Raymond said. "That's very generous of you," Vinny said. "But you know something, Doc, it's not enough. In fact, I'm getting a little fed up with this whole operation. And I'll tell you straight, if it weren't for Vinny Jr.'s kidney problems, I'd probably just ask for my money back, and we'd go our separate ways. You see, I am already looking at potential problems from the first favor I did for you. I got a call from my wife's brother, who runs the Spoleto funeral home. He's all upset because a Dr. Lori Montgomery called asking embarrassing questions. Tell me, Doc, do you know this Dr. Lori Montgomery?" "No, I don't," Raymond said. He swallowed loudly. "Hey, Angelo, come over here." Vinny called out. Angelo slid off his bar stool and came to the table. "Sit down, Angelo," Vinny said. "I want you to tell the good doctor here about Lori Montgomery." Raymond had to move farther into the booth to give room for Angelo. He felt distinctly uncomfortable being sandwiched between the two men. "Lori Montgomery is a smart, persistent individual," Angelo said with his husky voice. "To put it bluntly, she's a pain in the ass." Raymond avoided looking at Angelo. His face was mostly scar tissue. Since his eyes didn't close properly, they were red and rheumy. "Angelo had an unfortunate run-in with Lori Montgomery a few years back," Vinny explained. "Angelo, tell Raymond what you learned today, after we heard from the funeral home." "I called Vinny Amendola, our contact in the morgue," Angelo said. "He told me that Lori Montgomery specifically said that she was going to make it her personal business to find out how Franconi's body disappeared. Needless to say, he's very concerned." "See what I mean?" Vinny said. "We got a potential problem here, just because we did you a favor." "I'm very sorry," Raymond said lamely. He couldn't think of any other response. "It brings us back to this tuition issue," Vinny said. "Under the circumstances, I think the tuition should just be waived. In other words, no tuition for me, or Vinny Jr. forever." "I do have to answer to the parent corporation," Raymond squeaked. He cleared his throat. "Fine," Vinny said. "Doesn't bother me in the slightest. Explain to them it's a valid business expense. Hey, maybe you could even use it as a deduction on your taxes." Vinny laughed heartily. Raymond shuddered imperceptibly. He knew he was being unfairly muzzled, yet he had little choice. "Okay," he managed. "Thank you," Vinny said. "Gosh, I guess this is going to work out after all. We've become sort of business partners. Now I trust you have Cindy Carlson's address." Raymond fumbled in his pocket and produced Dr. Levitz's business card. Vinny took it, copied down the address from the back, and handed it back. Vinny gave the address to Angelo. "Inglewood, New Jersey," Angelo said, reading aloud. "Is that a problem?" Vinny asked. Angelo shook his head. "Then, it's arranged," Vinny said, looking back at Raymond. "So much for your latest problem, but I advise you not to come up with any more. With our current tuition understanding, it seems to me, you're out of bargaining chips." A few minutes later, Raymond was out on the street. He realized he was shaking as he looked at his watch. It was close to 5 and getting dark. Stepping off the curb, he raised his hand to flag a cab. What a disaster, he thought. Somehow he would have to absorb the cost of maintaining Vinny Dornix and his sons double for the rest of their lives. A cab pulled over. Raymond climbed in and gave his home address. As he sped away from the Neapolitan restaurant, he began to feel better. The actual cost of maintaining the two doubles was minuscule, since the animals lived in isolation on a deserted island. So the situation wasn't that bad, especially since the potential problem with Cindy Carlson was now solved. By the time Raymond entered his apartment, his mood had improved significantly, at least until he got in the door. "You've had 2 calls from Africa," Darlene reported. "Problems?" Raymond asked. There was something about Darlene's voice that set off alarm bells. "There was good news and bad news," Darlene said. "The good news was from the surgeon. He said that Horace Winchester is doing miraculously and that you should start planning on coming to pick him and the surgical team up." "What's the bad news?" Raymond asked. "The other call was from Siegfried Spalak," Darlene said. "He was a little vague. He said there was some trouble with Kevin Marshall." "What kind of trouble?" Raymond asked. He didn't elaborate, Darlene said. Raymond remembered specifically asking Kevin not to do anything rash. He wondered if the researcher had not heeded his warning. It must have had something to do with that stupid smoke Kevin had seen. Did Spalak want me to call back tonight? Raymond asked. It was 11 o'clock his time when he called, Darlene said. He said he could talk to you tomorrow. Raymond groaned inwardly. Now he'd have to spend the entire night worrying. He wondered when it was all going to end. Chapter 11. March 5th. 1997, 11:30 p.m. Cago, Equatorial Guinea. Kevin heard the heavy metal door open at the top of the stone stairs and a crack of light cascaded in. 2 seconds later, the string of bare light bulbs in the ceiling of the corridor went on. Through the bars of his cell, he could see Melanie and Candace in their respective cells. They were squinting as he was in the sudden glare. Heavy footfalls on the granite stairs preceded Siegfried Spalak's appearance. He was accompanied by Cameron McIvers and Mustafa Boud, chief of the Moroccan Guards. It's about time, Mr. Spalak. Melanie snapped. I demand to be let out of here this instant, or you'll be in serious trouble. Kevin winced. It was not the way to talk with Siegfried Spalak on any occasion, much less in their current circumstance. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace had been huddling in utter blackness in separate cells in the oppressively hot, dank jail in the basement of the town hall. Each cell had a small, arched window that opened into a window well in the rear arcade of the building. The openings were barred but without glass, so vermin could pass through unimpeded. All 3 prisoners had been terrified by the sounds of scampering creatures, especially since they'd seen several tarantulas before the lights had been turned out. The only source of comfort had been that they could easily talk to each other. The first 5 minutes of the evening's ordeal had been the worst. As soon as the sound of the burst of machine gun fire died out, Kevin and the women were blinded by large handheld lights. When their eyes had finally adjusted, they saw that they'd walked into an ambush of sorts. They were surrounded by a jeering group of youthful Equatoguinean soldiers who delighted in casually aiming their AK-47s at them. Several had been brazen enough to poke the women with the muzzles of their weapons. Fearing the worst, Kevin and the others hadn't moved a muscle. They'd been scared witless by the indiscriminate gunfire, and terrified it might begin again at the slightest provocation. Only at the appearance of several of the Moroccan guards did the unruly soldiers back off. Kevin had never imagined the intimidating Arabs as potential saviors, but that's how it had turned out. The guards had assumed custody of Kevin and the women. Then the guards drove them in Kevin's car, first to the Moroccan Guard building across from the animal center, where they'd been placed in a windowless room for several hours, and then finally into town, where they'd been incarcerated in the old jail. This is outrageous treatment, Melanie persisted. On the contrary, Siegfried said. I have been assured by Mustafa that you have been treated with all due respect. Respect? Melanie sputtered. To be shot at with machine guns, and kept in this shithole in the dark. That's respect? You were not shot at, Siegfried corrected. Those were merely a few warning shots directed over your heads. You had, after all, violated an important rule here in the zone. Isla Francesca is off limits. Everyone knows that. Siegfried motioned to Cameron toward Candace. Cameron opened her cell with a large, antique key. Candace wasted no time getting out of the cell. She hastily dusted off her clothes to make sure there were no bugs. She was still dressed in her surgical scrubs from the hospital. My apologies to you, Siegfried said to Candace. I imagine you were led astray by our resident researchers. Perhaps you were not even aware of the rule against visiting the island area. Cameron opened Melanie's cell and then Kevin's. As soon as I heard about your detention, I tried to call Dr. Raymond Leone, Siegfried said. I wanted to ask his opinion as to the best way to handle this situation. Since he was unavailable, I have to take responsibility myself. I'm releasing you all on your own recognizance. I trust that you now know the seriousness of your actions. Under Equatoguinean law it could be considered a capital offense. Oh, bull. Melanie spat. Kevin cringed. He was afraid Melanie would anger Siegfried enough to order them back into the cells. Benevolence was not a part of Siegfried's character. Mustafa extended Kevin's car keys to him. Your vehicle is out back, he said with a heavy French accent. Kevin took the keys. His hand shook enough to cause them to jingle, until he got his hand and the keys into his pocket. I'm sure I will be speaking to Dr. Leone sometime tomorrow, Siegfried said. I will contact you individually. You may go. Melanie started to speak again, but Kevin surprised himself by grabbing her arm and propelling her toward the stairs. "I've had enough manhandling," Melanie sputtered. She tried to pull her arm from Kevin's grasp. "Let's just get into the car," Kevin whispered harshly through clenched teeth. He forced her to keep moving. "What tonight?" Melanie complained. At the base of the stairs, she managed to yank her arm free. Irritably, she started up. Kevin waited for Candace to precede him, then followed the women up to the ground floor. They emerged into an office used by the Equatoguinean soldiers that were constantly seen lounging in front of the town hall. There were 4 of them present, with the base manager, the head of security, and the chief of the Moroccan guards in the building. The soldiers were a good deal more attentive than usual. All 4 were standing in their interpretation of attention, with their assault rifles over their shoulders. When Kevin and the women appeared, their expressions suggested they were confused. Melanie gave them the finger as Kevin herded her and Candace out the door into the parking lot. "Please, Melanie," Kevin begged, "don't provoke them." Whether the soldiers did not understand the meaning of Melanie's gesture, or were bewildered by the anomalous circumstances, Kevin didn't know. One way or the other, they didn't come flying out after them as Kevin feared they might. They got to the car. Kevin opened the passenger side door. Candace climbed in eagerly, but not Melanie. She turned to Kevin with her eyes blazing in the dim light. "Give me the keys," she demanded. "What?" Kevin asked, even though he'd heard her. "I said give me the keys," Melanie repeated, confused by this unexpected request, but not wishing to incite her more than she already was. Kevin handed her the car keys. Melanie immediately went around to the other side of the car and got in behind the wheel. Kevin climbed into the passenger seat. He didn't care who drove, as long as they got themselves out of there. Melanie started the car, spun the tires, and drove out of the parking lot. "Geez, Melanie," Kevin said. "Slow down." "I'm pissed," Melanie said. "As if I couldn't tell," Kevin said. "I'm not going home just yet," Melanie said. "But I'd be happy to take you guys home if you want." "Where do you want to go?" Kevin asked. "It's almost midnight." "I'm going out to the animal center," Melanie said. "I'm not going to tolerate being treated like this without finding out what the hell is going on." "What's at the animal center?" Kevin asked. "The keys to that goddamn bridge," Melanie said. "I want one, because for me this affair has gone beyond curiosity." "Maybe we should stop and talk about this," Kevin suggested. Melanie jammed on the brakes, bringing them to a lurching stop. Both Kevin and Candace had to push themselves back into their respective seats. "I'm going to the animal center," Melanie repeated. "You guys can either come along, or I'll drop you off. It's your call." "Why tonight?" Kevin asked. "1, because I am really ticked off right now," Melanie said. "And 2, because they wouldn't suspect it. Obviously, they intend for us to go home and quake in our beds. That's why we were so mistreated. But you know something, that's not my style." "That's my style," Kevin said. "I think Melanie is right," Candace said from the back seat. "They were deliberately trying to scare us. And I think they did a damn good job," Kevin said. "Or am I the only sane one in the group?" "Let's do it," Candace said. "Oh, no." Kevin groaned. "I'm outnumbered." "We'll take you home," Melanie said. "No problem." She started to put the car in reverse. Kevin reached out and stayed her hand. "How do you propose to get the keys? You don't even know where they'd be." "I think it's pretty clear they'd be in Bertram's office," Melanie said. "He's the one in charge of logistics for the Bonobo program. Hell, you're the one who suggested he had them." "Okay, they're in Bertram's office," Kevin said. "But what about security? Offices are locked." Melanie reached into the breast pocket of her animal center coveralls and pulled out a magnetic card. "You're forgetting that I'm part of the animal center hierarchy. This is a MasterCard, and not the kind that competes with Visa. This thing gets me in every door of the animal center 24 hours a day. Remember, my work with the Bonobo project is only a part of the fertility work I do." Kevin looked over the back of his seat at Candace. Her blonde hair was luminous in the half-light of the car interior. "If you're game, Candace." "I guess I'm game," he said. "Let's go." Candace said. Melanie accelerated and turned north beyond the motor pool. The motor pool was in full operation, with huge mercury vapor lamps illuminating the entire staging area. The motor pool's night shift was larger than either the day or evening shifts, since that's when truck traffic between the zone and Battle was at its peak. Melanie zipped past a number of tractor trailers until the turnoff to Battle fell behind. From that point, all the way to the animal center, they didn't see another vehicle. The animal center worked 3 shifts just like the motor pool did, although in the animal center the night shift was the smallest. The majority of the night staff worked in the veterinary hospital. Melanie took advantage of this fact by pulling Kevin's Toyota up to one of the animal hospital doors. There the car had lots of company. Melanie turned off the ignition and gazed at the animal center entrance that led directly into the veterinary hospital. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel. "Well," Kevin said, "we're here. What's the plan?" "I'm thinking," Melanie said. "I can't decide what's best, whether you guys wait here or come with me." "This place is huge," Candace said. She'd leaned forward and was gazing at the building in front of them. It ran from the street all the way back to where it disappeared into the jungle foliage. "For as many times as I've been to Chicago, I've never been out here at the animal center. I didn't have any idea it was so large." "Is this part where you're facing the hospital?" "Yup," Melanie said. "This whole wing." "I'd be interested to see it," Candace said. "I've never been in a veterinary hospital, let alone one that's so palatial." "It's state-of-the-art," Melanie said. "You should see yours." "Oh my God," Kevin sighed. He rolled his eyes. "I've been ensnared by the insane. We've just had the most harrowing experience in our lives, and you're talking about taking a tour." "It's not going to be a tour," Melanie said as she alighted from the car. "Come on, Candace. I'm sure I can use your help." "Kevin, you can wait here if you'd like." "Fine by me," Kevin said. But it only took him a few moments of watching the women trudge toward the entrance before he too climbed out of the car. He decided that the anxiety of waiting would be worse than the stress of going. "Wait up," Kevin called out. He had to run a few steps until he'd caught up with the others. "I don't want to hear any complaining," Melanie told Kevin. "Don't worry," Kevin said. He felt like a teenager being chastised by his mother. "I don't anticipate any problems," Melanie said. Bertram Edwards's office is in the administration part of the building, which at this time will be deserted. "But just to be sure we don't arouse any suspicion once we're inside, we'll head down to the locker room. I want you guys in animal center coveralls." "Okay, I mean it's not really the time anyone would expect to encounter visitors." "Sounds like a good idea to me," Candace said. "All right," Bertram said into the phone. His eye caught the luminous dial of his bedside clock. It was 1:15 midnight. "I'll meet you at your office in 5 minutes." Bertram swung his legs over the edge of the bed and parted the mosquito netting. "Trouble?" Trish, his wife, asked. She pushed herself up on one elbow. "Just a nuisance," Bertram said. "Go back to sleep. I'll be back in a half hour or so." Bertram closed the door to the bedroom before turning on the dressing room light. He dressed quickly. Although he downplayed the situation to Trish, Bertram was anxious. He had no idea what was going on, but it had to be trouble. Siegfried had never called him in the middle of the night with a request to come to his office. Outside, it was as bright as daytime, with a nearly full moon having risen in the east. The sky was filled with silvery purple cumulus clouds. The night air was heavy and humid and perfectly still. The sounds of the jungle were an almost constant cacophony of buzzes, chirps, and squawks interrupted with occasional short screams. It was a noise Bertram had grown accustomed to over the years, and it didn't even register in his mind. Despite the distance to the town hall being only a few hundred yards, Bertram drove. He knew it would be faster, and every minute that passed raised his curiosity. As he pulled into the parking lot, he could see that the usually lethargic soldiers were strangely agitated, moving around the army post, clutching their rifles. They eyed him nervously as he turned off his headlights and alighted from the car. Approaching the building on foot, Bertram could see meager light flickering through the slats of the shutters covering Siegfried's second-floor office windows. He went up the stairs, passed through the dark reception area normally occupied by Aurelio, and entered Siegfried's office. Siegfried was sitting at his desk with his feet propped up on the corner. In the hand of his good arm he held and was gently swirling a brandy snifter. Cameron McIvers, head of security, was sitting in a rattan chair with a similar glass. The only illumination in the room was coming from the candle in the skull. The low level of shimmering light cast dark shadows and gave a lifelike quality to the menagerie of stuffed animals. "Thanks for coming out at such an ungodly hour," Siegfried said with his usual German accent. "How about a splash of brandy? Do I need it?" Bertram asked, as he pulled a rattan chair over to the desk. Siegfried laughed. "It can never hurt." Cameron got the drink from a sideboard. He was a hefty, full-bearded Scotsman with a bulbous, red nose and a strong bias toward alcohol of any sort. Although Scotch was understandably his favorite, he handed the snifter to Bertram and reclaimed his seat on his own drink. "Usually when I'm called out in the middle of the night it is a medical emergency with an animal," Bertram said. He took a sip of the brandy and breathed in deeply. "Tonight I have the sense it is something else entirely." "Indeed," Siegfried said. "First I have to commend you. Your warning this afternoon about Kevin Marshall was well-founded and timely. I asked Cameron to have him watched by the Moroccans, and sure enough this evening he, Melanie Beckett, and one of the surgical nurses drove all the way out to the landing area for Isla Francesca." "Damnation!" Bertram exclaimed. "Did they go on the island?" "No," Siegfried said. "They merely played with the food float. They'd also stopped to talk with Alphonse Kimba." "This irritates me to death," Bertram exclaimed. "I don't like anyone going near that island and I don't like anyone talking to that pygmy." "Nor do I," Siegfried agreed. "Where are they now?" Bertram questioned. "We let them go home," Siegfried said, "but not before putting the fear of God into them. I don't think they will be doing it again, at least not for a while." "This is not what I need," Bertram complained. "I hate to have to worry about this on top of the bonobos splitting into two groups." "This is worse than the animals living in two groups," Siegfried said. "They're both bad," Bertram said. "Both have the potential of interrupting the smooth operation of the program, and possibly putting an end to it. I think my idea of caging them all, and bringing them into the animal center should be reconsidered. I've got the cages out there. It wouldn't be difficult, and it will make retrievals a hell of a lot easier." From the moment Bertram had determined the bonobos were living in two social groups, he thought it best to round up the animals and keep them in separate cages, where they could be watched. But he'd been thwarted by Siegfried. Bertram had considered going over Siegfried's head by appealing to his boss in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but had decided against it. Doing so would have alerted the Gen-size hierarchy that there was potential trouble with the bonobo program. "We're not opening that discussion," Siegfried said emphatically. "We're not giving up on the idea of keeping them isolated on the island. We all decided back when this started that was the best idea. I still think it is, but with this episode with Kevin Marshall, the bridge has me worried." "Why?" Bertram asked. "It's locked." "Where are the keys?" Siegfried asked. "In my office," Bertram said. "I think they should be here in the main safe," Siegfried said. "Most of your staff has access to your office, including Melanie Beckett." "Perhaps you have a point," Bertram said. "I'm glad you agree," Siegfried said. "So I'd like you to get them." "How many are there?" "I don't recall exactly," Bertram said. 4 or 5, something like that." "I want them here," Siegfried said. "Fine," Bertram said agreeably. "I don't have a problem with that." "Good," Siegfried said. He let his legs drop from the desk and stood up. "Let's go. I'll come with you." "You want to go now?" Bertram asked with disbelief. "Why put off until tomorrow what you can do today?" Siegfried said. "Isn't that an expression you Americans espouse? With the keys in the safe, I know I'll sleep a lot better tonight." "Would you want me to come along as well?" Cameron asked. "It's not necessary," Siegfried said. "I'm sure Bertram and I can handle it." Kevin looked at himself in the full-length mirror at the end of the banks of lockers in the men's room. The trouble with the coveralls was that the small was too small and the medium was a little too big. He had to roll up the sleeves and pant legs. "What the hell are you doing in there?" Melanie's voice called out. She pushed open the door from the hall. "I'm coming," Kevin said. He closed the locker, where he'd stored his own clothes, and hurried out into the hall. "I thought women were supposed to take a long time dressing," Melanie complained. "I couldn't decide which size was best," Kevin said. "Did anybody come in while you were in there?" Melanie asked. "Not a soul," Kevin said. "Good," Melanie said. "Same for us in the ladies' room. Let's go." Melanie motioned for the others to follow her as she started up the stairs. To get to the administration area from here, we have to pass through part of the veterinary hospital. I think it's best to avoid the main floor, which has the emergency room and the acute care unit. There's always a lot of activity there. So let's go up to the second floor and go through the fertility unit. I can even say I'm checking on patients if someone asks. Cool, Candace said. They passed the first floor and climbed to the second. Entering the main corridor, they encountered their first animal center employee. If the man thought that there was anything abnormal about Kevin and Candace's presence in the middle of the night, he didn't give any evidence. He passed by with merely a nod. That was easy, Candace whispered. It's the coveralls, Melanie said. They turned left through a set of double doors and entered a brightly lit, narrow hallway lined with a number of blank doors. Melanie cracked one of them and stuck her head inside. Quietly, she closed the door. It's one of my patients. She's a lowland gorilla who's almost ready for egg retrieval. They can get a little rambunctious with the hormone level we have to achieve, but she's sleeping soundly. Can I see? Candace asked. I suppose, Melanie said. But be quiet, and don't make any sudden movements. Candace nodded. Melanie opened the door and slipped inside. Candace followed. Kevin stayed by the door, holding it open. Shouldn't we be doing what we came here for? Kevin whispered. Melanie put her finger to her lips. There were 4 large cages in the room, only one of which was occupied. A large gorilla was sleeping on a bed of straw. The illumination came from overhead recessed lighting that was dimmed down to a point of being almost off. Gently touching the bars of the cage, Candace leaned forward to get a better look. She'd never been so close to a gorilla. If she'd been inclined, she could have touched the huge animal. With speed that defied belief, the female gorilla woke and then bounced off the front of the cage. In the next instant, she was pounding the floor with her fists like kettle drums and shrieking. Candace let out a scream of her own as she leapt back out of harm's way. Melanie grabbed her. It's okay, Melanie said. The gorilla then made another lunge for the front of the cage. She also hurled a handful of fresh feces in the process, which splattered against the far wall. Melanie directed Candace out the door and Kevin let it shut. I'm terribly sorry, Melanie said to Candace. Candace's Nordic complexion was even paler than usual. Are you alright? I guess, Candace said. She checked the front of her coveralls. A little PMS, I'm afraid, Melanie said. She didn't hit you with any of her poop, did she? I don't think so, Candace said. She ran a hand through her hair and then examined it. Let's get the keys, Kevin said. We're pushing our luck. They walked the length of the fertility unit and pushed through a second pair of swinging doors to enter a large room divided into bays. Each bay had several cages, and most of the cages were occupied by youthful primates of different species. This is the pediatric unit, Melanie whispered. Just act natural. There were 4 people working in the unit. They were all dressed in surgical scrubs with stethoscopes draped around their necks. Everyone was friendly, but busy and preoccupied, and the trio passed through, garnering nothing more than a couple of smiles and nods. After another set of double doors and a short corridor, they came to a heavy, locked fire door. Melanie had to use her card to open it. Here we are, Melanie whispered, as she let the fire door close quietly behind them. After the bustle they'd just witnessed, the silence and darkness seemed absolute. This is the administration area. The stairwell is down the hall to the left, so hold on. There was groping in the dark until Candace got her hand on Melanie's shoulder and Kevin got his on Candace's. Come on, Melanie encouraged. She began to inch her way along the corridor, while running her hand against the wall. The others allowed themselves to be pulled along. Gradually, the rise adjusted, and by the time the group neared the door to the stairwell, they could appreciate the small amount of moonlight that seeped through the cracks. Inside the stairwell, it was comparatively bright. Large windows on each landing flooded the stairs with moonlight. The first floor hall was much easier to walk in than the second floor hall, because of the windows in the main entrance doors. Melanie led them to a position just outside Bertram's office. Now comes the acid test, Kevin said, as Melanie tried her card in the lock. There was an immediate, reassuring click. The door opened. No problem, Melanie said buoyantly. The 3 stepped inside the room, and were again thrust into almost complete darkness. The only light was a meager glow, that filtered through the open door into the inner office. What now? Kevin questioned. We're not going to find anything in the dark. I agree, Melanie said. She felt along the wall for the switch. As soon as her finger touched it, she switched it on. For a moment, they blinked at each other. Whoa, seems awfully bright, Melanie said. I hope it doesn't wake up those Moroccan guards across the street, Kevin said. Don't even joke about it, Melanie said. She walked into the inner office and turned on the light. Kevin and Candace joined her. I think we should be methodical about this, Melanie said. I'll take the desk. Candace, you take the file cabinet, and, Kevin, why don't you take the outer office, and, while you're at it, keep an eye on the hall. Give a yell if anybody appears. Now that's a happy thought, Kevin said. Siegfried turned left at the motor pool and accelerated his new Toyota Land Cruiser toward the animal center. The vehicle had been modified for his disability, so that he could shift with his left hand. Does Cameron have any idea why we are so concerned about the security of Isla Francesca? Bertram asked. No, not at all, Siegfried said. Has he asked? No, he's not that kind of person. He takes orders. He doesn't question them. What about telling him and cutting him in on a small percentage? Bertram suggested. He could be very helpful. I'm not diluting our percentages, Siegfried said. Don't even suggest it. Besides, Cameron is already helpful. He does whatever I tell him to do. What worries me the most about this episode with Kevin Marshall is that he must have said something to those women, Bertram said. The last thing I want is for them to start thinking the bonobos on the island are using fire. If that gets out, it's just a matter of time before we have animal rights zealots coming out of the woodwork. Jen's eyes will shut the program down faster than you can blink your eye. What do you think we should do? Siegfried asked. I could arrange to have the three of them just disappear. Bertram glanced at Siegfried and shivered. He knew the man was not joking. No, that could be worse, Bertram said. He looked back out through the windshield. That might stimulate the major stateside investigation. I'm telling you, I think we should dart the bonobos, put them in the cages I brought out there, and bring them in. Sure as hell, they won't be using fire in the animal center. No, goddammit. Siegfried snapped. The animals stay on the island. If they're brought in, you won't be able to keep it a secret. Even if they don't use fire, we know they're cunning little bastards from the problems we've had during retrievals, and maybe they'll start doing something else equally as weird. If they do, handlers will start talking. We'll be in worse shape. Bertram sighed and ran a nervous hand through his white hair. Reluctantly, he admitted to himself that Siegfried had a point. Still, he thought it best to bring the animals in, mainly to keep them isolated from each other. I'll be talking to Raymond Leone tomorrow, Siegfried said. I tried to call him earlier. I figured that since Kevin Marshall had already talked to him, we might as well get his opinion about what to do. After all, this whole operation is his creation. He doesn't want trouble any more than we do. True, Bertram said. Tell me something, Siegfried said. If the animals are using fire, how do you think they got it? You still think it was lightning? I'm not sure, Bertram said. It could have been lightning, but then again, they managed to steal a bunch of tools, rope, and other stuff when we had the crew out there constructing the island side of the bridge mechanism. No one even thought about the possibility of theft. I mean, everything was secured in toolboxes. Anyway, they might have gotten matches. Of course, I have no idea how they could have figured out how to use them. You just gave me an idea, Siegfried said. Why don't we tell Kevin and the women there's been a crew going out to the island over the past week to do some kind of work like cutting trails? We can say that we've just found out that they have been starting the fires. Now that's a damn good idea, Bertram said. It makes perfect sense. We've even considered putting a bridge over the Rio de Viso. Why the hell didn't we think of it earlier? Siegfried questioned. It's so obvious. Ahead, the Land Cruiser's headlights illuminated the first of the animal center's buildings. Where do you want me to park? Siegfried asked. Pull right up to the front, Bertram said. You can wait in the air. It will only take me a second. Siegfried took his foot off the accelerator and began to brake. What the hell? Bertram said. What's the matter? "There's a light on in my office," Bertram answered. "This looks promising," Candace called out as she pulled a large folder from the top drawer of the file cabinet. The folder was dark blue and closed with an attached elastic. In the upper right-hand corner it said, "Isla Francesca." Melanie pushed in the drawer of the desk she'd been searching, and walked over to Candace. Kevin appeared from the outer office and joined them. Candace snapped off the elastic, and opened the folder. She slid the contents out onto a library table. There were wiring diagrams of electronic equipment, computer printouts, and numerous maps. There was also a large and lumpy manila envelope that had the words Stevenson Bridge written across it. "Stop. Now we're cooking," Candace said. She opened the envelope, reached in, and pulled out a ring with 5 identical keys. "Voila," Melanie said. She took the ring, and began to remove one of the keys. Kevin peeked at the maps, and picked up a detailed contour map. He had it partially unfolded, when he became aware of a flickering light out of the corner of his eye. Glancing at the window, he saw the reflections of headlight beams dancing along the slats of the half-open blinds. Stepping over to the window, he peeked out. "Oh," Kevin croaked. "It's Siegfried's car." "Quick," Melanie said. "Get this all back into the file cabinet." Melanie and Candace hastily crammed everything back into the folder, got the folder into the file cabinet, and closed the drawer. No sooner was it closed than they heard the rattle of the front door of the building as it was opened. "This way," Melanie whispered frantically. She motioned toward the door behind Bertram's desk. Quickly, the three went through the door. As Kevin closed it, he could hear the door to the outer office being pulled open. They had entered one of Bertram's examining rooms. It was constructed of white tile, and had a central stainless steel examining table. Like Bertram's inner office, it had windows covered with blinds. Enough light filtered in to allow them to rush over to the door to the hall. Unfortunately, en route, Kevin kicked a stainless steel pail standing on the floor next to the examining table. The pail clanged up against the table leg. In the stillness, it sounded like a gong at an amusement park. Melanie reacted by throwing open the door to the hall, and racing toward the stairwell. Candace followed. As Kevin dashed into the hall, he heard the door to Bertram's office slam open. He had no idea if he'd been seen or not. In the stairwell, Melanie descended as fast as the moonlight would allow. She could hear Candace and Kevin behind her. She slowed at the foot of the stairs to grope for the door to the basement level. She got it open none too soon. Above, they heard the first floor stairwell door open, followed by heavy footfalls on the metal stairs. The basement was utterly black save for a dim rectangular outline of light in the distance. Holding onto each other, they made their way toward the light. It wasn't until they had reached it that Kevin and Candace realized it was a fire door with light seeping around its periphery. Melanie had it open with her magnetic card once she'd located the slot. Beyond the fire door was a brightly lit hallway which allowed them to run full tilt. Melanie pulled them to an abrupt halt halfway down the narrow passageway. There she opened the door marked Pathology. Inside, Melanie barked. Wordlessly, everyone complied. Closing the door, Melanie locked it with a throw bolt. They were standing in an anteroom for 2 autopsy theaters. There were scrub sinks, several desks, and a large insulated door leading to a refrigerated room. "Why did we come in here?" Kevin said with panic in his voice. "We're trapped." "Not quite," Melanie said breathlessly. "This way." She motioned for them to follow her around the corner. To Kevin's surprise, there was an elevator. Melanie pounded the call button, which brought forth an immediate whine of its machinery. At the same time, the floor indicator illuminated to show the elevator cab was on the 3rd floor. "Come on," Melanie pleaded, as if her urging could speed up the apparatus. Since it was a freight elevator, it was agonizingly slow. It was just passing the 2nd floor when the door to the hallway rattled on its hinges, followed by a muffled expletive. The three exchanged panicky glances. "They'll be in here in the next few seconds," Kevin said. "Is there another way out?" Melanie shook her head. "Only the elevator." "We have to hide," Kevin said. "What about the refrigerator?" Candace offered. With no time to argue, the three darted to the refrigerator. Kevin got the door open. A cool mist flowed out to layer itself along the floor. Candace went in first, followed by Melanie and then Kevin. Kevin pulled the door shut. Its hardware clicked soundly. The room was 20 feet square, with stainless steel shelving from floor to ceiling that lined the periphery as well as forming a central island. The hulks of a number of dead primates lay on the shelves. The most impressive was the body of a huge silverback male gorilla on the middle shelf of the central island. The illumination in the room came from bare light bulbs within wire cages attached to the ceiling at intervals along the walkways. Instinctively, the three rushed around to the back of the central island and squatted down. Their heavy breathing formed fleeting spheres of mist in the frigid temperature. The smell was not pleasant with a hint of ammonia, but it was tolerable. Surrounded by heavy insulation, Kevin and the others could not hear a sound inside the refrigerator, not even the whine of the elevator. At least not until they heard the unmistakable click of the refrigerator door's latch. Kevin felt his heart skip a beat as the door was pulled open. Preparing himself to see the sneering face of Siegfried, Kevin slowly raised his head to look over the bulk of the dead gorilla. To his surprise, it wasn't Siegfried. It was two men in scrub suits carrying in the body of a chimpanzee. Wordlessly, the men placed the remains of the dead ape on a shelf to the right just inside the door and then left. Once the door was closed, Kevin looked down at Melanie and sighed. "This has to have been the worst day of my life." "It's not over yet," Melanie said. "We still have to get out of here, but at least we got what we came for." She opened her fist and held up the key. Light glinted off its chrome-colored surface. Kevin looked at his own hand. Without realizing it, he was still clutching the detailed contour map of Isla Francesca. Bertram turned on the light in the hallway as he exited the stairwell. He'd gone up to the second floor and had entered the pediatric unit. He'd asked the crew if anybody had just run through. The answer was no. Entering his examination room, he switched on the light and there as well, Siegfried appeared at the door to Bertram's office. "Well?" Siegfried questioned. "I don't know if someone was in here or not," Bertram said. He looked down at the stainless steel pail that had moved from its normal position under the edge of the examining table. "Did you see anyone?" Siegfried asked. "Not really," Bertram said. He shook his head. "Maybe the janitorial crew left the lights on." "Well, it underlines my concerns about the keys," Siegfried said. Bertram nodded. He reached out with his foot and pushed the stainless steel bucket back to its normal position. He turned out the light in the examining room before following Siegfried back into his office. Bertram opened the top drawer of the file cabinet and pulled out the Isla Francesca folder. He unsnapped the securing elastic and pulled out the contents. "What's the matter?" Siegfried asked. Bertram had hesitated. As a compulsively neat individual, he could not imagine having crammed everything into the folder so haphazardly. Fearing the worst, it was with some relief that he lifted the Stevenson Bridge envelope and felt the lump made by the ring of keys. Chapter 12. March 5th. 1997, 6:45 p.m. New York City. "This is the damnedest thing," Jack said. He was peering into his microscope at one particular slide, and had been doing so intently for the previous half hour. Chet had tried to talk with him, but had given up. When Jack was concentrating, it was impossible to get his attention. "I'm glad you are enjoying yourself," Chet said. He just stood up in preparation to leave, and was about to heft his briefcase. Jack leaned back and shook his head. "Everything about this case is screwy." He looked up at Chet and was surprised to see he had his coat on. "Oh, are you leaving?" "Yeah, and I've been trying to say goodbye for the last 15 minutes. "Take a look at this before you go," Jack said. He motioned toward his microscope as he pushed away from the desk to give Chet room. Chet debated. He checked his watch. He was due at his gym for a 7 o'clock aerobics class. He'd had his eye on one of the girls who was a regular. In an effort to build up the courage to approach her, he'd been taking the class himself. The problem was that she was in far better shape than he, so that at the end of the class he was always too winded to talk. "Come on, sport," Jack said. "Give me your golden opinion." Chet let go of his briefcase, leaned over, and peered into the eyepieces of Jack's microscope. With no explanation from Jack, he first had to figure out what the tissue was. "So, you're still looking at this frozen section of liver," he said. "It's been entertaining me all afternoon," Jack said. "Why not wait for the regular fixed sections?" Chet said. "These frozen sections are so limiting. I've asked Maureen to get them out as soon as she can," Jack said. "But meanwhile this is all I have." "What do you think of the area under the pointer?" Chet played with the focus. One of the many problems with frozen sections was they were often thick and the cellular architecture appeared fuzzy. I'd say it looks like a granuloma, Chet said. A granuloma was the cellular sign of chronic, cell-mediated inflammation. That was my thought as well, Jack said. Now move the field over to the right. It will show a part of the liver surface. What do you see there? Chet did as he was told, while worrying that, if he was late to the gym, there wouldn't be a spot in the aerobics class. The instructor was one of the most popular. I see what looks like a large, scarred cyst, Chet said. Does it look at all familiar? Jack asked. Can't say it does, Chet said. In fact, I'd have to say it looks a little weird. Well said, Jack remarked. Now, let me ask you a question. Chet raised his head and looked at his office mate. Jack's domed forehead was wrinkled with confusion. Does this look like a liver that you'd expect to see in a relatively recent transplant? Hell, no. Chet said. I'd expect some acute inflammation, but certainly not a granuloma, especially if the process could be seen grossly as suggested by the collapsed surface cyst. Jack sighed. Thank you. I was beginning to question my judgment. It's reassuring to hear you've come to the same conclusion. Knock, knock, a voice called out. Jack and Chet looked up to see Ted Lynch, the director of the DNA lab, standing in the doorway. He was a big man, almost in Calvin Washington's league. He'd been an All-American tackle for Princeton, before going on to graduate school. I got some results for you, Jack, Ted said. But I'm afraid it's not what you want to hear, so I thought I'd come down and tell you in person. I know you've been thinking you've got a liver transplant here, but the DQ alpha was a perfect match, suggesting it was the patient's own liver. Jack threw up his hands. I give up, he said. Now there was still a chance it was a transplant, Ted said. There are 21 possible genotypes of the DQ alpha sequence, and the test fails to discriminate about 7% of the time. But I went ahead and ran the ABO blood groups on chromosome 9, and it was a perfect match as well. Combining the two results, the chances are mighty slim it's not the patient's own liver. I'm crushed, Jack said. With his fingers intertwined, he let his hands fall onto the top of his head. I even called a surgeon friend of mine and asked if there would be any other reason to find sutures in the vena cava, the hepatic artery, and the biliary system. He said no, that it had to be a transplant. What can I say? Ted commented. Of course, for you I'd be happy to fudge the results. He laughed, and Jack pretended to take a swipe at him with his hand. Jack's phone jangled insistently. Jack motioned for Ted to stay, while he picked up the receiver. What? He said rudely. I'm out of here, Chet said. He waved to Jack, and pushed past Ted. Jack listened intently. Slowly, his expression changed from exasperation to interest. He nodded a few times as he glanced up at Ted. For Ted's benefit he held up a finger and mouthed, 1 minute. Yeah, sure, Jack said into the phone. If Ono suggests we try Europe, give it a try. He glanced at his watch. Of course it's the middle of the night over there, but do what you can. Jack hung up the phone. That was Bar Arnold, he said. I've had the entire forensics department searching for a missing recent liver transplant. What's Ono's? Ted asked. United National Organ Sharing, Jack said. Any luck? Ted asked. Nope, Jack said. It's baffling. Bar's even checked with all the major centers doing liver transplants. Maybe it wasn't a transplant, Ted said. I'm telling you, the probability of my two tests matching by chance is very small indeed. I'm convinced it was a transplant, Jack said. There's no rhyme or reason to take out a person's liver and then put it back. You're sure? Of course I'm sure, Jack said. You seem committed to this case, Ted commented. Jack gave a short derisive laugh. I've decided that I'm going to unravel this mystery come hell or high water, he said. If I can't, I'll lose respect for myself. There just aren't that many liver transplants. I mean, if I can't solve this one, I might as well hang it up. Alright, Ted said. I'll tell you what I can do. I can run a polymerker which compares areas on chromosome 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 19. A chance match will be in the billions to 1. And for my own peace of mind, I'll even sequence the DQ alpha on both the liver sample and the patient to try to figure out how they could have matched. I'll be appreciative whatever you can do, Jack said. I'll even go up and start tonight, Ted said. That way I can have the results tomorrow. What a sport, Jack said. He put out his hand, and Ted slapped it. After Ted left, Jack switched off the light under his microscope. He felt as if this light had been mocking him with its puzzling details. He'd been looking at it for so long his eyes hurt. For a few minutes, Jack sat at his desk and gazed at the clutter of unfinished cases. Folders were stacked in uneven piles. Even his own conservative estimate had the figure somewhere between 25 and 30. That was more than usual. Paperwork had never been Jack's forte, and it got worse when he became enmeshed in a particular case. Cursing under his breath from frustration at his own ineptitude, Jack pushed back from his desk and grabbed his bomber jacket from the hook on the back of his office door. He'd had as much sitting and thinking as he was capable of. He needed some mindless, heart exercise, and his neighborhood basketball court was beckoning. The view of the New York City skyline from the George Washington Bridge was breathtaking. Franco Ponti tried to turn his head to appreciate it, but it was difficult because of the rush hour traffic. Franco was behind the wheel of a stolen Ford sedan on the way to Inglewood, New Jersey. Angelo Faxiolo was sitting in the front passenger seat, staring out the windshield. Both men were wearing gloves. "Get a load of the view to the left," Franco said. "Look at all those lights. You can see the whole freaking island, even the Statue of Liberty." "Yeah, I've seen it already," Angelo said moodily. "What's the matter with you?" Franco asked. "You're acting like you're on the rag." "I don't like this kind of job," Angelo said. "It reminds me of when Serena went berserk and sent me and Tony Ruggiero all over the goddamn city doing the same kind of shit. We should stick to our usual work, dealing with the usual people." "Vinny Dominic is not Paulie Sereno," Franco said. "And what's so bad about picking up some easy extra cash?" "The cash is fine," Angelo agreed. "It's the risk I don't like." "What do you mean?" Franco questioned. "There's no risk. We're professionals. We don't take risks." "There's always the unexpected," Angelo said. "And as far as I'm concerned, the unexpected has already occurred." Franco glanced over at Angelo's scarred face silhouetted in the half-light of the car's interior. He could tell that Angelo was dead serious. "What are you talking about?" he questioned. "The fact that this Lori Montgomery is involved," Angelo said. "She gives me nightmares. Tony and I tried to whack her, but we couldn't. It was like God was protecting her." Franco laughed in spite of Angelo's seriousness. "This Lori Montgomery would be flattered that someone with your reputation has nightmares about her. That's hilarious." "I don't find it funny at all," Angelo said. "Don't get sore at me," Franco said. "Besides, she's hardly involved in what we're doing here." "It's related," Angelo said. "And she told Vinny Amendola that she's going to make it her personal business to find out how he managed to get Franconi's body out of the morgue." "But how is she going to do that?" Franco said. "And worse comes to worse, we sent Freddie Capuzzo and Richie Hearns to do the actual dirty work." "I think you're jumping to conclusions here." "Oh yeah?" Angelo questioned. "You don't know this woman. She's one persistent bitch." "All right," Franco said with resignation. "You want to be bummed out, fine by me." As they reached the New Jersey side of the bridge, Franco bore right onto the Palisades Interstate Parkway. With Angelo insisting on sulking, he reached over and turned on the radio. After pushing a few buttons, he found a station that played oldies but goodies. Turning up the volume up, he sang Sweet Caroline along with Neil Diamond. By the second refrain, Angelo leaned forward and turned off the radio. "You win," he said. "I'll cheer up if you promise not to sing." "You don't like that song?" Franco questioned as if he were hurt. "It's got such sweet memories for me." He smacked his lips as if he were tasting. "It reminds me of making out with Maria Provolone." "I'm not going to touch that one," Angelo said, laughing despite himself. He appreciated working with Franco Ponti. Franco was a professional. He also had the sense of humor, which Angelo knew he himself lacked. Franco exited the parkway onto Palisades Avenue, past Route 9W, and headed west down a long hill into Inglewood, New Jersey. The environment quickly changed from franchise fast food restaurants and service stations to upper-class suburban. "You got the map and the address handy?" Franco asked. "I got it right here," Angelo said. He reached up and turned on the map light. "We're looking for Overlook Place," he said. "It will be on the left." Overlook Place was easy to find, and 5 minutes later, they were cruising along a winding, tree-lined street. The lawns that stretched up to the widely spaced houses were so expansive they looked like fairways on a golf course. "Can you imagine living in a place like this?" Franco commented, his head swinging from side to side. Hell, I'd get lost trying to find the street from my front door. I don't like this, Angelo said. It's too peaceful. We're going to stick out like a sore thumb. Now don't get yourself all bent out of shape, Franco said. At this point, all we're doing is reconnoitering. What number are we looking for? Angelo consulted the piece of paper in his hand. Number 8 Overlook Place. That means it's going to be on our left, Franco said. They were just passing number 12. A few moments later Franco slowed and pulled over to the right side of the road. He and Angelo stared up a serpentine driveway lined with carriage lamps to a massive Tudor-style house set against a backdrop of soaring pine trees. Most of the multi-paned windows were aglow with light. The property was the size of a football field. Looks like a goddamn castle, Angelo complained. I must say, it's not what I was hoping for, Franco said. Well, what are we going to do? Angelo asked. We can't just sit here. We haven't seen a car since we pulled off the main drag back there. Franco put the car in gear. He knew Angelo was right. They couldn't wait there. Someone would undoubtedly spot them, become suspicious, and call the police. They'd already passed one of those stupid neighborhood watch signs with the silhouette of a guy wearing a bandana. Let's find out more about the 16-year-old chick, Angelo said. Like, where she goes to school, what she likes to do, and who are her friends. We can't risk going up to the house. No way. Franco grunted in agreement. Just as he was about to press on the accelerator, he saw a tiny figure come out the front of the house. From such a distance he couldn't tell if it was male or female. Somebody just came out, he said. I noticed, Angelo said. The two men watched in silence as the figure descended a few stone stairs and then started down the driveway. Whoever it is kind of fat, Franco said. And they got a dog, Angelo said. Holy Madonna, Franco said after a few moments. It's the girl. I don't believe this, Angelo said. Do you think it really is Cindy Carlson? I'm not used to things happening this easy. Astounded, the two men watched as the girl continued down the driveway, as if she were coming directly to greet them. Ahead of her walked a tiny, caramel-colored toy poodle with its little pom-pom tail sticking straight up. What should we do? Franco questioned. He didn't expect an answer, he was thinking out loud. How about the police act? Angelo suggested. It always worked for Tony and me. Sounds good, Franco said. He turned to Angelo and stuck out his hand. Let me use your Ozone Park police badge. Angelo reached into the vest pocket of his brawny suit and handed over the wallet-like badge cover. You stay put for the moment, Franco said. No reason to scare her right off the bat with that face of yours. Thanks for the compliment, Angelo said sourly. Angelo cared about his appearance, and dressed to the nines in a vain attempt to compensate for his face, which was severely scarred from a combination of chickenpox as a child, severe acne as a teenager, and third-degree burns from an explosion 5 years previously. Ironically, the explosion had been ignited thanks to Lori Montgomery. Ah, don't be so touchy, Franco teased. He cuffed Angelo on the back of the head. You know we love you, even though you look like you should be in a horror movie. Angelo fended off Franco's hand. There were only two people he allowed even to make reference to his facial problem, Franco and his boss, Vinnie Dominic. Still, he didn't appreciate it. The girl was now nearing the street. She was dressed in a pink down-filled ski parka, which only made her look heavier. Her facial features indented a puffy face with mild acne. Her hair was straight and parted down the middle. She looked anything like Maria Provolone? Angelo questioned, to get in a dig at Franco. Very funny, Franco said. He reached for the door handle and got out of the car. Excuse me. Franco called out as sweetly as possible. Having smoked heavily from age 8, he had a voice that normally had a harsh, raspy quality. Could you, by any chance, be the popular Cindy Carlson? Maybe, the teenager said. Who wants to know? She'd stopped at the foot of the driveway. The dog lifted his leg against the gate post. We're police officers, Franco said. He held up a badge, so that the light from the street lamp glinted off its polished surface. We were investigating several of the boys in town and we were told you might be able to help us. Really? Cindy questioned. Absolutely, Franco said. Please come over here, so my colleague can talk to you. Cindy glanced up and down the street, even though not a car had passed in the last 5 minutes. She crossed the street, pulling her dog who'd been intently sniffing the base of an elm tree. Franco moved out of the way so that Cindy Carlson could bend over to look into the front seat of the car at Angelo. Before a word was spoken, Franco pushed her into the car head first. Cindy let out a squeal, but it was quickly smothered by Angelo, who wrestled her into the car. Franco swiftly yanked the leash out of Cindy's hand and shooed the dog away. Then he squeezed into the front seat, crushing Cindy against Angelo. He put the car in gear and drove away. Lori had surprised herself. After the delivery of the Franconi videotape, she'd been able to redirect her attention to her paperwork. She'd worked efficiently and made significant progress. There was now a gratifying stack of completed folders on the corner of her desk. Taking the remaining tray of histology slides, she started on the final case, which could be completed with the material and reports she had. As she peered into her microscope to examine the first slide, she heard a knock on her open door. It was Lou Soldano. "What are you doing here so late?" Lou asked. He sat down heavily in the chair next to Lori's desk. He made no effort to take off his coat or hat, which was tipped way back on his head. Lori glanced at her watch. "My gosh," she remarked. "I had no idea at the time. I tried to call you at home as I was coming across the Queensboro Bridge," Lou said. "When I didn't get you, I decided to stop here. I had a sneaking suspicion you'd still be at it. You know, you work too hard. You should talk," Lori said with playful sarcasm. "Look at you. When was the last time you got any sleep? And I'm not talking about a catnap at your desk. Let's talk about more pleasant things," Lou suggested. "How about grabbing a bite to eat? I've got to run down to headquarters to do about an hour's worth of dictating. Then I'd love to go out someplace. The kids are with their aunt, God love her. What do you say to some pasta?" "Are you sure you're up for going out?" Lori questioned. The circles under Lou's dark eyes were touching his smile creases. His stubble was more than a 5 o'clock shadow. Lori guessed it was at least 2 days worth. "I got to eat," Lou said. "Are you planning on working much longer?" "I'm on my last case," Lori said. "Maybe another half hour." "You got to eat, too," Lou said. "Have you made any progress in the Franconi case?" Lori asked. Lou let out an exasperated puff of air. "I wish," he said. "And the trouble is with these mob hits, if you don't score quickly, the trail cools mighty fast. We haven't gotten the break I've been hoping for." "I'm sorry," Lori said. "Thanks," Lou said. "How about you? Any more of an idea how Franconi's body got out of here?" "That trail is about equally as cool," Lori said. "Calvin even gave me a reaming out for interrogating the night mortuary tech. All I did was talk to the man. I'm afraid administration just wants the episode to fade." "So Jack was right about telling you to lay off," Lou said. "I suppose," Lori reluctantly agreed. "But don't tell him that." "I wish the commissioner would let it fade," Lou said. "Hell, I might get demoted over this thing." "I did have one thought," Lori said. "One of the funeral homes that picked up a body the night Franconi disappeared is called Spoleto. It's in Ozone Park. Somehow the name was familiar to me. Then I remembered that one of the more grisly murders of a young mobster took place there back during the Serino case. Do you think that it's just a coincidence they happened to be making a pickup here the night Franconi disappeared?" "Yeah," Lou said, "and I'll tell you why. I'm familiar with that funeral home from my years in Queens fighting organized crime. There is a loose and innocent connection by marriage with the Spoleto Funeral Home and the New York crime establishment. But it's with the wrong family. It's with the Lucia people, not with the Vaqueros who killed Franconi." "Oh, well," Lori said, "it was just a thought." "Hey, I'm not knocking your questioning it," Lou said. "Your recall always impresses me. I'm not sure I would have made the association. Anyway, what about some dinner? As tired as you look, how about just coming over to my apartment for some spaghetti?" Lori suggested. Lou and Lori had become best of friends over the years. After being thrust together on the Serino case 5 years previously, they'd flirted with a romantic relationship, but it hadn't worked out. Becoming friends had been a mutual decision. In the years since, they made it a point to have dinner together every couple of weeks. "You wouldn't mind?" Lou asked. The idea of kicking back on Lori's couch sounded like heaven. "Not at all," Lori said. "In fact, I'd prefer it. I've got some sauce in the freezer and plenty of salad makings." "Great," Lou said. "I'll grab some Chianti on my way downtown. I'll give you a call when I'm leaving headquarters." "Perfect," Lori said. After Lou had left, Lori went back to her slide. But Lou's visit had broken her concentration by reawakening the Franconi business. Besides, she was tired of looking through the microscope. Leaning back, she rubbed her eyes. "Damn it all," she murmured. She sighed and gazed up at the cobwebbed ceiling. Every time she questioned how Franconi's body could have gotten out of the morgue, she agonized anew. She also felt guilty that she couldn't provide even a modicum of help to Lou. Lori got up and got her coat, snapped shut her briefcase, and walked out of her office. But she didn't leave the morgue. Instead, she went down for another visit to the mortuary office. There was a question that was nagging her, and which she'd forgotten to ask Marvin Fletcher, the evening mortuary tech, the previous late afternoon. She found Marvin at his desk busily filling out the required forms for the scheduled pickups for that evening. Marvin was one of Lori's favorite co-workers. He'd been on the day shift before Bruce Bramowski's tragic murder during the Serino affair. After that event, Marvin had been switched to evenings. It had been a promotion, because the evening mortuary tech had a lot of responsibility. "Hey, Lori, what's happening?" Marvin said the moment he caught sight of her. Marvin was a handsome African-American, with the most flawless skin Lori had ever seen. It seemed to glow, as if lit internally. Lori chatted with Marvin for a few minutes, catching him up on the intraoffice gossip of the day, before getting down to business. "Marvin, I've got to ask you something, but I don't want you to feel defensive." Lori couldn't help remembering Mike Pisano's reaction to her questioning, and she certainly didn't want Marvin complaining to Calvin. "About what?" Marvin asked. "Franconi," Lori said. "I wanted to ask why you didn't x-ray the body." "What are you talking about?" Marvin questioned. "Just what I said," Lori remarked. "There was no x-ray slip in the autopsy folder and there were no films down here with others when I looked prior to finding out that the body had disappeared." "I took x-rays," Marvin said. He acted hurt that Lori would suggest that he hadn't. "I always take x-rays when a body comes in, unless one of the doctors tells me otherwise." "Then where's the slip, and where are the films?" Lori asked. "Hey, I don't know what happened to the slip," Marvin said. "But the films, they went with Dr. Bingham." "Bingham took them?" Lori questioned. Even that was odd, yet she recognized that Bingham probably was planning on doing the post the following morning. "He told me he was taking them up to his office," Marvin said. "What am I supposed to do? Tell the boss he can't take the x-rays?" "No way, not this dude." "Right, of course," Lori said vaguely. She was preoccupied. Here was a new surprise. X-rays existed of Franconi's body. Of course, it didn't matter much without the body itself, but she wondered why she'd not been told. Then again, she'd not seen Bingham until after it was known that Franconi's body had been stolen. "Well, I'm glad I spoke to you," Lori said, coming out of her musing. "And I apologize for suggesting that you'd forgotten to take the films." "Hey, it's cool," Marvin said. Lori was about to leave when she thought about the Spoleto funeral home. On a whim, she asked Marvin about it. Marvin shrugged. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "I don't know much. I've never been there, you know what I'm saying." "What are the people like who come here from the home?" Lori asked. "Normal," Marvin said with another shrug. "I've probably only seen them a couple of times. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say." Lori nodded. "It was a silly question. I don't know why I asked." Lori left the mortuary office and exited the morgue through the loading area onto 30th Street. It seemed to her that nothing about the Franconi case was routine. As Lori commenced walking south along First Avenue, another whim hit her. Suddenly, the idea of visiting the Spoleto funeral home seemed very appealing. She hesitated for a second while considering the idea, and then stepped out into the street to hail a cab. "Where to, lady?" the driver asked. Lori could see from his Hackney license that his name was Michael Newman. "Do you know where Ozone Park is?" Lori asked. "Sure, it's over in Queens," Michael said. He was an older man who, Lori guessed, was in his late 60s. He was sitting on a foam rubber stuffed pillow with a lot of foam rubber visible. His backrest was constructed of wooden beads. "How long would it take to get there?" Lori asked. If it was going to take hours, she wouldn't do it. Michael made a questioning expression by compressing his lips while thinking. "Not long," he said vaguely. "Traffic's light. In fact, I was just out at Kennedy Airport, and it was a breeze." Let's go, Lori said. As Michael promised, the trip took only a short time, especially once they got on the Van Wyck Expressway. While they were traveling, Lori found out that Michael had been driving the cab for over 30 years. He was a loquacious and opinionated man who also exuded a paternal charm. Would you know where Gold Road is in Ozone Park? Lori asked. She felt privileged to have found an experienced taxi driver. She'd remembered the address of the Spoleto funeral home from the Rolodex in the mortuary office. The street name had stuck in her mind as making a metaphorical statement about the undertaking business. Gold Road, Michael said. No problem. It's a continuation of 89th Street. You looking for a house, or what? I'm looking for the Spoleto funeral home, Lori said. I'll have you there in no time, Michael said. Lori sat back with a contented feeling, only half listening to Michael's non-stop chatter. For the moment luck seemed to be on her side. The reason she decided to visit the Spoleto funeral home was because Jack had been wrong about it. The home did have a mob connection, and even though it was with the wrong family according to Lou, the fact that it was associated with all was suspicious to Lori. True to his promise, within a surprisingly short time Michael pulled up to a 3-storied white clapboard house wedged between several brick tenements. It had Greek-style columns holding up the roof of a wide front porch. A glazed, internally lit sign in the middle of a postage stamp-sized lawn read, Spoleto Funeral Home, a family business, 2 generations of caring. The establishment was in full operation. Lights were on in all the windows. A few cigarette smokers were on the porch. Other people were visible through the ground floor windows. Michael was about to terminate the meter when Lori spoke up. Would you mind waiting for me? She asked. I'm certain I'll only be a few minutes, and I imagine it would be hard catching the cab from here. Sure, lady, Michael said. No problem. Would you mind if I left my briefcase? Lori asked. There's absolutely nothing of value in it. It will be safe just the same, Michael said. Lori got out and started up the front walk, feeling unnerved. She could remember, as if it were yesterday, the case Dr. Dick Katzenberg had presented at the Thursday afternoon conference 5 years earlier. A man in his 20s had been essentially embalmed alive in the Spoleto funeral home, after having been involved in throwing battery acid in Paulie Serino's face. Lori shuddered but forced herself up the front steps. She was never going to be completely free from the Serino affair. The people smoking cigarettes ignored her. Soft organ music could be heard through the closed front door. Lori tried the door. It was unlocked, and she walked in. Save for the music, there was little sound. The floors were heavily carpeted. Small groups of people were standing around the entrance hall, but they conversed in hushed whispers. To Lori's left was a room full of elaborate coffins and urns on display. To the right was a viewing room with people seated in folding chairs. At the far end of the room was a coffin resting on a bed of flowers. May I help you? A soft voice inquired. A thin man about Lori's age with an ascetic face and sad features had come up to her. He was dressed in black except for his white shirt. He was obviously part of the staff. To Lori, he looked like her image of a Puritan preacher. Are you here to pay respects to Jonathan Dilbertolo? The man asked. No, Lori said. Frank Gleason. Excuse me, the man inquired. Lori repeated the name. There was a pause. And your name is? The man asked. Drive Lori Montgomery. Just one moment if you will, the man said as he literally ducked away. Lori looked around at the mourners. This was a side of death that she'd experienced only once. It was when her brother had died from an overdose, when he was 19 and Lori was 15. It had been a traumatic experience for her in all regards, but especially since she'd been the one who had found him. Drive Montgomery, a soft, unctuous voice intoned. I'm Anthony Spoleto. I understand you are here to pay respects to Mr. Frank Gleason. That's correct, Lori said. She turned to face a man also dressed in a black suit. He was obese and as oily as his voice. His forehead glistened in the soft incandescent light. I'm afraid that will be impossible, Mr. Spoleto said. I called this afternoon and was told he was on view, Lori said. Yes, of course, Mr. Spoleto said. But that was this afternoon. At the family's request, this afternoon's 4-page 1000 to 6-page 1000 viewing was to be the last. I see, Lori said nonplussed. She'd not had any particular plan in mind concerning her visit, and had intended on viewing the body as a kind of jumping-off place. Now that the body was not available, she didn't know what to do. Perhaps I could just sign the register book anyway, Lori said. I'm afraid that too is impossible, Mr. Spoleto said. The family has already taken it. Well, I guess that's it, Lori said with a limp gesture of her arms. Unfortunately, returned Mr. Spoleto. Would you know when the burial is planned? Lori asked. Not at the moment, Mr. Spoleto said. Thank you, Lori said. Not at all, Mr. Spoleto said. He opened the door for Lori. Lori walked out and got into the cab. Now where? Michael asked. Lori gave her address on 19th Street, and leaned forward to look out at the Spoleto funeral home as the taxi pulled away. It had been a wasted trip, or had it? After she'd been talking with Mr. Spoleto for a moment, she'd realized that his forehead wasn't oily. The man had been perspiring despite the temperature inside the funeral parlor being decidedly on the cool side. Lori scratched her head, wondering if that meant anything, or if it were just another example of her grabbing at straws. Was it a friend? Michael asked. Was who a friend? The deceased, Michael said. Lori let out a little mirthless laugh. Hardly, she said. I know what you mean, Michael said, looking at Lori in the rearview mirror. Relationships today are very complicated, and I'll tell you why it is. Lori smiled as she settled back to listen. She loved philosophical taxi drivers, and Michael was a regular Plato with his profession. When the cab pulled up outside Lori's building, Lori saw a familiar figure in the foyer. It was Lou Soldano slouched over against the mailboxes, clutching a bottle of wine in a straw basket. Lori paid Michael the fare along with a generous tip, then hurried inside. I'm sorry, Lori offered. I thought you were going to call before you came over. Lou blinked as if he'd been asleep. I did, he said, after a brief coughing spree. I got your answering machine, so I left the message that I was on my way. Lori glanced at her watch as she unlocked the inner door. She'd only been gone for a little over an hour, which was what she'd expected. I thought you were only going to work for another half hour, Lou said. I wasn't working, Lori said, as she called for the elevator. I took a trip out to the Spoleto funeral home. Lou frowned. Now don't give me extra grief, Lori said as they boarded the elevator. So what did you find? Franconi lying in state? Lou asked sarcastically. I'm not going to tell you a thing, if you're going to act that way, Lori complained. Okay, I'm sorry, Lou said. I didn't find anything, Lori admitted. The body I went to see was no longer on view. The family had cut it off at 6 page 1000. The elevator opened. While Lori struggled with her locks, Lou curtsied for Deborah Engler, whose door opened against its chain as usual. But the director acted a little suspicious, Lori said. At least I think he did. How so? Lou asked as they entered Lori's apartment. Tom came running out of the bedroom to purr and rub against Lori's leg. Lori put her briefcase on the small half-moon-shaped hall console table, in order to bend down, to scratch Tom vigorously behind his ear. He was perspiring, while I was talking with him, Lori said. Lou paused with his coat half off. Is that all? He asked. The man was perspiring? Yes, that's it, Lori said. She knew what Lou was thinking. It was written all over his face. Did he start perspiring after you asked him difficult and incriminating questions about Franconi's body? Lou asked. Or was he perspiring before you began talking with him? Before, Lori admitted. Lou rolled his eyes. Whoa, another Sherlock Holmes incarnate, he said. Maybe you should take over my job. I don't have your powers of intuition and inductive reasoning. You promised not to give me grief, Lori said. I never promised, Lou said. All right, it was a wasted trip, Lori said. Let's get some food. I'm starved. Lou switched the bottle of wine from one hand to the other, allowing him to swing his arm out of his trench coat. When he did, he clumsily knocked Lori's briefcase to the floor. The impact caused it to spring open and scatter the contents. The crash terrified the cat, who disappeared back into the bedroom after a desperate struggle to gain traction on the highly polished wood floor. What a klutz, Lou said. I'm sorry. He bent down to retrieve the papers, pens, microscope slides, and other paraphernalia, and bumped into Lori in the process. Maybe it's best you just sit down, Lori suggested with a laugh. No, I insist, Lou said. After they'd gotten most of the contents back into the briefcase, Lou picked up the videotape. What's this, your favorite X-rated feature? Hardly, Lori commented. Lou turned it over to read the label. The Franconi shooting, he questioned. CNN sent you this out of the blue? Lori straightened up. No, I requested it. I was going to use the tape to corroborate the findings. When I did the autopsy, I thought it could make an interesting paper to show how reliable forensics can be. Mind if I look at it? Lou asked. Of course not, Lori said. Didn't you see it on TV? Along with everyone else, Lou said. But it would still be interesting to see the tape. I'm surprised you don't have a copy at police headquarters, Lori said. Hey, maybe we do, Lou said. I just haven't seen it. Man, this ain't your night, Warren teased Jack. You must be getting too old. Jack had decided, when he'd gotten to the playground late, and had to wait to get into the game, that he was going to win, no matter whom he was teamed up with. But it didn't happen. In fact, Jack lost every game he played in, because Warren and Spit had gotten on the same team and neither could miss. Their team had won every game including the last, which had just been capped off with a sweet give and go that gave Spit an easy final layup. Jack walked over to the sidelines on rubbery legs. He'd played his heart out, and was perspiring profusely. He pulled a towel from where he'd jumped it into the chain-link fence, and wiped his face. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Come on, man. Warren teased from the edge of the court, where he was dribbling a basketball back and forth between his legs. One more run. We'll let you win this time. Yeah, sure. Jack called back. You never let nobody win nothing. Jack made it a point to adapt his syntax for the environment. I'm out at here. Warren sauntered over and hooked one of his ringers through the fence and leaned against it. What's up with your shorty? He asked. Natalie's been driving me up the wall asking questions about her since we haven't seen nothing of you guys. You know what I am saying? Jack looked at Warren's sculpted face. To add insult to injury, as far as Jack was concerned, Warren wasn't even perspiring, nor was he breathing particularly heavily. And to make matters worse, he'd been playing before Jack had arrived. The only evidence of exertion was a tiny triangle of sweat down the front of his cut-off sweatshirt. Reassure Natalie that Lori's fine, Jack said. She and I were just taking a little vacation from each other. It was mostly my fault. I just wanted to cool things down a bit. I hear you, Warren said. I was with her last night, Jack added, and things are looking up. She was asking me about you and Natalie, so you weren't alone. Warren nodded. You sure you're finished, or do you want to run one more? I'm finished, Jack said. Take care, man, Warren said as he pushed off the fence. Then he yelled out to the others, let's run, you badasses. Jack shook his head in dismay as he watched Warren amble away. He was envious of the man's stamina. Warren truly wasn't tired. Jack pulled on his sweatshirt and started for home. He'd not won a single game, and although during the play the inability to win had seemed overwhelmingly frustrating, now it didn't matter. The exercise had cleared his mind, and for the hour and a half he played, he hadn't thought about work. But Jack wasn't even all the way across 106th St. Pointer yet when the tantalizing mystery of his floater began troubling him again. As he climbed his refuse-strewn stairs, he wondered if there was a chance that Ted had made a mistake with the DNA analysis. As far as Jack was concerned, the victim had had the transplant. Jack was rounding the third-floor landing when he heard the telltale sound of his phone. He knew it was his because Denise, the single mother of two who lived on his floor, didn't have a phone. With some effort, Jack encouraged his tired quadriceps to propel him up the final flight. Clumsily, he fumbled with his keys at his door. The moment he got it open, he heard his answering machine pick up with a voice that Jack refused to believe was his own. He got to the phone and snatched it up, cutting himself off in mid-sentence. Hello, he gasped. After an hour and a half of full court, all-out basketball, the dash of the final flight of stairs had put him close to collapse. Don't tell me you're just coming in from your basketball, Lori said. It's going on 9 o'clock. That's way off your schedule. I didn't get home until after 7:30, Jack explained between breaths. He wiped his face to keep his perspiration from dripping on the floor. That means you haven't eaten yet, Lori said. You got that right, Jack said. Lou is over here, and we were going to have salad and spaghetti, Lori said. Why don't you join us? I wouldn't want to break up the party, Jack said jokingly. At the same time he felt a mild stab of jealousy. He knew about Lori's and Lou's brief romantic involvement and half wondered if the two friends were starting something up. Jack knew he had no right to such feelings, considering the ambivalence he had about becoming involved with any woman. After the loss of his family, he'd been unsure if he ever wanted to make himself vulnerable to such pain again. At the same time, he'd come to admit both his loneliness and how much he enjoyed Lori's company. "You won't be breaking up any party," Lori assured him. "It's going to be a very, very casual dinner, but we have something we want to show you. Something that is going to surprise you, and maybe even make you want to give yourself a boot in the rear end. As you can probably tell, we're pretty excited." "Oh?" Jack questioned. His mouth had gone dry. Hearing Lou laughing in the background, and putting two and two together, Jack knew what they wanted to show him. It had to be a ring. Lou must have proposed. "Are you coming?" Lori asked. "It's kind of late," Jack said. "I've got to shower." "Hey, you old sawbones," Lou said. He'd snatched the phone from Lori. "Get your ass over here. Lori and I are dying to share this with you." "Okay," Jack said with resignation. "I'll jump in the shower and be there in 40 minutes. "See ya, dude," Lou said. Jack hung up the phone. "Dude," he mumbled. That didn't sound like Lou. Jack mused that the detective must be on cloud nine. "I wish I knew what I could do to cheer you up," Darlene said. She'd made the effort to put on a slinky silk teddy from Victoria's Secret, but Raymond hadn't even noticed. Raymond was stretched out on the sofa with an ice pack on his head and his eyes closed. "Are you sure you don't want anything to eat?" Darlene asked. She was a tall woman over 5 feet 10, with bleached blonde hair and a curvaceous body. She was 26 years old, and as she and Raymond joked, halfway to his 52. She'd been a fashion model before Raymond had met her in a cozy East Side bar called the Auction House. Raymond slowly took his ice pack off, and glared at Darlene. Her bubbly vivaciousness was only an irritation. "My stomach is in a knot," he said deliberately. "I'm not hungry." "Is that so difficult to understand?" "Well, I don't know why you are so upset," Darlene persisted. "You just got a call from the doctor in Los Angeles, and she's decided to come on board. That means we'll soon have some movie stars as clients. I think we should celebrate." Raymond replaced the ice pack and closed his eyes. "The problems haven't been about the business side. That's all been going like clockwork. It's these unexpected snafus, like Franconi and now Kevin Marshall." Raymond was loath to explain about Cindy Carlson. In fact, he'd been trying to avoid even thinking about the girl himself. "Why are you still worried about Franconi?" Darlene asked. "That problem has been taken care of." "Listen," Raymond said, trying to be patient, "maybe it would be best if you go watch some TV and let me suffer in peace." "How about some toast or a little cereal?" Darlene asked. "Leave me alone," Raymond shouted. He'd sat up suddenly, and was clutching his ice pack in his hand. His eyes were bulging, and his face was flushed. "Okay, I can tell when I'm not wanted," Darlene pouted. As she was leaving the room, the phone rang. She looked back at Raymond. "Want me to get it?" she asked. Raymond nodded and told her to take the call in the study. He also said that, if the call was for him, she should be vague about where he was, since he wasn't up to talking with anyone. Darlene reversed her direction, and disappeared into the study. Raymond breathed a sigh of relief, and put the ice pack back on his head. Lying back, he tried to relax. He was just getting comfortable when Darlene returned. "It's the intercom, not the phone," she said. "There's a man downstairs who wants to see you. His name is Franco Ponti, and he said it was important. I told him that I'd see if you are here." "What do you want me to say?" Raymond sat back up with a new jolt of anxiety. For a moment, he couldn't place the name, but he didn't like the sound of it. Then it hit him. It was one of Vinnie Dominic's men who'd accompanied the mobster to the apartment the previous morning. "Well?" Darlene questioned. Raymond swallowed loudly. "I'll talk to him." Raymond reached behind the couch, and picked up the telephone extension. He tried to sound authoritative when he said hello. "Howdy, Doc," Franco said. "I was going to be disappointed if you hadn't been at home." "I'm about to go to bed," Raymond said. "It's rather late for you to be calling." "My apologies for the hour," Franco said. "But Angelo Faxiolo and I have something we'd like to show you." "Why don't we do this tomorrow?" Raymond said. "Say between 9 and 10. "It can't wait," Franco said. "Come on, Doc. Don't give us a hard time. It's Vinnie Dominic's express wish that you become intimately acquainted with our services." Raymond struggled to come up with an excuse to avoid going downstairs, but given his headache, nothing came to mind. 2 minutes, Franco said. "That's all I'm asking." I'm awfully tired, Raymond said. I'm afraid. Hold on, Doc, Franco said. Listen, I have to insist you come down here, or you're going to be very sorry. I hope I'm making myself clear. All right, Raymond said, recognizing the inevitable. He was not naive enough to believe that Vinnie Dominic and his people made idle threats. I'll be right down. Raymond went to the hall closet and got his coat. Darlene was amazed. You're going out? It appears that I don't have a lot of choice, Raymond said. I suppose I should be happy they were not demanding to come inside. As Raymond descended in the elevator, he tried to calm himself, but it was difficult since his headache had only gotten worse. This unexpected, unwanted visit was just the kind of turn that was making his life miserable. He had no idea what these people wanted to show him, although he guessed it had something to do with how they were going to deal with Cindy Carlson. Good evening, Doc, Franco said as Raymond appeared. Sorry to trouble you. Let's just make this short, Raymond said, sounding more confident than he felt. It will be short and sweet, trust me, Franco said. If you don't mind. He pointed up the street, where the Ford sedan had been pulled to the curb next to a fire hydrant. Angelo was half sitting, half leaning against the trunk, smoking a cigarette. Raymond followed Franco to the car. Angelo responded by straightening up and stepping to the side. We just want you to take a quick look in the trunk, Franco said. He reached the car and keyed the luggage compartment. Come right over here, so you can see. The light's not so good. Raymond stepped between the Ford and the car behind it, literally inches away from the trunk slit as Franco raised it. In the next second Raymond thought his heart had stopped. The instant he glimpsed the ghoulish sight of Cindy Carlson's dead body crammed into the trunk, there was a flash of light. Raymond staggered back. He felt sick with the image of the obese girl's porcelain face imprinted in his brain and dizzy from the flash of light which he quickly realized was from a Polaroid camera. Franco closed the trunk and wiped his hands. How'd the picture come out? He asked Angelo. Gotta wait a minute, Angelo said. He was holding the edges of the photo as it was developing. Just a second longer, Franco said to Raymond. Raymond involuntarily moaned under his breath, while his eyes scanned the immediate area. He was terrified anybody else had seen the corpse. Looks good, Angelo said. He handed the picture to Franco, who agreed. Franco reached out with the photo, so Raymond could see it. I'd say that's your best side, Franco said. Raymond swallowed. The picture accurately depicted his shock terror as well as the awful image of the dead girl. Franco pocketed the picture. There, that's it, Doc, he said. I told you we wouldn't need a lot of your time. Why did you do this? Raymond croaked. It was Vinnie's idea, Franco said. He thought it best to have a record of the favor he'd done for you just in case. In case of what? Raymond asked. Franco spread his hands. In case of whatever. Franco and Angelo got into the car. Raymond stepped up onto the sidewalk. He watched until the Ford had gone to the corner and disappeared. Good Lord, Raymond murmured. He turned and headed back to his door on unsteady legs. Every time he solved one problem another emerged. The shower had revived Jack. Since Laurie had not included any injunction about riding his bike this time, Jack decided to ride. He cruised south at a good clip. Given the bad experiences he'd had in the park the previous year, he stayed on Central Park West all the way to Columbus Circle. From Columbus Circle, Jack shot across 59th Street to Park Avenue. At that time of the evening, Park Avenue was a dream, and he took it all the way to Laurie's Street. He secured his bike with his collection of locks, and went to Laurie's door. Before ringing her bell, he took a moment to compose himself, determining how best to act, and what to say. Laurie met him at the door, with a wide grin on her face. Before he could even say a word, she threw her free arm around his neck to give him a hug. In her other hand, she was balancing the glass of wine. Oh, she said, stepping back. She eyed the wild state of his close-cropped hair. I forgot about the bug issue. Don't tell me you rode down here. Jack shrugged guiltily. Well, at least you made it, Laurie said. She unzipped his leather jacket and peeled it off his back. Jack could see Lou sitting on the sofa, with a grin that rivaled the Cheshire Cat's. Laurie took Jack's arm and pulled him into the living room. Do you want the surprise first, or do you want to eat first? She asked. Let's have the surprise, Jack said. Good, Lou said. He bounded off the couch and went to the TV. Laurie guided Jack to the spot Lou had just vacated. Do you want a glass of wine? Jack nodded. He was confused. He hadn't seen any ring, and Lou was intently studying the VCR remote. Laurie disappeared into the kitchen, but was soon back with Jack's wine. I don't know how to do this, Lou complained. At home, my daughter runs the VCR. Laurie took the remote, then told Lou that he had to turn on the TV first. Jack took a sip of the wine. It wasn't much better than what he'd brought the previous night. Laurie and Lou joined Jack on the couch. Jack looked from one to the other, but they were ignoring him. They were intently watching the TV screen. What's the surprise? Jack asked. Just watch, Laurie said, pointing toward the electronic snow on the TV. More confused than ever, Jack looked at the screen. All of a sudden, there was music and the CNN logo followed by the image of a moderately obese man coming out of a Manhattan restaurant Jack recognized as Positano. The man was surrounded by a group of people. Should I put on the sound? Laurie asked. Nah, it's not necessary, Lou said. Jack watched the sequence. When it was over he looked at Laurie and Lou. Both had huge smiles. What is going on here? Jack questioned. How much wine have you two been drinking? Do you recognize what you've just seen? Laurie asked. I'd say it was somebody getting shot, Jack said. It's Carlo Franconi, Laurie said. After watching it, does it remind you of anything? Sort of reminds me of those old tapes of Lee Harvey Oswald getting shot, Jack said. Show it to him again, Lou suggested. Jack watched the sequence for the second time. He divided his attention between the screen and watching Laurie and Lou. They were captivated. After the second run-through, Laurie again turned to Jack and said, well? Jack shrugged. I don't know what you want me to say. Let me run certain sections in slow motion, Laurie said. She used the remote to isolate the sequence to where Franconi was about to climb into the limo. She ran it in slow motion, and then stopped it exactly at the moment he was shot. She walked up to the screen, and pointed at the base of the man's neck. There's the entry point, she said. Using the remote again, she advanced to the moment of the next impact, when the victim was falling to his right. Well, I'll be damned, Jack remarked with astonishment. My floater might be Carlo Franconi. Laurie spun around from facing the TV. Her eyes were blazing. Exactly, she said triumphantly. Obviously, we haven't proved it yet, but with the entrance wounds and the paths of the bullets in the floater, I'd be willing to bet $5. Whoa, Jack commented. I'll take you up on a $5 wager, but I want to remind you that's 100% higher than any bet you've ever made in my presence. I'm that sure, Laurie said. Laurie is so fast at making associations, said Lou. She picked up on the similarities right away. She always makes me feel stupid. Get out of here, Laurie said, giving Lou a friendly shove. Is this the surprise you guys wanted to tell me about? Jack asked cautiously. He didn't want to get his hopes up. Yes, Laurie said. What's the matter? Aren't you as excited as we are? Jack laughed with relief. Oh, I'm just tickled pink. I can never tell when you are serious, Laurie said. She detected a certain amount of Jack's typical sarcasm in his reply. It's the best news I've heard in days, Jack added. Maybe weeks. All right, let's not overdo it, Laurie said. She turned off the TV and the VCR. Enough of the surprise, let's eat. Over dinner the conversation turned to why no one even considered that the floater might be Franconi. For me it was the shotgun wound, Laurie said, which I knew Franconi didn't have. Also I was thrown off by the bodies being found way out off Coney Island. Now, if it had been fished out of the East River, it might have been a different story. I suppose I was thrown off for the same reasons, Jack said. And then, when I realized the shotgun wound was post-mortem, I was already engrossed in the issue about the liver. By the way, Lou, did Franconi have a liver transplant? Not that I know of, Lou said. He'd been sick for a number of years, but I never knew the diagnosis. I hadn't heard anything about a liver transplant. If he didn't have a liver transplant, then the floater isn't Franconi, Jack said. Even though the DNA lab is having a hard time confirming it, I'm personally convinced the floater has a donated liver. What else can you people do to confirm that the floater and Franconi are the same person? Lou asked. We can request a blood sample from the mother, Laurie said. Comparing the mitochondrial DNA which all of us inherit only from our mothers, we could tell right away if the floater is Franconi. I'm sure the mother will be agreeable, since she'd been the one to come to identify the body initially. Too bad an X-ray wasn't taken when Franconi came in, Jack said. That would have done it. But there was an X-ray. Lori said with excitement. I just found out this evening. Marvin had taken one. Where the hell did it go? Jack asked. Marvin said that Bingham took it, Lori said. It must be in his office. Then I suggest we make a little foray to the morgue, Jack said. I'd like to settle this issue. Bingham's office will be locked, Lori said. I think the situation calls for some creative action, Jack said. Amen, Lou said. This might be that break I've been hoping for. As soon as they had finished eating and cleaning up the kitchen, which Jack and Lou had insisted on doing, the three took a cab down to the morgue. They entered through the receiving dock and went directly into the mortuary office. My God, Marvin commented when he saw both Jack and Lori. It was rare for two medical examiners to show up at the same time during the evening. Has there been a natural disaster? Where are the janitors? Jack asked. In the pit last time I looked, Marvin asked. Seriously, what's up? An identity crisis, Jack quipped. Jack led the others to the autopsy room and cracked the door. Marvin had been right. Both janitors were busy mopping the expansive terrazzo floor. I assume you guys have keys to the chief's office, Jack said. Yeah, sure, Daryl Foster said. Daryl had been working for the medical examiner's office for almost 30 years. His partner, Jim O'Donnell, was a relatively new employee. We've got to get in there, Jack said. Would you mind opening it? Daryl hesitated. The chief skinned the sensitive about people being in his office, he said. I'll take responsibility, Jack said. This is an emergency. Besides, we have Lieutenant Detective Soldano with us from the police department, who will keep our thievery to a minimum. I don't know, Daryl said. He was obviously uncomfortable, as well as unimpressed, with Jack's humor. Then give me the key, Jack said. He stuck out his hand. That way you won't be involved. With obvious reluctance, Daryl removed two keys from his keychain, and handed them to Jack. One's for the outer office, and one is for Dr. Bingham's inner office. I'll have them back for you in 5 minutes, Jack said. Daryl didn't respond. I think the poor guy was intimidated, Lou commented as the three rose up to the first floor in the elevator. Once Jack is on a mission, look out, Lori said. Bureaucracy irks me, Jack said. There's no excuse for the X-ray to be squirreled away in the chief's office in the first place. Jack opened the front office's outer door, and then Dr. Bingham's inner door. He turned on the lights. The office was large, with a big desk beneath high windows to the left and a large library table to the right. Teaching paraphernalia, including a blackboard and an X-ray view box, were at the head of the table. Where should we look? Lori asked. I was hoping they'd just be on that view box, Jack said. But I don't see them. I tell you what, I'll take the desk and the file cabinet, you look around the view box. Fine, Lori said. What do you want me to do? Lou asked. You just stand there, and make sure we don't steal anything, Jack coughed. Jack pulled out several of the file drawers, but closed them quickly. The full-body X-rays that were taken by the morgue came in large folders. It wasn't something easily hidden. This looks promising, Lori called out. She'd found a stash of X-rays in the cabinet directly under the view box. Lifting the folders out onto the library table, she scanned the names. She found Franconi's, and pulled them free of the others. Returning to the basement level, Jack got the X-rays of the floater and took both folders back to the autopsy room. He gave Bingham's office keys to Daryl and thanked him. Daryl merely nodded. Okay, everybody, Jack said, walking over to the view box. The critical moment has arrived. First he slipped up Franconi's X-rays, and then the headless floaters. What do you know, Jack said after only a second's inspection. I owe Lori $5. Lori gave a cry of triumph as Jack gave her the money. Lou scratched his head and leaned closer to the light box to stare at the films. How can you guys tell so quickly? He asked. Jack pointed out the lumpy shadows of the bullets almost obscured by the massive shotgun pellets in the floater's X-rays, and showed how they corresponded to the bullets on the Franconi films. Then he pointed to identical healed clavicular fractures that appeared on the X-rays of the two bodies. This is great, Lou said, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm that almost matched Lori's. Now that we have a corpus delicti, we might be able to make some headway in this case. And I'll be able to figure out what the hell's going on concerning this guy's liver, Jack said. And maybe I'll go on a shopping spree with my money, Lori said, giving the $5 bill a kiss. But not until I figure out the how and the why this body left here in the first place. Unable to sleep despite having taken 2 sleeping pills, Raymond slipped out of bed so as not to disturb Darlene. Not that he was terribly worried. Darlene was such a sound sleeper that the ceiling could fall in without her so much as moving. Raymond padded into the kitchen and turned on the light. He wasn't hungry, but he thought that perhaps a little warm milk might help to settle his roiling stomach. Ever since the shock of having been forced to view the terrible sight in the trunk of the Ford, he'd been suffering with heartburn. He'd tried Molix, Pepcid AC, and finally Pepto-Bismol. Nothing had helped. Raymond was not handy in the kitchen, mainly because he didn't know where anything was located. Consequently, it took him some time to heat the milk and find an appropriate glass. When it was ready, he carried it into his study and sat at his desk. After taking a few sips, he noticed that it was 3:15 in the morning. Despite the fuzziness in his brain from the sleeping pills, he was able to figure out that at the zone it was after 9, a good time to call Siegfried Spalek. The connection was almost instantaneous. At that hour, phone traffic with North America was at a minimum. Aurelio answered promptly and put Raymond through to the director. "You are up early," Siegfried commented. "I was going to call you in 4 or 5 hours. I couldn't sleep," Raymond said. "What's going on over there? What's the problem with Kevin Marshall?" "I believe the problem is over," Siegfried said. Siegfried summarized what had happened, and gave credit to Bertram Edwards for alerting him about Kevin, so that he could be followed. He said that Kevin and his friends had been given such a scare that they wouldn't dare go near the island again. "What do you mean by friends?" Raymond asked. "Kevin has always been such a loner. He was with the reproductive technologist and one of the surgical nurses," Siegfried said. "Frankly, even that surprised us, since he's always been such a schlemiel, or what do you Americans call such a socially inept person? A nerd," Raymond said. "That's it," Siegfried said. "And presumably the stimulus for this attempted visit to the island was the smoke that's been bothering him." "That's what Bertram Edwards says," Siegfried said. "And Bertram had a good idea. We're going to tell Kevin that we've had a work crew are there building a bridge over the stream that divides the island in two." "But you haven't," Raymond said. "Of course not," Siegfried said. "The last work crew we had out there was when we built the landing for the extension bridge to the mainland. Of course, Bertram had some people there when he moved those 100 cages out there." "I don't know anything about cages on the island," Raymond said. "What are you talking about?" "Bertram has been lobbying lately to give up on the island isolation idea," Siegfried said. "He thinks that the bonobos should be brought to the animal center and somehow hidden." "I want them to stay on the island," Raymond said emphatically. "That was the agreement I worked out with Gensize. They could shut the program down if we bring the animals in. They're paranoid about publicity." "I know," Siegfried said. "That's exactly what I told Bertram. He understands but wants to leave the cages there just in case. I don't see any harm in that. In fact, it is good to be prepared for unexpected contingencies." Raymond ran a nervous hand through his hair. He didn't want to hear about any unexpected contingencies. "I was going to ask you how you wanted us to handle Kevin and the women," Siegfried said. "But with this explanation about the smoke, and having given them a good scare, I think the situation is under control." "They didn't get onto the island, did they?" Raymond asked. "No, they were only at the staging area," Siegfried said. "I don't even like people nosing around there," Raymond said. "I understand," Siegfried said. "I don't think Kevin will go back for the reasons I've given. But just to be on the safe side, I'm leaving a Moroccan guard and a contingent of the Equatoguinean soldiers out there for a few days, provided you think it's a good idea." "That's fine," Raymond said. "But tell me, what's your feeling about smoke coming out of the island, assuming that Kevin is right about it?" "Me?" Siegfried questioned. "I couldn't care less what those animals do out there, as long as they stay there and stay healthy." "Does it bother you?" "Not in the slightest," Raymond said. "Maybe we should send over a bunch of soccer balls," Siegfried said. "That might keep them entertained." He laughed heartily. "I hardly think this is a laughing matter," Raymond said irritably. Raymond was not fond of Siegfried, although he appreciated his disciplined managerial style. Raymond could picture the director at his desk, surrounded by his stuffed menagerie and those skulls dotting his desk. "When are you coming for the patient?" Siegfried asked. "I've been told he's doing fantastically well, and ready to go." So I've heard, Raymond said. I put in a call to Cambridge, and as soon as the gen-size plane is available, I'll be over. It should be in a day or so. Let me know, Siegfried said. I'll have a car waiting for you in Bada. Raymond replaced the receiver and breathed a small sigh of relief. He was glad he'd called Africa, since part of his current anxiety had stemmed from Siegfried's disturbing message about there being a problem with Kevin. It was good to know the crisis had been taken care of. In fact, Raymond thought that, if he could just get the image of that snapshot of him hovering over Cindy Carlson's body out of his mind, he'd feel almost like himself again. Chapter 13. March 6, 1997, 12 o'clock noon, Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Kevin was totally unaware of the time when a knock interrupted the intense concentration he'd been directing toward his computer screen for several hours. He opened his laboratory door and was promptly greeted by Melanie as she swooped into the room. She was carrying a large paper bag. "Where are your techs?" she asked. "I gave them the day off," Kevin said. "There was no way I was going to get any work done today, so I told them to enjoy the sun. It's been a long rainy season, and it will be back before we know it." "Where's Candace?" Melanie asked. She put down her parcel on the lab bench. "I don't know," Kevin said. "I haven't seen or talked with her since we dropped her off at the hospital this morning." It had been a long night. After having hid in the pathology cooler for over an hour, Melanie had talked both Kevin and Candace into sneaking up to the on-call room Melanie had at the animal center. The three had stayed there getting very little sleep until the early morning shift change. Blending in with all the employees coming and going, the group had made it back to Congo without incident. "Do you know how to get in touch with her?" Melanie asked. "I guess just call the hospital and have her paged," Kevin suggested. "Unless she's in her room in the inn, which is what I'd guess since Horace Winchester is doing so well." The inn was the name given to the temporary quarters for transient hospital personnel. It was physically part of the hospital/laboratory complex. "Good point," Melanie said. She picked up the phone and had the operator put her through to Candace's room. Candace answered on the third ring. It was apparent she'd been asleep. "Kevin and I are going to the island," Melanie said without preamble. "You want to come, or hang in here?" "What are you talking about?" Kevin asked nervously. Melanie motioned for him to be quiet. "When?" Candace asked. "As soon as you get over here," Melanie said. "We're in Kevin's lab." "It will take me a good half hour," Candace said. "I've got to shower." "We'll be waiting," Melanie said. She hung up the phone. "Melanie, are you crazy?" Kevin said. "We've got to let some time go by before we hazard another try at the island." "This girl doesn't think so," Melanie said, giving herself a poke in the chest. "The sooner we go, the better. If Bertram finds out a key is missing, he could change the lock, and we'll be back to square one. Besides, like I said last night, they expect us to be terrified. Going out there right away will catch them off guard." "I don't think I'm up for this," Kevin said. "Oh really?" Melanie questioned superciliously. "Hey, you're the one who's brought up this worry about what we'd created, and now I am really worried. I saw some more circumstantial evidence this morning." "Like what?" Kevin asked. "I went into the bonobo enclosure out at the animal center," Melanie said. "I made sure no one saw me go in, so don't get yourself all worked up. It took me over an hour, but I managed to find a mother with one of our infants." "And?" Kevin questioned. He wasn't sure he wanted to hear the rest. "The infant walked around on its hind legs just like you, and the whole time I was able to observe," Melanie said. Her dark eyes flashed with emotion akin to anger. "Behavior we used to call cute is definitely bipedal." Kevin nodded and looked away. He found Melanie's intensity unnerving, and her conversation was underlining all his own fears. "We have to find out for sure what the status is of these creatures," Melanie said. "And we can do that only by going out there." Kevin nodded. "So, I made some sandwiches," Melanie said, pointing toward the paper bag she'd brought in with her. "We'll call it a picnic." "I came across something disturbing this morning as well," Kevin said. "Let me show you." He grabbed a stool and pushed it over to his computer terminal. He motioned for Melanie to sit down while he took his own chair. His fingers played over the keyboard. Soon the screen displayed the computer graphic of Isla Francesca. "I programmed the computer to follow all 73 bonobos on the island for several hours of real-time activity," Kevin explained. "Then I had the data condensed so I could watch it and fast forward. Look what resulted." Kevin clicked his mouse to start the sequence. The multitude of little red dots rapidly traced out weird geometric designs. It only took a few seconds. "Looks like a bunch of chicken scratches," Melanie said. "Except for these 2 dots," Kevin said. He pointed to 2 pinpoints. "They apparently didn't move much," Melanie said. "Exactly," Kevin said. "Creature number 60 and creature number 67. Kevin reached over and picked up the detailed contour map he'd inadvertently taken from Bertram's office. "I located creature number 60 to a marshy clearing just south of Lago Hippo. According to the map, there are no trees there." "What's your explanation?" Melanie asked. "Hang on," Kevin said. "What I did next was reduce the scale of the grid, so that it represented a 50 by 50 foot portion of the island right where creature number 60 was located. Let me show you what happened." Kevin keyed in the information, and then clicked to start the sequence again. Once again the red light for creature number 60 was a pinpoint. "He didn't move at all," Melanie said. "I'm afraid not," Kevin said. "You think he's sleeping? In the middle of the morning?" Kevin asked. "And with such a scale, even turning over in his sleep should result in some movement. The system is that sensitive." "If he's not sleeping, what is he doing?" Melanie asked. Kevin shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe he found a way to remove his computer chip." "I never thought of that," Melanie said. "That's a scary idea." "The only other thing I could think of is the bonobo died," Kevin said. "I suppose that's a possibility," Melanie said. "But I don't think it is very probable. Those are young, extraordinarily healthy animals. We've made sure of that. And they are in an environment without natural enemies, and have more than enough food." Kevin sighed. "Whatever it is disturbing, and when we go out there, I think we should check it out." "I wonder if Bertram knows about this?" Melanie asked. "It doesn't bode well for the program in general." "I suppose I should tell him," Kevin said. "Let's wait until we make our visit," Melanie said. "Obviously," Kevin said. "Did you come across anything else with this real-time program?" "Yup," Kevin said. "I pretty much confirmed my earlier suspicion they are using the cave's watch." Kevin changed the coordinates of the displayed grid on the computer screen to correspond to a specific portion of the limestone escarpment. He then asked the computer to trace the activity of his own double, creature number 1. Melanie watched as the red dot traced a geometric shape then disappeared. It then reappeared at the identical spot and traced a second shape. Then a similar sequence repeated itself for a third time. "I guess I'd have to agree," Melanie said. "It sure looks like your double is going in and out of the rock face." "When we go out there, I think we should make it a point to see our doubles," Kevin said. "They are the oldest of the creatures, and if any of the transgenic bonobos are acting like proto-humans, it should be them." Melanie nodded. "The idea of facing my double gives me the creeps, but we're not going to have a lot of time out there, and given the 12-square-mile island it will be extraordinarily difficult for us to find a specific creature." "You're wrong," Kevin said. "I've got the instruments they use for retrievals." He got up from the computer and went to his desk. When he returned, he was carrying a locator and the directional beacon that Bertram had given to him. He showed the apparatuses to Melanie and explained their use. Melanie was impressed. "Where is that girl?" Melanie asked as she checked her watch. "I wanted to get this island visit over during lunch hour." "Did Siegfried talk to you this morning?" Kevin asked. "No, Bertram did," Melanie said. "He acted really mad and said he was disappointed in me. Can you imagine? I mean, is that supposed to break me up, or what?" "Did he give you any explanation about the smoke I've seen?" Kevin asked. "Oh, yeah," Melanie said. "He went on at length how he'd just been told that Siegfried had a work crew out there building a bridge and burning trash. He said it was being done without his knowledge." "I thought so," Kevin said. "Siegfried called me over just after 9. He gave me the same story. He even told me he'd just talked with Dr. Leone, and that Dr. Leone was disappointed in us as well." "It's enough to make you cry," Melanie said. "I don't think he was telling the truth about the work crew," Kevin said. "Of course he wasn't," Melanie said. "I mean, Bertram makes it a point to know everything that's going on about Isla Francesca. It makes you wonder if they think we were born yesterday." Kevin stood up, fidgeted, and stared out his window at the distant island. "What's wrong now?" Melanie questioned. "Siegfried," Kevin said. He looked back at Melanie. "About his warning to apply Equatoguinean law to us. He reminded us that going to the island could be considered a capital offense. Don't you think we should take that threat seriously?" Hell, no. Melanie said. How can you be so sure? Kevin said. Siegfried scares me. He'd scare me too, if I was an Equatoguinean, Melanie said. But we're not. We're Americans. While we're here in the zone, good old American law applies to us. The worst thing that can happen is we get fired. And as I said last night, I'm not sure I wouldn't welcome it. Manhattan is sounding awfully good to me these days. I wish I felt as confident as you, Kevin said. Has your playing around with the computer this morning confirmed that the bonobos are remaining in two groups? Kevin nodded. The first group is the largest and stays around the caves. It includes most of the older bonobos, including your double and mine. The other group is in a forest area on the north side of the Rio de Viso. It's composed mostly of younger animals, although the third oldest is with them. That's Raymond Leon's double. Very curious, Melanie said. Hi, everybody, Candace called out, while coming through the door, without knocking. How'd I do time-wise? I didn't even blow dry my hair. Instead of her normal French twist, her damp hair was combed back straight off her forehead. You did great, Melanie assured her. And you were the only smart one to get some sleep. I have to admit, I'm exhausted. Did Siegfried's pallet get in touch with you? Kevin asked. At about 9:30, Candace said. He woke me up out of a sound sleep. I hope I made sense. What did he say? Kevin asked. He was very nice, actually, Candace said. He even apologized for what happened last night. He also had an explanation about the smoke coming from the island. He said it was from a work crew burning brush. We got the same message, Kevin said. What's your take on it? Candace asked. We don't buy it, Melanie said. It's too convenient. I sort of assumed as much, Candace said. Melanie grabbed her paper bag. Let's get this show on the road. Do you have the key? Kevin questioned. He picked up the locator and the directional beacon. Of course I have the key, Melanie said. As they went out the door, Melanie told Candace she brought some lunch for them. Great. Candace said. I'm famished. Hold on a second, Kevin said when they reached the stairs. Something just dawned on me. We must have been followed yesterday. That's the only way I can explain the way they surprised us. Of course, that really means I must have been followed, since I was the one who talked about the smoke situation with Bertram Edwards. That's a good point, Melanie said. The three people stared at each other for a moment. What should we do? Candace asked. We don't want to be followed. The first thing is that we shouldn't use my car, Kevin said. Where's yours, Melanie? With this dry weather we can manage without four-wheel drive. Downstairs in the parking lot, Melanie said. I just drove in from the animal center. Was anybody following you? Who knows? Melanie said. I wasn't watching. Kevin pondered. I still think they'll be following me if they follow anybody. So, Melanie, go down and get in your car and head home. What will you guys do? There's a tunnel in the basement that goes all the way out to the power station. Wait about 5 minutes at your house and pick us up at the power station. There's a side door that opens directly onto the parking lot. You know where I mean? I think so, Melanie said. All right, Kevin said. See you there. They split up at the first floor, with Melanie going out into the noonday heat, while Candace and Kevin descended to the basement level. After walking for 15 minutes, Candace commented on what a maze the hallways were. All the power comes from the same source, Kevin explained. The tunnels connect all the main buildings, except for the animal center, which has its own power station. One could get lost down here, Candace said. I did, Kevin admitted, a number of times, but during the middle of the rainy season, I find these tunnels handy. They're both dry and cool. As they neared the power station they could hear and feel the vibration of the turbines. A flight of metal steps took them up to the side door. As soon as they appeared, Melanie, who'd been parked under a malapa tree, cruised over and picked them up. Kevin got in the back, so Candace could climb into the front. Melanie pulled away immediately. The car's air conditioning felt good given the heat and 100% humidity. See anything suspicious? Kevin asked. Not a thing, Melanie said, and I drove around for a while pretending I was on errands. There wasn't anyone following me. I'm 99% sure. Kevin looked out the back window at Melanie's Honda and watched the area around the power station as it fell behind, then disappeared as they rounded a corner. No people had appeared, and there were no cars in pursuit. I'd say it looks good, Kevin said. He scrunched down on the backseat to be out of sight. Melanie drove around the north rim of the town. While she did so, Candace broke out the sandwiches. Not bad, Candace said, taking a bite of a tuna fish on whole wheat. I had them made up at the animal center commissary, Melanie explained. There are drinks in the bottom of the bag. You want some, Kevin? Candace called. I suppose, Kevin said. He stayed on his side. Candace passed him a sandwich and a soft drink between the front bucket seats. They were soon on the road that led east out of town toward the native village. From Kevin's perspective, all he could see was the tops of the liana-covered trees that lined the road, plus a strip of hazy blue sky. After so many months of cloud cover and rain, it was good to see the sun. Anybody following us? Kevin asked, after they'd driven for some time. Melanie glanced in the rearview mirror. I haven't seen a car, she said. There'd been no vehicular traffic in either direction, although there were plenty of native women carrying various burdens on their heads. After they passed the parking lot in front of the general store of the native village, and entered the track that led to the island staging area, Kevin sat up. He was no longer worried about being seen. Every few minutes, he looked behind to make sure they weren't being followed. Although he didn't admit it to the women, he was a nervous wreck. That log we hit last night should be coming up soon, Kevin warned. But we didn't go over it when they brought us out, Melanie said. They must have moved it. You're right, Kevin said. He was impressed that Melanie remembered. After the machine gun fire, the details of the previous night were murky in Kevin's mind. Guessing they were getting close, Kevin moved forward, so he could see out the front windshield between the two front seats. Despite the noontime sun, the ability to see into the dense jungle lining the road was hardly any better than it had been the evening before. Little light penetrated the vegetation. It was like moving between two walls. They drove into the clearing and stopped. The garage stood to their left, while to the right they could see the mouth of the track that led down to the water's edge and the bridge. Should I drive down to the bridge? Melanie asked. Kevin's nervousness increased. Coming into a dead end bothered him. He debated driving down to the water's edge, but guessed there wouldn't be enough room to turn around. That would mean they'd have to back out. My suggestion would be to park here, Kevin said. But let's turn the car around first. Kevin expected an argument, but Melanie put the car in gear without so much as a whimper. They left unspoken the fact that they would now have to walk past the spot where they'd been fired upon. Melanie completed her three-point turn. Okay, everybody, here we are, she said airily, as she pulled on the emergency brake. She was trying to buoy everyone's spirits. They were all tense. I just had an idea which I don't like, Kevin said. Now what? Melanie asked, looking at him in the rearview mirror. Maybe I should quietly walk down to the bridge and make sure no one is around, Kevin said. Like who? Melanie asked, but the thought of unwanted company had occurred to her as well. Kevin took a deep breath to bolster his sagging courage and climbed out. Anybody, he said. Even Alphonse Kimba. He hiked up his pants and started off. The track down toward the water was so thickly shrouded with vegetation, it was even more like a tunnel than the track in from the road. As soon as Kevin entered it, it twisted to the right. The canopy of trees and vines blocked out much of the light. The center strip of vegetation was so tall that the track was more like two parallel trails. Kevin rounded the first bend, then stopped. The unmistakable sound of boots running on the damp ground combined with the jingling of metal against metal made his stomach turn. Ahead, the track turned to the left. Kevin held his breath. In the next instant, he saw a group of Equatoguinean soldiers in their camouflage fatigues, rounding the bend and coming in his direction. All were carrying Chinese assault rifles. Kevin spun on his heels and sprinted back up the trail, like he'd never sprinted before. As he reached the clearing, he yelled to Melanie to get the hell out of there. Reaching the car, he threw open the rear door and dived in. Melanie was trying to start the car. What happened? She screamed. Soldiers. Kevin croaked. A bunch of them. The car engine caught and roared to life. At the same time, the soldiers spilled into the clearing. One of them yelled as Melanie stomped on the accelerator. The little car leaped forward, and Melanie fought the wheel. There was a burst of gunfire and the rear window of the Honda shattered into a million cubic shards. Kevin flattened himself against the back seat. Candace screamed as her window was blown out as well. The track turned left just beyond the clearing. Melanie managed to keep the car in the tracks and then pushed the car to its limit. After they'd gone 70 yards, there was another distinct burst of gunfire. A few stray bullets whined over the car as Melanie navigated another slight turn. Good God, Kevin said, as he sat up. and brushed the glass from the rear window off his torso. "Now I'm really mad," Melanie said. "That was hardly a burst over our heads. Look at that rear window." "I think I want to retire," Kevin said. "I've always been afraid of those soldiers and now I know why." "I guess the key to the bridge is not going to do us much good," Candace said. "What a waste after all the effort we went through to get it." "It's damn irritating," Melanie agreed. "We're just going to have to come up with an alternate plan." "I'm going to bed," Kevin said. He couldn't believe these women, they seemed fearless. He put a hand over his heart, it was beating more rapidly than it ever had before. Chapter 14, March 6, 1997, 6:45 a.m. New York City. With a burst of speed, Jack made the green light at the intersection of 1st Avenue and 30th Street, and sailed across without slowing down, angling the bike up the morgue's driveway. He didn't brake until the last minute. Moments later, he had the bike locked, and was on his way to the office of Janice Geiger, the night forensic investigator. Jack was keyed up. After a near-conclusive identification of his floater as Carlo Franconi, Jack had gotten little sleep. He'd been on and off the phone with Janice, finally imploring her to get copies of all of Franconi's records from the Manhattan General Hospital. Her preliminary investigation had determined that Franconi had been hospitalized there. Jack had also had Janice get the phone numbers of the European Human Organ Distribution Organizations from Bar Arnold's desk. Because of the 6-hour time difference, Jack had started calling after 3 a.m. He was most interested in the organization called Eurotransplant Foundation in the Netherlands. When they had no record of a Carlo Franconi as a recent liver recipient, Jack called all the national organizations whose numbers he had. They included organizations in France, England, Italy, Sweden, Hungary, and Spain. No one had heard of Carlo Franconi. On top of that, most of the people he had spoken with said that it would be rare for a foreign national to get such a transplant because most of the countries had waiting lists comprised of their own citizens. After only a few hours of sleep, Jack's curiosity had awakened him. Unable to get back to sleep, he decided to get into the morgue early to go over the material that Janice had collected. "My word, you are eager," Janice commented as Jack came into her office. "This is the kind of case that makes forensics fun," Jack said. "How'd you do at the MGH?" "I got a lot of material," Janice said. "Mr. Franconi had multiple admissions over the years, mostly for hepatitis and cirrhosis." "Ah, the plot thickens," Jack said. "When was the last admission?" "About 2 months ago," Janice said. "But no transplant." "There is mention of it, but if he had one, he didn't have it at the MGH." She handed Jack a large folder. Jack hefted the package and smiled. "Guess I got a lot of reading to do." "It looked pretty repetitive to me," Janice said. "What about his doctor?" Jack asked. "Has he had one in particular, or has he been playing the field?" "One for the most part," Janice said. "Drive Daniel Levitt's on 5th Avenue between 64th and 65th Street. His office number is written on the outside of your parcel." "You are efficient," Jack said. "I try to do my best," Janice said. "Have any luck with those European organ distribution organizations?" "A complete strikeout," Jack said. "Have Bar give me a call as soon as he comes in. We have to go back and retry all the transplant centers in this country now that we have a name. If Bar's not in by the time I leave, I'll put a note on his desk," Janice said. Jack whistled as he walked through communications on his way to the ID room. He could taste the coffee already, while dreaming of the euphoria that the first cup of the day always gave him. But when he arrived he could see he was too early. Vinny Amendola was just in the process of making it. "Hurry up with that coffee," Jack said, as he dropped his heavy package onto the metal desk Vinny used to read his newspaper. "It's an emergency this morning." Vinny didn't answer, which was out of character, and Jack noticed. "Are you still in a bad mood?" he asked. Vinny still didn't answer, but Jack's mind was already elsewhere. He'd seen the headlines on Vinny's paper, "Franconi's body found." Beneath the headline in slightly smaller print was, "Franconi's corpse languishing in the medical examiner's office for 24 hours before identity established." Jack sat down to read the article. As usual, it was written in a sarcastic bent with the implication that the city's medical examiners were bunglers. Jack thought it was interesting that, while the journalist had had enough information to write the article, He didn't appear to know that the body had been headless and handless in a deliberate attempt to conceal its identity, nor did it mention anything about the shotgun wound to its right upper quadrant. After finishing with the coffee preparation, Vinny came over to stand next to the desk while Jack read. Impatiently, he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. When Jack finally looked up, Vinny said irritably, "Do you mind? I'd like to have my paper." "You see this article?" Jack asked, slapping the front page. "Yeah, I seen it," Vinny said. Jack resisted the temptation to correct his English. Instead he said, "Did it surprise you? I mean, when we did the autopsy yesterday, did it ever cross your mind it might have been the missing Franconi?" "No, why should it?" Vinny said. "I'm not saying it should," Jack said. "I'm just asking if it did." "No," Vinny said. "Let me have my paper." "Why don't you buy your own? You're always reading mine." Jack stood up, pushed Vinny's paper toward him, and lifted the bundle from Janice. "You really are out of sorts lately. Maybe you need a vacation. You're fast becoming a grumpy old man." "At least I'm not a cheapskate," Vinny said. He picked up his paper and readjusted the pages that Jack had gotten out of alignment. Jack went to the coffee maker and poured himself a brimming cup. He took it over to the scheduling desk. While sipping contentedly, he went through the multitude of Franconi's hospital admissions. On his first perusal of the material, he just wanted the basics, so he read each discharge summary page. As Janice had already told him, the admissions were mostly due to liver problems starting from a bout of hepatitis he contracted in Naples, Italy. Lori arrived next. Before she even had her coat off, she asked Jack if he'd seen the paper or heard the morning news. Jack told her he'd seen the post. "Was it your doing?" Lori asked, as she folded her coat and put it on a chair. "What are you talking about?" "The leak that we tentatively identified Franconi with your floater," Lori said. Jack gave a little laugh of disbelief. "I'm surprised you'd even ask. Why would I do such a thing?" "I don't know, except you were so excited about it last night," Lori said. "But I didn't mean any offense. I was just surprised to see it in the news so quickly." "You and me both," Jack said. "Maybe it was Lou." "I think that would surprise me even more than you," Lori said. "Why me?" Jack said. He sounded hurt. "Last year you leaked the plague story," Lori said. "That was a completely different situation," Jack said defensively. "That was to save people." "Well, don't get mad," Lori said. To change the subject she asked, "What kind of cases do we have for today?" "I didn't look," Jack admitted, "but the pile is small, and I have a request. If possible, I'd like to have a paper day or really a research day." Lori bent over and counted the autopsy folders. "Only 10 cases, no problem," she said. "I think I'll only do one myself. Now that Franconi's body is back, I'm even more interested to find out how it left here in the first place. The more I've thought about it, the more I believe it had to have been an inside job in some form or fashion." There was a splashing sound followed by loud cursing. Both Lori and Jack looked over at Vinny, who'd jumped up to a standing position. He'd spilled his coffee all over his desk and even onto his lap. "Watch out for Vinny," Jack warned Lori. "He's again in a foul mood." "Are you all right, Vinny?" Lori called out. "I'm okay," Vinny said. He walked stiff-legged over to the coffee pot to get some paper towels. "I'm a little confused," Jack said to Lori. "Why does Franconi's return make you more interested in his disappearance?" "Mainly because of what you found during the autopsy," Lori said. "At first I thought that whoever stole the body had done it out of pure spite, like the killer wanted to deny the man a proper funeral, something like that. But now it seems that the body was taken to destroy the liver. That's weird. Initially I thought that solving the riddle of how the body disappeared was simply a challenge. Now I think, if I can figure out how the body disappeared, we might be able to find out who did it." "I'm beginning to understand what Lou said about feeling stupid about your ability to make associations," Jack said. "With Franconi's disappearance I've always thought the "why" was more important than the "how." You're suggesting they are related?" "Exactly," Lori said. "The "how" will lead to the "who," and the "who" will explain the "why." "And you think someone who works here is involved?" Jack said. "I'm afraid I do," Lori said. "I don't see how they could have pulled it off without someone on the inside. But I still have no clue how it happened. After his call to Siegfried, Raymond's brain had finally succumbed to the high levels of hypnotic medication circulating in his bloodstream from the 2 sleeping pills. He slept soundly through the remaining early hours. The next thing he was aware of was Darlene opening the curtains to let in the daylight. It was almost 8 o'clock, the time he'd asked to be awakened. "Feel better, dear?" Darlene asked. She made Raymond sit forward, so she could fluff up his pillow. "I do," Raymond admitted, although his mind was fuzzy from the sleeping pills. "I even made you your favorite breakfast," Darlene said. She went over to the bureau and lifted the wicker tray. She carried it over to the bed and placed it across Raymond's lap. Raymond's eyes traveled around the tray. There was fresh squeezed orange juice, 2 strips of bacon, a single egg omelette, toast, and fresh coffee. In a side pocket was the morning paper. "How's that?" Darlene asked proudly. "Perfect," Raymond said. He reached up and gave her a kiss. "Let me know when you want more coffee," Darlene said. Then she left the room. With childlike pleasure, Raymond buttered his toast and sipped his orange juice. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing quite so wonderful as the smell of coffee and bacon in the morning. Taking a bite of both bacon and omelette at the same time to savor the combined tastes, Raymond lifted the paper, opened it, and glanced at the headlines. He gasped, inadvertently inhaling some of his food. He coughed so hard, he bucked the wicker tray off the bed. It crashed upside down on the carpet. Darlene came running into the room and stood wringing her hands, while Raymond went through a series of coughing jigs that turned him tomato red. "Water," he squeaked between fits. Darlene dashed into the bathroom and returned with a glass. Raymond clutched it and managed to drink a small amount. The bacon and egg that he'd had in his mouth was now distributed in an arc around the bed. "Are you all right?" Darlene asked. "Should I call 911? "The wrong way down," Raymond croaked. He pointed to his Adam's apple. It took Raymond 5 minutes to recover. By that time, his throat was sore and his voice hoarse. Darlene had cleaned up most of the mess he'd caused, except for the coffee stain on the white carpet. "Did you see the paper?" Raymond asked Darlene. She shook her head, so Raymond spread it out for her. "Oh, my," she said. "Oh, my." Raymond repeated sarcastically. "And you were wondering why I was still worried about Franconi." Raymond forcibly crumpled the paper. "What are you going to do?" Darlene asked. "I suppose I have to go back and see Vinnie Dominic," Raymond said. "He promised me the body was gone." "Some job he did." The phone rang and Raymond jumped. "Do you want me to answer it?" Darlene asked. Raymond nodded. He wondered who could be calling so early. Darlene picked up the phone and said hello, followed by several yeses. Then she put the phone on hold. "It's Dr. Weiler Anderson," Darlene said with a smile. "He wants to come on board." Raymond exhaled. Until then he'd not been aware he'd been holding his breath. "Tell him you're pleased, but that I'll have to call him later." Darlene did as she was told, and then hung up the phone. "At least that was good news," she said. Raymond rubbed his forehead and audibly groaned. "I just wish everything would go as well as the business side." The phone rang again. Raymond motioned for Darlene to answer it. After saying hello and listening for a moment, her smile quickly faded. She put the phone on hold and told Raymond it was Taylor Cabot. Raymond swallowed hard. His already irritated throat had gone dry. He took a quick swig of water and took the receiver. "Hello, sir." Raymond managed. His voice was still hoarse. "I'm calling from my car phone," Taylor said, "so I won't be too specific. But I have just been informed of the emergence of a problem I thought had been taken care of. What I said earlier about this issue still stands. I hope you understand." "Of course, sir," Raymond squeaked. "I will." Raymond stopped speaking. He took the phone away from his ear and looked at it. Taylor had cut him off. "Just what I need," Raymond said, as he handed the phone back to Darlene. Another threat from Cabot to close down the program. Raymond put his feet over the side of the bed. As he stood up and slipped on his robe, he could still feel the remnants of yesterday's headache. "I have to go find Vinnie Dominic's number. I need another miracle." By 8 o'clock, Lori and the others were down in the pit starting their autopsies. Jack had stayed in the idea room to read through the records of Carlo Franconi's hospital admissions. When he noticed the time, he went back to the forensics area to find out why the chief investigator, Bar Arnold, had not come in that day. Jack was surprised when he found the man in his office. "Didn't Janice talk to you this morning?" Jack asked. He and Bar were good enough friends, so that Jack thought nothing of marching right into Bar's office and plopping himself down. I just came in 15 minutes ago, Bar said. Janice was already gone. Wasn't there a message on your desk? Jack asked. Bar started to peek around under the clutter. Bar's desk looked strikingly similar to Jack's. Bar pulled out a note which he read aloud. Important. Call Jack Stapleton immediately. It was signed Janice. Sorry, Bar said. I'd have seen it eventually. He smiled weakly, knowing there was no excuse. I suppose you've heard that my floater has been just about conclusively identified as Carlo Franconi, Jack said. So I've heard, Bar said. That means I want you to go back to ONOS and all the centers that do liver transplantation with the name. That's a lot easier than asking them to check if any of the recent transplants is missing, Bar said. With all the phone numbers handy, I can do that in a flash. I spent most of the night on the phone with the organizations in Europe responsible for organ allocation, Jack said. I came up with zilch. Did you talk to Eurotransplant in the Netherlands? Bar asked. I called them first, Jack said. They had no record of a Franconi. Then it's pretty safe to say that Franconi didn't have his transplant in Europe, Bar said. Eurotransplant keeps tabs on the whole continent. The next thing I want is for someone to go visit Franconi's mother and talk her into giving a blood sample. I want Ed Lynch to run a mitochondrial DNA match with the floater. That will clinch the identity, so it will no longer be presumptive. Also have the investigator ask the woman if her son had a liver transplant. It will be interesting to hear what she has to say. Bar wrote Jack's requests down. What else? Bar asked. I think that's it for now, Jack said. Janice told me Franconi's doctor's name is Daniel Levitz. Is that anyone you have come in contact with? If it's the Levitz on 5th, then I've come in contact with him. What was your take? Jack asked. High-profile practice with wealthy clientele. He's a good internist as far as I could tell. The curious thing is that he takes care of a lot of the crime families, so it's not surprising he was taking care of Carlo Franconi. Different families? Jack questioned. Even families in competition with each other? Strange, isn't it? Bar said. It must be one big headache for the poor receptionist who does the scheduling. Can you imagine having two rival crime figures with their bodyguards in the waiting room at the same time? Life's stranger than fiction, Jack said. Do you want me to go to Dr. Levitz and get what I can on Franconi? Bar asked. I think I'll do that myself, Jack said. I have a sneaking suspicion that when talking with Franconi's doctor, what's unsaid is going to be more important than what is said. You concentrate on finding out where Franconi got his transplant. I think that's going to be the key piece of information in this case. Who knows, it might just explain everything. There you are, a robust voice boomed. Both Jack and Bar looked up to see the doorway literally filled with the imposing figure of Dr. Calvin Washington, the deputy chief. I've been looking all over for you, Stapleton, Calvin growled. Come on, the chief wants to see you. Jack gave Bar a wink before getting to his feet. Probably just another of the many awards he's given me. I wouldn't be so glib if I were you, Calvin snapped, as he made room for Jack to pass. Once again, you got the old man all riled up. Jack followed Calvin to the administration area. Just before going into the front office, Jack caught a glimpse of the waiting room. There were more than the usual number of journalists. Something going on? Jack asked. As if I have to tell you, Calvin grunted. Jack didn't understand, but he didn't have a chance to ask more. Calvin was already asking Mrs. Sanford, Bingham's secretary, if they could go into the chief's office. As it turned out, the timing wasn't good, and Jack was relegated to sitting on the bench that faced Mrs. Sanford's desk. Obviously, she was as upset as her boss, and treated Jack to several disapproving looks. Jack felt like a naughty schoolboy waiting to see the principal. Calvin used the time by disappearing into his own office to make a few phone calls. Having a reasonable idea of what the chief was upset about, Jack tried to come up with an explanation. Unfortunately, none came to mind. After all, He could have waited to get Franconi's x-rays until Bingham's arrival that morning. "You can go in now," Mrs. Senford said, without looking up from her typing. She'd noticed the light on her extension phone had gone out, meaning the chief was off the phone. Jack entered the chief's office with a sense of déjà vu. A year ago, during the series of infectious disease cases, Jack had managed to drive the chief to distraction, and there had been several such confrontations. "Get in here and sit down," Bingham said roughly. Jack took the seat in front of the man's desk. Bingham had aged in the last few years. He looked considerably older than 63. He glared at Jack through his wire-rimmed glasses. Despite his jowls and sagging flesh, Jack saw that his eyes were as intense and intelligent as ever. "I was just beginning to think you were really fitting in around here, and now this," Bingham said. Jack didn't respond. He felt it best not to say anything until he was asked a question. "Can I at least ask why?" Bingham said obligingly in his deep, husky voice. Jack shrugged. "Curiosity," Jack said. "I was excited, and I couldn't wait." "Curiosity?" Bingham roared. "That was the same lame excuse you used last year, when you disregarded my orders, and went over to the MGH. "At least I'm consistent," Jack said. Bingham moaned. "And now here comes the impertinence. You really haven't changed much, have you?" "My basketball has improved," Jack said. Jack heard the door open. He turned to see Calvin slip into the room. Calvin folded his massive arms across his chest, and stood to the side like an elite harem guard. "I'm not getting anywhere with him," Bingham complained to Calvin, as if Jack were no longer in the room. "I thought you said his behavior had improved." "It had, until this episode," Calvin said. He then glared down at Jack. "What irks me," Calvin said, finally addressing Jack, "is that you know damn well that releases from the medical examiner's office are to come from Dr. Bingham, or through public relations, period. You examiner grunts are not to take it upon yourselves to divulge information. The reality is that this job is highly politicized, and in the face of our current problems we certainly don't need more bad press." "Time out," Jack said. "Something's not right here. I'm not sure we're talking the same language." "You can say that again," Bingham asserted. "What I mean is," Jack said, "I don't think we are talking about the same issue. When I came in here, I thought I was being called onto the carpet, because I bullied the janitor into giving me keys for this office, so I could find Franconi's films." "Hell, no," Bingham yelled. He pointed his finger at Jack's nose. "It's because you leaked the story about Franconi's body being discovered here at the morgue, after it had been stolen. What did you think? This would somehow advance your career?" "Hold up," Jack said. "First, I'm not all that excited about advancing my career. Second, I was not responsible for this story getting to the media." "You're not?" Bingham asked. "Certainly, you're not suggesting that Lori Montgomery was responsible?" Calvin asked. "Not at all," Jack said. "But it wasn't me. Look, to tell you the truth, I don't even think it's a story." "That's not how the media feels," Bingham said. "Nor the mayor for that matter. He's already called me twice this morning, asking what kind of circus we're running around here. This Franconi business continues to make us look bad in the eyes of the entire city, particularly when news about our own office takes us by surprise. The real story about Franconi isn't about his body going on an overnight out of the morgue," Jack said. "It's about the fact that the man seemingly had a liver transplant that no one knows about, that's hard to detect by DNA analysis, and that somebody wanted to hide it." Bingham looked up at Calvin, who raised his hands defensively. "This is the first I've heard about this," he said. Jack gave a rapid summary of his autopsy findings, and then told about Ted Lynch's confusing DNA analysis results. "This sounds weird," Bingham said. He took off his glasses and wiped his rheumy eyes. "It also sounds bad, considering that I want this whole Franconi business to fade away. If there is something truly screwy going on like Franconi getting an unauthorized liver, then that's not going to happen." "I'll know more today," Jack said. "I've got Bar Arnold contacting all the transplant centers around the country, John DeVries up in the lab running assays for immunosuppressants, Maureen Aukener in histology pushing through the slides, and Ted doing a 6-polymer DNA test, which he contends is foolproof. By this afternoon, we'll know for sure whether there'd been a transplant, and, if we're lucky, where it had taken place." Bingham squinted across his desk at Jack. "And you're sure you didn't leak today's newspaper story to the media?" "Scout's honor," Jack said, holding up 2 fingers to form a V. "All right, I apologize," Bingham said. "But listen, Stapleton, keep this all under your hat and don't go irritating everyone under the sun, so that I start getting calls complaining about your behavior. You have a knack for getting under people's skin. And finally, promise me that nothing goes to the media, unless it goes through me. Understand?" As clear as a crystal, Jack said. Jack could rarely find an excuse to get out on his mountain bike during the day, so that it was with a good deal of pleasure that he pedaled with the traffic at First Avenue on his way to visit Dr. Daniel Levitz. There was no sun, but the temperature was pleasantly in the 50s, heralding the coming spring. For Jack, spring was the best season in New York City. With his bike safely secured to a no parking sign, Jack walked up to the sidewalk entrance of Dr. Daniel Levitz's office. Jack had called ahead to make sure the doctor was in, but he'd specifically avoided making an appointment. It was Jack's feeling that a surprise visit might be more fruitful. If Franconi had had a transplant, there was definitely something surreptitious about it. "Your name, please?" the silver-haired matronly receptionist asked. Jack flashed open his medical examiner badge. Its shiny surface and official appearance confused most people into thinking it was a police badge. In situations like this, Jack didn't explain the difference. The badge never failed to cause a reaction. "I must see the doctor," Jack said, slipping his badge back inside his pocket. "The sooner the better." When the receptionist regained her voice, she asked for Jack's name. When he gave it, he left off the title of doctor so as not to clarify the nature of his employ. The receptionist immediately scraped back her chair and disappeared into the depths of the office. Jack's eyes roamed the waiting room. It was generous in size and lavishly decorated. It was a far cry from the utilitarian waiting room he'd had when he'd been a practicing ophthalmologist. That had been before the retraining necessitated by the managed care invasion. To Jack, it seemed like a previous life, and in many ways it was. There were 5 well-dressed people in the waiting room. All eyed Jack clandestinely as they continued to peruse their respective magazines. As they noisily flipped the pages, Jack sensed an aura of irritation, as if they knew he was about to upset the schedule and relegate them to additional waiting. Jack hoped none of them were notorious crime figures who might consider such an inconvenience a reason for revenge. The receptionist reappeared, and with embarrassing subservience, she guided Jack back to the doctor's private study. Once Jack was inside, she closed the door. Dr. Levitz was not in the room. Jack sat in one of the 2 chairs facing the desk and surveyed the surroundings. There were the usual framed diplomas and licenses, the family pictures, and even the stacks of unread medical journals. It was all familiar to Jack and gave him a shudder. From his current vantage point, he wondered how he'd lasted as long as he had in a similar, confining environment. Dr. Daniel Levitz came through a second door. He was dressed in his white coat complete with pocket full of tongue depressors and assorted pens. A stethoscope hung from his neck. Compared with Jack's muscular, thick-shouldered 6-foot frame, Dr. Levitz was rather short and almost fragile in appearance. Jack immediately noticed the man's nervous tics, which involved slight twists and nods of his head. Dr. Levitz gave no indication he was aware of these movements. He shook hands stiffly with Jack and then retreated behind the vast expanse of his desk. "I'm very busy," Dr. Levitz said, "but, of course, I always have time for the police." "I'm not the police," Jack said. "I'm Dr. Jack Stapleton from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of New York." Dr. Levitz's head twitched, as did his sparse mustache. He appeared to swallow. "Oh," he commented. "I wanted to talk to you briefly about one of your patients," Jack said. "My patient's conditions are confidential," Dr. Levitz said, as if by rote. "Of course," Jack said. He smiled. "That is, of course, until they have died and become a medical examiner's case. You see, I want to ask you about Mr. Carlo Franconi." Jack watched as Dr. Levitz went through a number of bizarre motions, making Jack glad the man had not gone into brain surgery. "I still respect my patient's confidentiality," he said. "I can understand your position from an ethical point of view," Jack said. "But I should remind you that we medical examiners in the state of New York have subpoena power in such a circumstance. So, why don't we just have a conversation? Who knows, we might be able to clear things up." "What do you want to know?" Dr. Levitz asked. I learned from reading Mr. Franconi's extensive hospital history that he'd had a long bout with liver problems leading to liver failure, Jack said. Dr. Levitz nodded, which caused his right shoulder to jerk several times. Jack waited until these involuntary movements subsided. To come right to the point, Jack said, the big question is whether or not Mr. Franconi had a liver transplant. At first Levitz did not speak. He merely twitched. Jack was determined to wait the man out. I don't know anything about a liver transplant, Dr. Levitz said finally. When did you see him last? Jack asked. Dr. Levitz picked up his phone and asked one of his assistants to bring in Mr. Carlo Franconi's record. It will just be a moment, Dr. Levitz said. In one of Mr. Franconi's hospital admissions about 3 years ago, you specifically wrote that it was your opinion that a transplant would be necessary. Do you remember writing that? Not specifically, Dr. Levitz said, but I was aware of a deteriorating condition, as well as Mr. Franconi's failure to stop drinking. But you never mentioned it again, Jack said. I found that surprising, when it was easy to see a gradual but relentless deterioration in his liver function tests over the next couple of years. A doctor can only do so much to influence his patient's behavior, Dr. Levitz said. The door opened, and the deferential receptionist brought in a fat folder. Wordlessly she placed it on Dr. Levitz's desk and withdrew. Dr. Levitz picked it up, and, after a quick glance, said that he'd seen Carlo Franconi a month previously. What did you see him for? An upper respiratory infection, Dr. Levitz said. I prescribed some antibiotic. Apparently, it worked. Did you examine him? Of course. Dr. Levitz said with indignation. I always examine my patients. Had he had a liver transplant? Well, I didn't do a complete physical, Dr. Levitz explained. I examined him appropriately in reference to his complaint and his symptoms. You didn't even feel his liver, knowing his history? Jack asked. I didn't write it down if I did, Dr. Levitz said. Did you do any blood work that would reflect liver function? Jack asked. Only a bilirubin, Dr. Levitz said. Why only a bilirubin? He'd been jaundiced in the past, Dr. Levitz said. He looked better, but I wanted to document it. What was the result? Jack asked. It was within normal limits, Dr. Levitz said. So, except for his upper respiratory infection, he was doing quite well, Jack said. Yes, I suppose you could say that, Dr. Levitz said. Almost like a miracle, Jack said. Especially as you've already mentioned the man was unwilling to curb his alcohol intake. Perhaps he finally had stopped, Dr. Levitz said. After all, people can change. Would you mind if I looked at his record? Jack asked. Yes, I would mind, Dr. Levitz said. I've already stated my ethical position about confidentiality. If you want these records, you will have to subpoena them. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be obstructive. That's quite all right, Jack said agreeably. He stood up. I'll let the state's attorney's office know how you feel. Meanwhile, thanks for your time, and if you don't mind, I'll probably be talking with you in the near future. There's something very strange about this case, and I intend to get to the bottom of it. Jack smiled to himself as he undid the locks on his bike. It was so obvious that Dr. Levitz knew more than he was willing to say. How much more, Jack didn't know, but certainly it added to the intrigue. Jack had an intuitive sense that not only was this the most interesting case he'd had so far in his forensics career, it might be the most interesting case he'd ever have. Returning to the morgue, he stashed his bike in the usual location, went up to his office to drop off his coat, then went directly to the DNA lab. But Tet wasn't ready for him. I need a couple more hours, Tet said, and I'll call you. You don't have to come up here. Disappointed but undeterred, Jack descended a floor to histology and checked on the progress of his permanent microscopic sections on what was now labeled the Franconi case. My God, Maureen complained. What do you expect? Miracles. I'm rushing your slides through ahead of everybody else, but still you'll be lucky to get them today. Still trying to keep his spirits up and his curiosity at bay, Jack rode the elevator down to the second floor and sought out John D. Rise in the lab. The assays for cyclosporin A and FK506 are not easy, John snapped. Besides, we're backed up as it is. You can't expect instant service with the budget I have to work with. Okay, Jack said agreeably as he backed out of the lab. He knew that John was an irascible individual, and if aroused, He could be passive-aggressive. If that happened, it might be weeks before Jack got the test results. Descending yet another floor, Jack went into Bar Arnold's office and implored the man to give him something, since he'd struck out every place else. "I've made a lot of calls," Bar said, "but you know the situation with voicemail. You almost never get anyone on the phone anymore. So, I got a lot of messages out there, waiting for callbacks." "Geez," Jack complained. "I feel like a teenage girl with a new dress, waiting to get asked to the prom." "Sorry," Barr said. "If it's any consolation, we did manage to get a blood sample from Franconi's mother. It's already up in the DNA lab." Was the mother asked whether her son had a liver transplant? "Absolutely," Bard said. Mrs. Franconi assured the investigator that she didn't know anything about a transplant, but she did admit that her son had been much healthier lately. To what did she attribute his sudden health? Jack asked. "She says he went away to a spa someplace and came back a new man." "Did she happen to say where?" Jack questioned. "She didn't know," Barr said. "At least that's what she told the investigator, and the investigator told me that she thought she was telling the truth." Jack nodded as he got to his feet. "Figures," he said. "Getting a bona fide tip from the mother would have been much too easy." "I'll keep you informed as soon as I start getting callbacks," Barr said. "Thanks," Jack said. Feeling frustrated, Jack walked through communications to the ID room. He thought maybe some coffee would cheer him up. He was surprised to find Lieutenant Detective Lou Soldano busily helping himself to a cup. "Oh," Lou said, caught red-handed. Jack eyed the homicide detective. He looked better than he had in days. Not only was the top button of his shirt buttoned, but his tie was cinched up in place. On top of that, he was close-shaven, and his hair was combed. "You look almost human today," Jack said. "I feel that way," Lou said. "I got my first decent night's sleep in days." "Where's Lori?" "In the pit, I presume," Jack said. "I got to pat her on the back again for making that association with your floater after watching the video," Lou said. "All of us down at headquarters think it might lead to a break in this case. Already we've gotten a couple of good tips from our informers, because it's stimulated a lot of talk in the streets, especially over in Queens." "Lori and I were surprised to see it in the papers this morning," Jack commented. "That was a lot faster than we expected. Do you have any idea who was the source?" "I was," Lou said innocently, "but I was careful not to give any details other than the fact that the body had been identified." "Why, is there a problem?" "Only that Bingham went mildly ballistic," Jack said, "and I was hauled in as the culprit." "Gosh, I'm sorry," Lou said. "It didn't dawn on me it could cause a problem here. I guess I should have run it by you." "Well, I owe you." "Forget it," Jack said. "It's already patched up." He poured himself some coffee, shoveled in some sugar, and added a dollop of cream. "At least it had the desired effect on the street," Lou said. "And we learned something important already. The people who killed him were definitely not the same people who took his body and mauled it." "Doesn't surprise me," Jack said. "No?" Lou questioned. "I thought that was the general consensus around here. At least that's what Lori said. She now thinks the people that took the body did it because they didn't want anyone to know he'd had a liver transplant," Jack said. "I still favor the idea it was done to conceal the individual's identity." "Really?" Lou said pensively, sipping his coffee. "That doesn't make any sense to me. You see, we're reasonably sure the body was taken on orders from the Lucia crime family, the direct competitors of the Vicaris, who we understand had Franconi killed." "Good grief!" Jack exclaimed. "Are you sure about that?" "Reasonably," Lou said. "The informer who divulged it is usually reliable. Of course, we don't have any names. That's the frustrating part. Just the idea that organized crime is involved is appalling," Jack said. "It means that the Lucia people are somehow involved in organ transplants. If that doesn't make you lose sleep, nothing will." "Calm down," Raymond yelled into the phone. The moment he'd been about to leave the apartment, the phone had rung. When he heard it was Dr. Daniel Levitz on the line, he'd taken the call. "Don't tell me to calm down," Daniel shouted back. "You've seen the papers. They have Franconi's body, and already a medical examiner by the name of Dr. Jack Stapleton has been in my office asking for Franconi's records." "You didn't give them, did you?" Raymond asked. "Of course not," Daniel snapped, "but he condescendingly reminded me that he could subpoena them. I'm telling you, this guy was very direct and very aggressive, and he vowed to get to the bottom of the case. He suspects Franconi had a transplant. He asked me directly." Do your records have any information at all about his transplant or a program? Raymond asked. No, I followed your suggestions in that regard to the letter, Daniel said. But it's going to look very strange if anybody looks at my records. After all, I've been documenting Franconi's deteriorating status for years. Then all of a sudden, his liver function studies are normal without any explanation, nothing, not even a comment. I'm telling you there'll be questions, and I don't know whether I can handle them. I'm very upset. I wish I'd never gotten involved in all this. Now let's not get carried away, Raymond said with a calmness that he himself did not feel. There's no way Stapleton could get to the bottom of the case. Our concern about an autopsy was purely hypothetical and based on an infinitesimally small chance someone with the IQ of Einstein could figure out the source of the transplant. It's not going to happen, but I appreciate your calling me about Dr. Stapleton's visit. As it turns out, I'm on my way this very minute to have a meeting with Vinnie Dominic. With his resources, I'm sure he'll be able to take care of everything. After all, to a large measure, he's responsible for the present situation. As soon as he could, Raymond got off the phone. Appeasing Dr. Daniel Levitz wasn't doing anything for his own anxiety. After advising Darlene what to say in the unlikely chance Taylor Cabot called back, he left the apartment. Catching a taxi at the corner of Madison and 64th, he instructed the cabbie how to get to Corona Avenue in Elmhurst. The scene at the Neapolitan restaurant was exactly the same as it had been the day before, with the addition of the stale smell of a couple of hundred more cigarettes. Vinnie Dominic was sitting in the same booth and his minions were lounging on the same bar stools. The obese bearded man was again busily washing glassware. Raymond lost no time. After coming through the heavy red velvet drape at the door, he made a beeline for Vinnie's booth and slid in without invitation. He pushed forward the crumpled newspaper, which he'd painstakingly smoothed out, across the table. Vinnie gazed down at the headlines nonchalantly. As you can see, there's a problem, Raymond said. You promised me the body was gone. Obviously, you screwed up. Vinnie picked up his cigarette, took a long drag, then blew the smoke at the ceiling. Doc, Vinnie said. You never fail, but to amaze me, you either have a lot of nerve or you're crazy. I don't tolerate this kind of disrespect even from my trusted lieutenants. Either you reword what you just said to me, or get up, and get yourself lost, before I get really pissed. Raymond swallowed hard, while he got a finger between his neck and his shirt, and adjusted his collar. Remembering to whom he was speaking, gave him a chill. A mere nod from Vinnie Dominic could find him bobbing around in the East River. I'm sorry, Raymond said meekly. I'm not myself. I'm very upset. After I saw the headlines, I got a call from the CEO of Gensize, threatening the whole program. I also got a call from Franconi's doctor, who told me he'd been approached by one of the medical examiners, and let me name Jack Stapleton dropped by his office wanting to see Franconi's records. Angelo. Vinnie called out. Come over here. Angelo ambled over to the booth. Vinnie asked him if he knew a Dr. Jack Stapleton at the morgue. Angelo shook his head. I've never seen him, Angelo said. But Vinnie mentioned him when he called this morning. He said Stapleton was all fired up about Franconi, because Franconi is his case. You see, I've gotten a few calls myself, Vinnie said. Not only did I get a call from Vinnie Amendola, who's still sweating it, because we leaned on him to help us get Franconi out of the morgue. I also got another call from my wife's brother, who runs the funeral home that took the body out. Seems that Dr. Laurie Montgomery paid a visit, and was asking about a body that doesn't exist. I'm sorry that this has all gone so badly, Raymond said. You and me both, Vinnie said. To tell you the truth, I can't understand how they got the body back. We went to some effort knowing the ground was too hard to bury it out in Westchester. So we took it way the hell out off Coney Island, and dumped it into the ocean. Obviously, something went wrong, Raymond said. With all due respect, what can be done at this point? As far as the body is concerned, we can't do anything. Vinnie Amendola told Angelo that the autopsy was already done. So that's that. Raymond moaned and cradled his head. His headache had intensified. Just a second, Doc, Vinnie said. I want to reassure you about something. Since I knew the reason why an autopsy might cause problems for your program, I had Angelo and Carlo destroy Franconi's liver. Raymond raised his head. A ray of hope had appeared on the horizon. How did you do that? He asked. With a shotgun, Vinnie said. They blasted the hell out of the liver. They totally destroyed this whole portion of the abdomen. Vinny made a circling motion with his hand over his right upper quadrant. Right, Angelo. Angelo nodded. The entire magazine of a pump-action Remington. The guy's gut looked like hamburger. So I don't think you have as much to worry about as you think, Vinny said to Raymond. If Franconi's liver was totally destroyed, why is Jack Stapleton asking whether Franconi had a transplant? Raymond asked. Is he? Vinny asked. He asked Dr. Lovitz directly, Raymond said. Vinny shrugged. He must have gotten a clue some other way. At any rate, the problem now seems to be focused on these two characters, Dr. Jack Stapleton and Dr. Lori Montgomery. Raymond raised his eyebrows expectantly. As I already told you, Doc, Vinny continued. If it weren't for Vinny Jr. and his bum kidneys, I wouldn't have gotten involved in all this. The fact that I've since gotten my wife's brother into this situation compounds my problem. Now that I got him involved, I can't leave him dangling. You see what I am saying? So, here's what I'm thinking. I'll have Angelo and Franco pay a visit to these two doctors and take care of things. Would you mind that, Angelo? Raymond looked hopefully at Angelo, and for the first time since Raymond had seen Angelo, Angelo smiled. It wasn't much of a smile, because all the scar tissue precluded most facial movement, but it was a smile nonetheless. I've been looking forward to meeting Lori Montgomery for 5 years, Angelo said. I suspected as much, Vinny said. Can you get their addresses from Vinny Amendola? I'm sure he'll be happy to give us Dr. Stapleton's, Angelo said. He wants this messy situation cleared up as much as anybody. As far as Lori Montgomery is concerned, I already know her address. Vinny stubbed out his cigarette and raised his own eyebrows. So, Doc, what do you think of the idea of Angelo and Franco visiting the two pesky medical examiners and convincing them to see things our way? They have to be convinced that they are causing us considerable inconvenience, if you know what I mean. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he winked. Raymond let out a little laugh of relief. I can't think of a better solution. He worked his way along the curved, velvet banquette seat and stood up. Thank you, Mr. Dominic. I'm much obliged, and apologize again for my thoughtless outburst when I first arrived. Hold on, Doc, Vinny said. We haven't discussed compensation yet. I thought this would be covered under the rubric of our prior agreement, Raymond said, trying to sound businesslike without offending Vinny. After all, Franconi's body was not supposed to reappear. That's not the way I see it, Vinny said. This is an extra. Since you've already bargained away the tuition issue, I'm afraid we're now talking about recouping some of my initiation fee. What about 20,000? That sounds like a nice round figure. Raymond was outraged, but he managed to stifle a response. He also remembered what happened the last time he tried to bargain with Vinny Dominic. The cost doubled. It might take me a little time to get that kind of money together, Raymond said. That's fine, Doc, Vinny said. Just as long as we have an agreement. From my end, I'll get Angelo and Franco right on it. Wonderful, Raymond managed to say before leaving. Are you serious about this? Angelo asked Vinny. I'm afraid so, Vinny said. I guess it wasn't such a smart idea to get my brother-in-law involved in all this, although at the time we didn't have much choice. One way or the other, I got to clean it up, otherwise my wife will have my balls. The only good part is that I was able to get the good doc to pay for what I'd have to do anyway. When do you want us to take care of those two? Angelo asked. The sooner the better, Vinny said. In fact, you'd better do it tonight. Chapter 15. March 6, 1997, 7:30 p.m. Cago, Equatorial Guinea. What time did you expect your guests? Esmeralda asked Kevin. Her body and head were wrapped in a handsome bright orange and green fabric. 7 o'clock, Kevin said, happy for the distraction. He'd been sitting at his desk, trying to fool himself into believing he was reading one of his molecular biology journals. In reality, he was tortured by repeatedly running through the harrowing events of that afternoon. He could still see the soldiers in their red berets and jungle camouflage fatigues seemingly coming out of nowhere. He could hear their boots pounding against the moist earth and the jangle of their equipment as they ran. Worse yet, he could feel the same sickening terror that he'd felt when he turned to flee, expecting at any instant to hear the sound of machine gun fire. dinner. The dash across the clearing to the car and the wild ride had been somehow anticlimactic to that initial fright. The windows being shot out had an almost surreal quality that somehow couldn't compare to his first glimpse of those soldiers. Melanie had once again responded to the event completely differently than Kevin. It made Kevin wonder if growing up in Manhattan had somehow toughened her for such experiences. Rather than expressing fear, Melanie was more angry than afraid. She was furious at the soldiers' wanton destruction of what she considered her property, even though the car technically belonged to Gensize. "The dinner is prepared," Esmeralda said. "I shall keep it warm." Kevin thanked his attentive housekeeper, and she disappeared back into the kitchen. Tossing aside his journal, Kevin got up from his desk and walked out onto the veranda. Night had fallen, and he was beginning to worry about where Melanie and Candace could be. Kevin's house fronted a small grassy square illuminated by old-fashioned street lamps. Directly across the square was Siegfried's Palik's house. It was similar to Kevin's with an arcaded first floor, a veranda around the second, and dormers in its steeply pitched roof. At present, there were lights only in the kitchen end of the house. Apparently, the manager had not yet come home. Heading left to his left, Kevin turned in the direction of the waterfront. There had been a tropical downpour for an hour that had just ended 15 minutes previously. The cobblestones were steaming since they'd still been hot from the sun. Into this lighted mist walked the two women, arm in arm, laughing merrily. "Hey, Kevin," Melanie shouted, spying Kevin on his balcony. "How come you didn't send a carriage?" The women walked to a point directly beneath Kevin, who was embarrassed by the revelry. "What are you talking about?" Kevin asked. "Well, you didn't expect us to get soaked, did you?" Melanie joked. Candace giggled. "Come on up," Kevin encouraged. His eyes roamed around the small square, hoping that his neighbors weren't being disturbed. The women came up the stairs with great commotion. Kevin met them in the hall. Melanie insisted on giving Kevin a kiss on both cheeks. Candace did likewise. "Sorry we're late," Melanie said, "but the rain forced us to take shelter at the Chicky Bar." And the friendly group of men from the motor pool insisted on buying us pina coladas, Candace said gaily. "It's okay," Kevin said, "but dinner is ready." "Fantastic," Candace said. "I'm famished." "Me too," Melanie said. She reached down and slipped off her shoes. "I hope you don't mind my going barefoot. My shoes got a little wet on the way up here." "Me too," Candace said as she followed suit. Kevin motioned toward the dining room and trailed the women in. Esmeralda had laid the table at one end, since it was large enough for 12. There was a small tablecloth just covering the area under the dishes. There were also candles burning in glass holders. "How romantic," Candace commented. "I hope we're having wine," Melanie said as she took the seat closest to her. Candace went around and sat opposite Melanie, leaving the head of the table for Kevin. "White or red?" Kevin asked. "Any color," Melanie said. Then she laughed. "What are we eating?" Candace asked. "It's a local fish," Kevin said. "A fish? How appropriate," Melanie said, which caused both women to laugh to the point of tears. "I don't get it," Kevin said. He had a distinct feeling that, when he was around these two women, he wasn't in control of anything, and understood less than half the conversation. "We'll explain later," Melanie managed. "Get the wine. That's more important." "Let's have white," Candace said. Kevin went into the kitchen and got the wine that he had earlier put into the refrigerator. He avoided looking at Esmeralda, worried what she must be thinking with these tipsy women as guests. Kevin didn't know what to think himself. As he opened the wine, he could hear them carrying on with lively conversation and laughter. The good side, he reminded himself, was that with Melanie and Candace there were never any uncomfortable silences. "What kind of wine are we having?" Melanie asked when Kevin reappeared. Kevin showed her the bottle. "Oh, my," she said with faint condescension. "Montrachet, aren't we lucky tonight?" Kevin had no idea what he picked from his collection of wine bottles, but he was pleased Melanie was impressed. He poured the wine as Esmeralda appeared with the first course. The dinner was an unqualified success. Even Kevin began to relax, after attempting to keep up with the women as far as the wine was concerned. About halfway through the meal he was forced to return to the kitchen for another bottle. "You can't guess who else was at the Chicky Hut," Melanie said as the entree dishes were being cleared. "Our fearless leader Siegfried." Kevin choked on his wine. He wiped his face with his napkin. "You didn't talk to him, did you?" "It would have been hard not to," Melanie said. "He graciously asked if he could join us, and even bought a round, not only for us, but also for the guys from the motor pool." He was actually quite charming, Candace said. Kevin felt a chill descend down his spine. The second ordeal of the afternoon, which scared him almost as much as the first, was a visit to Siegfried's office. No sooner had they evaded the Equatoguinean soldiers than Melanie had insisted on driving there. It made no difference what Kevin said in an attempt to talk her out of it. "I'm not going to stand for this kind of treatment," Melanie had said as they mounted the stairs. She didn't even bother to speak with Aurelio. She just sailed into Siegfried's office and demanded that he personally see to it that her car was repaired. Candace had gone in with Melanie, but Kevin had held back, watching from just beyond Aurelio's desk. "Last night I lost my sunglasses," Melanie had said. "So we go out there just to see if we can find them, and we get shot at again." Kevin had expected Siegfried to explode, but he didn't. Instead, he was immediately apologetic, said that the soldiers were only out there to keep people away from the island, and that they shouldn't have fired their guns. He agreed not only to fix Melanie's car, but to make sure she got a loaner in the interim. He also offered to have the soldiers scour the area for the lost sunglasses. Esmeralda appeared with the dessert. The women were pleased. It was made with locally grown cocoa. "Did Siegfried mention anything about what happened today?" Kevin asked. "He apologized again," Candace said. "He said he spoke with the Moroccan guard and assured us that there won't be any more shooting. He said that if anybody wanders out there by the bridge, they will just be spoken to and told that the area is off limits." "Likely story," Kevin said. "As trigger-happy as those kids they call soldiers are, it's not going to happen." Melanie laughed. "Talk about the soldiers. Siegfried said that they spent hours searching for the non-existent sunglasses. Serves them right. He did ask us if we wanted to talk with some of the workers who'd been on the island and who'd been burning underbrush," Candace said. "Can you believe it? And how did you respond?" Kevin asked. "We told him it wasn't necessary," Candace said. "I mean, we don't want him to think we're still concerned about the smoke, and we definitely don't want him to think we're planning on visiting the island." "But we're not," Kevin said. He eyed the women, while they smiled at each other conspiratorially. "Are we?" As far as Kevin was concerned, getting shot at twice had been more than enough to convince him that visiting the island was out of the question. "You wondered why we laughed when you told us we were having fish for dinner," Melanie said. "Remember?" "Yeah," Kevin said with concern. He had the distinct feeling he wasn't going to like what Melanie was about to say. "We laughed because we spent a good deal of the late afternoon talking to fishermen who come to Cago a couple of times a week," Melanie said. "Probably the ones who caught the fish we just ate. They come from a town called Akaliang about 10 to 12 miles east of here." "I know the town," Kevin said. "It was the jumping-off place for people going from Equatorial Guinea to Kako Beach, Gabon. The route was served by motorized canoes called pirogues. We rented one of their boats for 2 or 3 days," Melanie said proudly. "So we don't have to even go near the bridge. We can visit Isla Francesca by water." "Not me," Kevin said emphatically. "I've had it. Frankly, I think we're lucky to be alive. If you guys want to go. I know that nothing I could ever say would influence what you do." "Oh, that's great," Melanie said derisively. "You're giving up already." "If that's the case, how do you intend to find out whether you and I have created a race of proto-humans? I mean, you're the one who's raised this issue and got us all upset." Melanie and Candace stared at Kevin across the table. For a few minutes, no one said a word. The night sounds of the jungle drifted in, which until then no one had heard. After feeling progressively uncomfortable, Kevin finally broke the silence. "I don't know what I'm going to do yet," he said. "I'll think of something." "Like hell you will," Melanie said. "You already said the only way to find out what those animals are doing is to visit the island. Those were your words. Have you forgotten?" "No, I haven't forgotten," Kevin said. "It's just that." "Well, that's okay," Melanie said condescendingly. "If you're too chicken to go and find out what you might have done with your genetic tinkering, fine. We were counting on you coming to help run the motor in the pirogue, but that's okay. Candace and I can manage." "Right, Candace?" "Right," Candace said. "You see, we planned this out pretty carefully," Melanie said. "Not only did we rent a large, motorized canoe, but we had them bring back a smaller, paddle version as well. We plan to tow the paddle boat. Once we get to the island, we'll paddle up the Rio Diviso. Maybe we won't even have to go on land at all. All we want to do is observe the animals for a while." Kevin nodded. He looked back and forth between the two women, who were relentlessly staring at him. Acutely uncomfortable, he scraped back his chair and started from the room. "Where are you going?" Melanie asked. "To get more wine," Kevin said. With strange emotion akin to anger, Kevin got a third bottle of white burgundy, opened it, and brought it back into the dining room. He gestured with it toward Melanie and she nodded. Kevin filled her glass. He did the same to Candace. Then he filled his own. After taking his seat, Kevin took a healthy swig of wine. He coughed a little after swallowing, and then asked when they planned on going on their great expedition. "Tomorrow, bright and early," Melanie said. "We figure it will take a little over an hour to get to the island and we'd like to be back before the sun gets really strong." "We already got food and drink from the commissary," Candace said. "And I got a portable cooler from the hospital to pack it in." "We'll stay far away from the bridge and the staging area," Melanie said, "so that won't be a problem." "I think it's going to be kind of fun," Candace said. "I'd love to see a hippopotamus." Kevin took another gulp of wine. "I suppose you don't mind if we take those electronic gizmos to locate the animals," Melanie said. "And we could use the contour map. Of course, we'll be careful with them." Kevin sighed and sagged in his chair. "All right, I give up." "What time is this mission scheduled?" "Oh goody," Candace said, clapping her hands together. "I knew you'd come." "The sun comes up after 6, Melanie said. "I'd like to be in the boat and on our way by then. My plan is to head west, then swing way out into the estuary before going east. That way we won't evoke any suspicions here in town if anyone sees us getting into the boat. I'd like them to think we were going off to a Kalyong." "What about work?" Kevin asked. "Won't you be missed?" "Nope," Melanie said. "I told the people in the lab I'd be unreachable at the animal center, whereas the people in the animal center I told." "I get the picture," Kevin interjected. "What about you, Candace?" "No problem," Candace said. "As long as Mr. Winchester keeps doing as well as he's doing, I'm essentially unemployed. The surgeons are golfing and playing tennis all day. I can do what I like." "I'll call my head tech," Kevin said. "I'll tell him I'm under the weather with an acute attack of insanity." "Wait a second," Candace said suddenly. "I just thought of a problem." Kevin sat bolt upright. "What?" he asked. "I don't have any sunblock," Candace said. "I didn't bring any, because on my 3 previous visits I never saw the Sunday." Chapter 16. March 6, 1997, 2:30 p.m. New York City. With all the tests on Franconi pending, Jack had forced himself to go to his office and try to concentrate on some of his other outstanding cases. To his surprise, he'd made reasonable headway until the phone rang at 2:30. "Is this Dr. Stapleton?" a female voice with an Italian accent asked. "It is indeed," Jack said. "Is this Mrs. Franconi?" "Imogen Franconi. I got a message to call you." "I appreciate it, Mrs. Franconi," Jack said. "First let me extend my sympathies to you in regards to your son." "Thank you," Imogen said. "Carlo was a good boy. He didn't do any of those things they said in the newspapers. He worked for the American Fresh Fruit Company here in Queens. I don't know where all that talk about organized crime came from. The newspapers just make stuff up. It's terrible what they'll do to sell papers," Jack said. "The man that came this morning said that you got his body back," Imogen said. "We believe so," Jack said. "That's why we needed some blood from you to confirm it." "Thank you for being cooperative." "I asked him why he didn't want me to come down there and identify it, like I did last time," Imogen said. "But he told me he didn't know." Jack tried to think of a graceful way of explaining the identity problem, but he couldn't think of any. "Some parts of the body are still missing," he said vaguely, hoping that Mrs. Franconi would be satisfied. "Oh," Imogen commented. "Let me tell you why I called," Jack said quickly. He was afraid that, if Mrs. Franconi became offended, she might not be receptive to his question. "You told the investigator that your son's health had improved after a trip. Do you remember saying that?" "Of course," Imogen said. "I was told you don't know where he went," Jack said. "Is there any way you could find out?" "I don't think so," Imogen said. "He told me it had nothing to do with his work, and that it was very private." "Do you remember when it was?" Jack asked. "Not exactly," Imogen said. "Maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago." "Was it in this country?" Jack asked. "I don't know," Imogen said. "All he said was that it was very private." "If you find out where it was, would you give me a call back?" Jack asked. I suppose, Imogene said. Thank you, Jack said. Wait, Imogene said. I just remembered he did say something strange just before he left. He said that, if he didn't come back, that he loved me very much. Did that surprise you? Jack asked. Well, yes, Imogene said. I thought that was a fine thing to say to your mother. Jack thanked Mrs. Franconi again, and hung up the phone. Hardly had he had his hand off the receiver, when it rang again. It was Ted Lynch. I think you'd better come up here, Ted said. I'm on my way, Jack said. Jack found Ted sitting at his desk, literally scratching his head. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were trying to put one over on me, Ted spat. Sit down. Jack sat. Ted was holding a ream of computer-generated paper plus a number of sheets of developed film with hundreds of small dark bands. Ted reached over and dropped the mass into Jack's lap. What the hell's this? Jack questioned. He picked up several of the celluloid sheets and held them up to the light. Ted leaned over and with the eraser end of an old-fashioned wooden pencil pointed to the films. These are the results of the DNA polymarker test. He fingered the computer printout, and this mess of data compares the nucleotide sequences of the DQ-alpha regions of the MHC. Come on, Ted. Jack urged. Talk English to me, would you please? You know I am a babe in the woods when it comes to this stuff. Fine, Ted exclaimed as if vexed. The polymarker test shows that Franconi's DNA and the DNA of the liver tissue you found inside him could not be any more different. Hey, that's good news, Jack said. Then, it was a transplant. I guess, Ted said without conviction. But the sequence with the DQ-alpha is identical, right down to the last nucleotide. What does that mean? Jack asked. Ted spread his hands like a supplicant and wrinkled his forehead. I don't know. I can't explain it. Mathematically, it couldn't happen. I mean, the chances are so infinitesimally small, it's beyond belief. We're talking about an identical match of thousands upon thousands of base pairs even in areas of long repeats. Absolutely identical. That's why we got the results that we did with the DQ-alpha screen. Well, the bottom line is that it was a transplant, Jack said. That's the issue here. If pressed, I'd have to agree it was a transplant, Ted said. But how they found the donor with the identical DQ-alpha is beyond me. It's the kind of coincidence that smacks of the supernatural. What about the test with the mitochondrial DNA to confirm the floater is Franconi? Jack asked. Geez, you give a guy an inch, and he wants a mile, Ted complained. We just got the blood. For Christ's sake, you'll have to wait on the results. After all, we turned the lab upside down to get what you got so quickly. Besides, I'm more interested in this DQ-alpha situation compared to the polymarker results. Something doesn't jibe. Well, don't lose any sleep over it, Jack said. He stood up and gave Ted back all the material Ted had dumped in his lap. I appreciate what you've done. Thanks. It's the information I needed. And when the mitochondrial results are back, give me a call. Jack was elated by Ted's results, and he wasn't worried about the mitochondrial study. With the correlation of the X-rays, he was already confident the floater and Franconi were one and the same. Jack got on the elevator. Now that he documented that it had been a transplant, he was counting on Bar Arnold to come up with the answers to solve the rest of the mystery. As he descended, Jack found himself wondering about Ted's emotional reaction to the DQ-alpha results. Jack was aware that Ted didn't get excited about too many things. Consequently, it had to be significant. Unfortunately, Jack didn't know enough about the test to have much of an opinion. He vowed that, when he had the chance, he'd read up on it. Jack's elation was short-lived. It faded the moment he walked into Barr's office. The forensic investigator was on the phone, but he shook his head the moment he caught sight of Jack. Jack interpreted the gesture as bad news. He sat down to wait. No luck? Jack asked as soon as Barr disconnected. I'm afraid not, Barr said. I really expected Onos to come through, and when they said that they had not provided a liver for Carlo Franconi, and that he'd not even been on the waiting list, I knew the chances of tracing where he'd gotten the liver fell precipitously. Just now I was on the phone with Columbia Presbyterian, and it wasn't done there. So I've heard from just about every center doing liver transplants, and no one takes credit for Carlo Franconi. This is crazy, Jack said. He told Barr that Ted's findings confirmed that Franconi had had the transplant. I don't know what to say, Barr commented. If someone didn't get their transplant in North America or Europe, where could it have taken place? Jack asked. Barr shrugged. There are a few other possibilities. Australia, South Africa, even a couple of places in South America, but having talked to my contact at ONOS, I don't think any of them are likely. No kidding? Jack said. He was not hearing what he wanted to hear. It's a mystery, Barr commented. Nothing about this case is easy, Jack complained as he got to his feet. I'll keep at it, Barr offered. I'd appreciate it, Jack said. Jack wandered out of the forensic area, feeling mildly depressed. He had the uncomfortable sensation that he was missing some major fact, but he had no idea what it could be or how to go about finding out what it was. In the idea room he got himself another cup of coffee, which was more like sludge than a beverage by that time of the day. With cup in hand, he climbed the stairs to the lab. I ran your samples, John DeVries said. They were negative for both cyclosporin A and FK506. Jack was astounded. All he could do was stare at the pale, gaunt face of the laboratory director. Jack didn't know what was more surprising, the fact that John had already run the samples, or that the results were negative. You must be joking, Jack managed to say. Hardly, John said. It's not my style. But the patient had to be on immunosuppressants, Jack said. He'd had a recent liver transplant. Is it possible you got a false negative? We run controls as standard procedure, John said. I expected one or the other drug to be present, Jack said. I'm sorry.